Marvel, God of Wisdom. Chapter 1, Death and Reincarnation. There were a lot of things I expected to do today: relax, maybe grab some dessert, and not die. Yet, here we are. 1 minute, I was enjoying my well-earned break at a sweet shop. The next, I was playing a high-stakes game of chicken with a truck that clearly had something personal against me. There was no dramatic life flashing before my eyes moment, no deep existential reflection, just a loud horn, an abrupt "oh sure," and darkness. Truck-kun strikes again. And that damn truck was surely not ordinary. I died before I could feel anything. Now, as a firm believer in science, I fully expected eternal nothingness. No heaven, no reincarnation, just a peaceful cease-and-desist of my existence. Instead, I woke up floating in the void. Which was good, although I am not a believer, but that was before I died. Now I would much rather be in some afterlife than cease to exist. No body. No limbs. Just a vague sense of existence, like I was both conscious and unconscious at the same time. Either I'd accidentally stumbled into some cosmic customer service queue, or someone was about to hit me with an ice guy special. Right on cue, a voice echoed around me. "Welcome, soul. Your existence has been selected for reincarnation." Figures. I had read enough web novels to know exactly where this was going. Reincarnation, overpowered ability, insane new world, and probably some massive impending disaster. The classics. Not that I was complaining. Better than eternal nothingness. That said, I had questions. Okay, so we're doing this, huh? What kind of reincarnation are we talking about? The ice guy kind, or the Hinduism you might become an ant kind? Because I'd really prefer to not spend my next life dodging raindrops. The ice guy kind. You will also receive a special ability. Oh. Now we're talking. Alright, what's the catch? No catch. This is part of a randomized reincarnation protocol meant to ensure the infiniteness of the omniverse. You essentially just got lucky. That sounded suspiciously like a cosmic loot box, but since I had literally zero leverage here, I decided to roll with it. Right on cue, two massive wheels materialized in front of me, one labeled World Lottery and the other Ability Lottery. You're telling me my entire future is about to be decided by a casino spin? Correct. Alright then. Vegas rules. I started with the World Lottery. The wheel spun, flashing past names like High School DxD, Naruto, Warhammer 40k, Oh Hell No, One Piece, and, wait, Berserk. Nope. Hard pass. It slowed, ticking past One Piece, hovering over Berserk, oh god no, then finally landing on. Congratulations. You have been assigned to Marvel Universe, Earth 199999. MCU. Okay. Not bad. On one hand, cosmic horrors, genocidal titans, and people with daddy issues so bad they rewrite reality. On the other hand, superpowers, absurd tech, and a chance to live like a god. Could be worse. At least it wasn't Berserk. Or the Marvel comics. I would much rather not be killed several times over and brought back to life. Next up, Ability Lottery. The only thing which put some calm on my mind. The wheel spun, flashing through abilities ranging from fire manipulation to reality warping to the power to fall asleep instantly. No, seriously, who put that on here? It slowed, and landed on Wisdom King Raphael, an ultimate skill capable of processing information at an unimaginable level, providing instant analysis, combat optimization, and autonomous decision-making. Also capable of life assistance, and many more, up to host for exploration. Holy shit. That was insane. Raphael wasn't just an OP ability, it was the OP ability. The reason behind Rimuru's OPness. Battle analysis. Instant adaptation. Absolute efficiency. This was the kind of skill that made gods look like amateurs. I just won the goddamn reincarnation jackpot. And before I could even fully process my luck, a third prompt popped up. Final step, identity selection. You may choose your new identity within reasonable limits. No omnipotent beings or absurd-level identities. Please select wisely. Alright. This was big. Marvel had no shortage of broken bloodlines, Celestials, Eternals, Asgardians, mutants. But I couldn't just go full one above all junior, no matter how tempting that was. I needed power but also potential. Although I had Raphael, it was actually not a power which could do much for a human. I needed to at least become a member of a race which was born with some special powers and had high racial growth potential. And then, it hit me. Asgardians. Odin's kids. Everyone knew about Thor and Loki, but Hela. Now there was a monster. The real firstborn. Stronger than Thor, capable of crushing Mjolnir with one hand, and wielding enough raw power which might have been enough to make Thanos sweat. And she was Odin's only firstborn. Or was she? I grinned. Make me Odin's son. Hela's twin brother. Processing request. Approved. You will be reincarnated as Odin's firstborn son and twin brother to Hela, the goddess of death. Jackpot. Ancient Asgardian prince. Thousands of years to grow before the plot even starts. Luxury, power, a literal divine bloodline, and with Raphael in my head? I was set. One last concern. Wait. I won't be on the TVA's hit list, right? No. They will not interfere with your existence. Good. Last thing I needed was to get pruned before I even started. Then, before I could say anything else, reality collapsed. A force yanked me forward. My vision blurred, my thoughts scattered, and just before everything faded to darkness, a voice echoed in my mind. Activating self-awareness protocols. Welcome, Master. And just like that, my second life began. Chapter 2, Raphael. Hello, Raphael, you listening? Yes, Master, loud and clear. An almost mechanical female voice rang inside my head. Well, a pleasure to meet you, Raphael. I would love to introduce myself, but as you can see, I'm currently lacking a birth certificate, so the name will have to wait. I chuckled, already contemplating my next steps. No problem, Master. Pleasure to meet you too. I am Raphael, the King of Wisdom, one of the 7 ultimate skills of the Virtue series. I possess the power of wisdom and can assist you with learning, magic, and invention. Aside from that, I can also assist you in analyzing, perceiving and interpreting. If enough information is provided, I can also assist you in creation, be it technology or anything. She sounded overly serious, but that was fine. After all, we had an eternity to perfect our rapport. So, I'm in the womb now, right? Can you scan and check if my sister is beside me? I needed confirmation of my current situation. Scanning. Yes, your to-be sister, Hela, is beside you, Master. Judging by both your growth rates, you should take around 5 more months to be born. I see. Do a complete scan of myself and then one for Hela too. After that, study the genetic makeup of the Aesir, spend a month delving into every secret you can find. I want to improve it even further. I know I'm born with top-tier genes, but if they can be enhanced, why stop there? And you can also access my memories of my past life, and save them in detail, since I don't think I would remember anything when the events of MCU starts, thousands of years later. Understanding more about my new race was essential, and with Raphael's knack for assistance, I intended to maximize every opportunity. As for memories, Raphael could even extract memories from my subconsciousness, which even I had forgotten, so it is better for her to detail everything, as she can help me in planning later. Yes, Master. Compiling and saving memories, task completed. Starting a complete genetic checkup. Scanning complete. Proceeding to scan Hela. Complete. For further references, scanning Master's mother, God Queen Frigga, scanning Vanir genes. Complete. As Raphael started her job, I started to feel groggy, being inside the womb, with a body which wasn't even completely formed. Staying awake was a challenging task, and probably harmful too. The initial scans of you, your sister, and your mother's genes have been completed. Extensive research into these will take some time. Since you have trouble staying awake, would you like to enter sleep mode until then, or is there anything else, Master? I paused. Ah, right, I'm in my mother's womb, forgot about scanning her, good job, Raphael. And scanning the Vanir genes too. Perfect. What's this sleep mode? And continue researching everything about both Aesir and Vanir genes. If the research takes too long, wake me in a month, or, if you finish earlier, wake me as soon as you're done. In sleep mode, I can put your body in a state of complete rest, which will result in best refreshment of the body, ensuring no in-sleep ailment. Or in simple words, the best sleep possible. That sounds awesome, put me in sleep mode. Yes, Master. Sleep mode initiated, and genetic research underway. Everything faded to darkness. It felt like only a blink before I awoke, as though no time had passed at all. Research on the genetic makeup of the Aesir and Vanir has been completed, Master. It has been 21 days since you slept. Oh, so you've already finished, Raphael? I marveled. I felt refreshed, and the fact that all the hard work was done was exhilarating. Raphael was, without a doubt, GOAT. Yes, Master. I can confidently say that now no one knows more than you about Aesir and Vanir genes. Oh. But I don't think I know anything about them aside from the comics, movies and wiki. Well, Master, since I am part of your soul, what I know, you know. Would you prefer a brief overview or detailed knowledge about both races? I paused, hearing a hint of emotional fluctuation in her tone. It was mentioned in the original work that treating Raphael like a real person would slowly result in the formation of consciousness of the skill, which is fanatically loyal to the host. Michael even tried to destroy the world in hope of being able to resurrect Veldanava, its dead host. So, I guess it is fine, Raphael can be trusted, probably, after all, she is born from my very own soul, and I don't think I will betray myself. It was probably my memories which caused this upgrade. Ugh. Let's go with the brief version. I'm not exactly an expert in genetics, start with the Aesir and my own genes. Yes, Master. The Aesir are a race of warrior gods with incredibly strong physiques. Your Aesir genes grant you an unnatural level of physical potential, especially with your royal lineage, and imbue you with a divinity, an innate power that marks the gods. You possess the divinity of life, which stands in stark contrast to your sister's dominion over death. Additionally, further based on information from your memory, the Aesir rely on robust bodies, runic magic, and advanced technology for warfare, making them among the universe's mightiest. They can live up to thousands of years. Wow. Looks like I've really lucked out. But God of Life? Isn't that a bit underwhelming for combat? I mean, it makes sense paired with Hela being the goddess of death, but still, I want something more domineering, but I guess life can be GOAT too, if used properly. First, let's examine everything about myself, let's check out the Vanir genes next, and we can worry about the divinity later. Yes, Master. Your divinity can be refined later since you haven't been born yet. Now is the perfect time to enhance both your genes and divinity. You will be born at peak potential, without raising any suspicions by sudden growth in strength. I will now brief you on the Vanir genes. The Vanir are gods of nature, more attuned to magic than physical strength. They possess a strong aptitude for magic and also have their own form of divinity, more aligned with life than warfare. You inherit your divinity from your Vanir side, which is amplified by your Aesir heritage, elevating it to a major divinity. Your natural talent for magic is impressive, though it can be further boosted. Okay, so one set for raw strength and another for magic, good enough, I guess. Now, can you enhance these both genes to the peak of what the two races have to offer, like Captain America's peak human, I want to be peak god. Then merge the two genes, fusing them perfectly to enhance my potential to its absolute peak. Indeed, Master. I have already researched their peak states, that is the reason the research took so long, otherwise, I could have finished in mere hours. I can elevate both your gene sets to their ultimate form and combine them optimally. Of course, this will alter your genes, and as you know, your looks are determined by them. If you wish, you can now customize your future appearance, Master. Was that pride? Was Raphael actually flexing? Ha! Maybe she really is evolving. And holy fuck, I could even customize my own looks. Really? It can be done. And I can design how I look. Alright then, create a screen like a game model, it's designing time. Then, according to Raphael, it took me around 4 hours to craft the perfect design for myself. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I wasn't about to waste it. I opted for the most handsome version I could imagine. Unlike my sister, I chose blonde hair paired with emerald green eyes, perfectly suiting my divinity. I steered clear of an over-the-top anime look, aiming instead for a handsome, masculine style. I designed a sculpted physique, one that Raphael assured would evolve naturally with minimal effort. I basically gave myself the face of a god. Well, a godlier god, I guess. Once I was satisfied, I said, okay, Raphael dear, let's begin the process. Meanwhile, put me in sleep mode while you implement the changes and start parallel processing research on divinity. Estimate how long that will take. Yes, Master. If we begin research on your divinity now, it will take around 45 days. I assume you want to evolve your divinity and acquire additional aspects of it. It will require time, as divinity is a rather mysterious form of energy. Besides, do not underestimate your divinity, it may surprise you later. That's my Raphael, she always seems to know exactly what I need. Alright then, let's start, Raphael. And with that, everything went dark once more. Chapter 3, Divinity. As I woke up once more, I felt refreshed, though my fetus body was simply too weak to support a conscious soul for long. Raphael's sleep mode made a nap feel like a time skip. I guess I got that ability to sleep instantly, too. Ha ha ha. Anyways, you done, Raphael? Obviously, Master, that's why I woke you up, and the results of the research this time are sure to make you happy. Raphael replied in the same mechanical voice, though it had begun to sound a little warmer, a subtle change, but a change nonetheless. Oh. Well, good results are always welcome, I guess. Why don't you start explaining what this divinity is all about? I won't have to go around collecting believers now, will I? I asked. Collecting believers would be a pain, and that would also mean that my strength is dependent upon them. No, Master. Divinity is not a force originating from faith, but from the source or concept of your divinity. For example, if you are a god of the sun, then you draw your power from the sun, consequentially, the power of the sun is your limit. No matter how much you advance or enhance your divinity, it remains bound by the sun itself. In any form, it does not depend upon believers. Raphael explained calmly. Okay, so no believers bullshit, that's good. Then what did you find about divinity and how to improve it and all that? Explain everything, I will then decide on how to enhance them, I ordered, entering big brain mode as I carefully calculated my next steps. Yes, Master, your divinity is that of life. As the god of life, your powers not only govern healing but also offer several auxiliary benefits. If utilized properly, you can adapt to anything, control the life force of others, induce evolution, grant immortality to yourself and others, deprive others of life, and much more. This can be achieved with the perfect utilization of your current divinity. However, If your divinity is amplified by me, it will become something much more potent at a cosmic level. Since existence itself is, in a sense, living, once you reach the ultimate level, until all of existence is destroyed, you can keep living. Of course, such a level is nearly impossible to reach, and even with my help, it is very difficult and would take a long time. But for now, I can enhance your divinity to make it more connected to the concept of life, increasing its potential. Wait, what? Did you just say that I can continuously adapt and evolve using my divinity? Indeed, Master. Although it has not completely awakened yet, part of it was used by me during the creation of your body. The evolution triggered by your divinity, along with the perfect merging of Vanir and Aser genes, has made your body even more perfect. Your current limits are about 5 to 6 times higher physically and over 10 times higher magically than before. As you develop your divinity, you can evolve even further and grow, since the very essence of life is birth, growth, adaptation, and evolution. Holy shit, just the ability to adapt and evolve is GOAT, just like that of Doomsday. Add a few other amplifications, I guess I can just take the title of Potential Man and summon Maharaga. You have my interest, Raphael. Tell me more about it. Yes, Master, according to your memories, there was that questionable anime you once saw featuring a power that can be used by you, redo of healers corrupt healing, which can even turn healing into an attack. There are several more uses for the life divinity, though it tends to lean more on the assistive side. With my help, however, you could become the strongest magician or warrior with ease. Then there is also the possibility of gaining more divinities. For example, if you wish to obtain the divinity of wisdom, my existence can help you attain it with ease, and that too will be a major divinity. If we go even further, there is a minute possibility of another divinity that could be attained by you. But first, we must amplify both your life and wisdom divinities, then we might even have a chance. As for what it is, let's keep it a secret for now so that you aren't disappointed if I fail. Shall I proceed? Raphael explained in the same tone, though her voice shifted slightly at the end. And please don't mention anime like that again. But still, I have to admit, her idea is great, to be honest. Ugh, I'm starting to get tired again, this fetus body. Alright then, Raphael. Since you want to keep it a secret, I will trust you on this one, and don't worry, no matter what, I won't be disappointed. So, do your magic and show me your best. Oh, and yes, make me have that divinity of wisdom too. I said sincerely. I knew that I knew nothing about divinities, so it was much better to trust Raphael. With an assistant as good as her, life is pretty much worry-free. Alright, Master. Was that happiness I heard in her voice? Anyway, everything went dark again as I slipped into sleep mode while Raphael began her work. Amplification of divinity of life beginning. Connection with the concept of life boosted. Synchronization process begins. Amplification completed successfully, universal concept of life level divinity potential reached. Attempt at attainment of the divinity of wisdom begins. Conditions tested. Conditions met successfully. Acquiring divinity of wisdom, acquisition successful. Amplification of divinity of wisdom begins, amplification successful. Connecting the divinity of wisdom to Raphael, connection completed. Abilities of both divinity of wisdom and wisdom king Raphael boosted. Taking the concept of birth from the divinity of life, attempting evolution to the divinity of creation. Failed. Reattempted. Failed. 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 Successful. Divinity of creation acquired. Amplification of divinity of creation started. Amplification successful. Connection with the concept of creation boosted. Universal concept of creation level potential reached. Divinity enhancement procedures completed. Rechecking for any anomalies, none found. Calculating total time spent, 79 days, 15 hours, and 23 minutes. Proceeding to deactivate sleep mode and waking up master. Congratulations, Master, all pre-birth procedures have been completed. Huh, that was fast. So, everything's done, my dear Raphael. Yes, Master. Every procedure has been checked and completed. There are still a few days left until your birth. Although if you wish to, you can stay awake from now, without any particular issue, but I suggest you continue to sleep while I nourish your body with life divinity until you are born. Then I will explain everything about your divinities and capabilities once you are born. Though I can give you a hint, you will definitely be shocked and excited by the results, Master, he. Did you just giggle? No, that was just your imagination. If you say so. Am I to be born soon? I asked curiously. Yes, Master, less than 10 days remain for your birth. Ha, it's too exciting, I can't sleep. I am about to be born, as a god. Now, Master, relax and sleep soundly. Why uselessly strain yourself and get bored when you can do something productive and be nourished by life energy? So, off to sleep, Master. Well, whatever you say, Raphael. I guess back to sleep again. Next time I wake up, I suppose I will have been born, then. Proper introductions are due. I await your birth, Master. For now, have a good rest while I perform my duties. Good night, Master. Good night, Raphael. _________. Hello everyone. Do you like the start? If you do, I can only say that it gets even better, so stay tuned and leave power stones and reviews. Your reviews are what motivates me the most. Creators. Chapter 4, Birth. As I woke up, I felt a sudden tug, an unfamiliar force pushing against me. It wasn't painful, but it was unsettling enough to send a jolt of panic through me. Relax, Master. You're about to be born, so I woke you up. From now on, you can operate mentally with ease, and your divinities will begin to bloom the moment you enter the world. So your life divinity would ensure that you hardly even need sleep. That means we can always be together. Wait, what? I'm being born. Like, right now. What am I supposed to do? Do I need to move? Help Mom somehow? I mean, it's not every day you get to be born, and I had no clue if babies instinctively do anything to assist their mothers. The sheer absurdity of the situation made me panic even more. I was so panicked that I didn't even notice all the stuff Raphael said about divinity. Don't worry, Master. Relax, if you can't, just leave it to me. For the birth process, I suggest granting control of your body to me. I'll calculate everything to ensure a smooth delivery, including your first cry. You just have to sit back and enjoy becoming a newborn. Yeah, do that. I really don't want to experience birth consciously. Sounds like a horrifying experience. Experiencing coming out of a vagina isn't on my to-do list. Understood, Master. Should I take control now? Yes, Raphael. All yours. Good luck. And with that, I let my ever-reliable companion handle the serious business while I mentally braced myself for the disturbing reality of exiting a human body, or in this case, a goddess body. On it, Master. Wishing you a good start, Raphael chimed cheerfully. Darkness swallowed me once again, but only for a moment. When I opened my eyes, my vision was hazy, but I could vaguely make out that I was imprisoned within a large chamber, enclosed by towering walls. That's a crib. Right. That's what I meant. Suddenly, a long and sharp cry of a woman rang through the room, followed by a moment of silence. Then, the pained screams of the woman were replaced by another newborn's wailing. My gut twisted, fearing the worst. That's just your sister being born. Before I could process everything, I felt myself being lifted. Blinking through my blurry vision, I managed to make out the face of a giant of a man, his long beard and regal presence instantly commanding authority. He held me up with a firm yet careful grip. That's your father. Stay quiet, Master, he's probably about to name you. Try smiling a little. I barely had time to react before the man, my father, spoke in a booming voice. My first son, my heir. You were born strong, by far the mightiest child I have seen. It seems you are destined for greatness. You shall be named Magnar Odinson, for you will achieve many mighty feats. I barely held back a smirk. Magnar Odinson. Damn, that's a badass name. Well then, Raphael, looks like I'm officially a god now. You may address me as the god of life, Magnar Odinson. Looking forward to an eternity together. I flailed my tiny arms and gave a bright smile, which, judging by my father's approving chuckle, had the desired effect. He looked proud. That was both reassuring and concerning. If I had to guess, being the pride of the All-Father would mean expectations sky-high for me. No doubt, I'd be sent to the battlefield the moment I could walk. As for being able to move this much just after being born, you normies are talking to the god of life here, your puny limits don't apply for me. Welcome, Master. To eternity. Raphael's voice had a new layer of emotion. I frowned. Hey, Raphael. Since when did you get expressive? Master, during your divinity amplification project, you gained the divinity of wisdom, which was then integrated with me. This not only amplified your divinity but also expanded my consciousness. Ha! So you got an upgrade from me getting an upgrade? Precisely. Alright, spill it. What else have you been hiding? I want details on my divinity, now. Raphael's voice took on a playful lilt. Since you insist, Master. Let's start with your first divinity, life. I've enhanced it to its highest theoretical potential, on par with Lady Death's dominion over death. Of course, you're nowhere near her level yet, but in theory, you could be. Nice. Keep going. Your second divinity, wisdom, was mostly acquired through me, meaning you wield it via our connection. To maximize its potential, I merged it directly with myself, giving you a seamless interface and granting me a significant power boost. Alright, and the third? Ah, the most exciting one. After trillions of attempts, I succeeded in extracting a core aspect of your life divinity, birth. From this, I deciphered and forged a new divinity for you, creation. For a moment, I just stared into the void of my crib. Then, I grinned. Creation. Ha ha ha. Raphael, you absolute genius. With this, I had everything I needed. Magic, technology, genetics, nothing was out of my reach. The possibilities were endless. So, I can essentially create anything, right? With your knowledge and my divinity, we can bypass material limitations. We can build anything. Indeed, Master. Whether rare metals, new elements, or entire systems of magic and technology, you now have the essentials needed to forge your own path. My grin widened. I can be like Tony Stark, crafting the ultimate tech, or Doctor Strange, mastering the deepest magic. But why stop there? I can combine and surpass them both. And a god of creation, this might seem like it is also non-offensive, but I can theoretically create any attack and unleash them. So yeah, no need for me to have the fear of lack of firepower anymore. While I was lost in thought, my father had already placed me back into the crib and turned his attention to my sister. Odin's POV. I cradled my daughter in my arms. She was small and eerily quiet, so different from her brother. Never had I seen a child as vigorous as Magnar. He would grow into a fine warrior, perhaps even surpass me one day. Perhaps, when the time comes, he will understand my true ambitions. Together, we could claim the universe for Asgard. And my daughter, my intuition told me that she, too, would become something formidable. I gazed into her dark, abyssal eyes and spoke with certainty. My daughter, born with eyes as dark as the night itself, you shall become a warrior who brings hell upon the enemies of Asgard. You shall be named Hela Odin's daughter. Magnar and Hela. My children. 1. My heir. 1. My future general. With them at my side, my empire would stretch across the stars. I glanced at Frigga, the only one who truly brought me comfort. Seeing her safe relieved me, but my focus remained on my goal. The children would grow strong. Strong enough to help me conquer the universe itself. The Celestials. Did they really think they could stop me? Threaten me? The All-Father. Chapter 5, Details. So, Raphael, what should I do now? I didn't think about it, but staying mentally active all the time is actually pretty boring. I complained. I had been still for over an hour while everyone else slept. My body rested, but my mind had been active the entire time. Master, if you wish to, I can make you sleep with ease. However, I would suggest you spend this time understanding your divinity in detail. Yeah, you're right, Raphael. Bring it on, I want to start with wisdom first. Yes, Master, on it. Wisdom, if I need to explain to you what it is, then you won't have it in the first place. You received this divinity through me, Master, and all divinities are connected by the soul. Since I am a part of your soul, this divinity is connected through me and belongs to you. Without my support, however, you wouldn't be able to have this divinity, you have not met its attaining conditions otherwise. But fret not, that is only for now. I have been using both life and wisdom divinity to increase your mental power, and although it is a slow and delicate process, you will one day be able to completely master this divine power. Now, let's start with the potential powers granted by the divinity of wisdom. Enhanced cognitive processing, the ability to absorb, analyze, and synthesize vast amounts of information instantly, almost like having a built-in supercomputer. Predictive insight, the power to foresee potential outcomes and anticipate events, enabling near-perfect strategic decision-making. Universal knowledge access, direct access to cosmic archives, ancient lore, scientific truths, and mystical secrets, allowing immediate recall of any needed information. Divine memory and recall, an eidetic memory that records every experience and learning moment, ensuring no detail is ever lost. Cosmic pattern recognition, the ability to perceive and interpret hidden patterns in the universe, unraveling the underlying order of reality. Accelerated learning, rapid mastery of any skill or discipline by integrating new knowledge directly into one's consciousness. Reality manipulation through knowledge, using profound understanding to alter aspects of reality, effectively rewriting elements of existence based on universal principles. Enhanced perception, heightened sensory abilities to detect subtle energies, shifts in reality, or even the emotions and thoughts of other beings. Problem-solving mastery, near-infallible deductive reasoning that enables solving complex puzzles or challenges effortlessly. Wisdom infusion, the power to share or bestow moments of deep insight and clarity on others, boosting their understanding or creative potential. And there are several more minor powers, but since I am connected to your divinity of wisdom, you don't really need to develop this divinity actively. I can manage it all for you. Within a few centuries, you can reach the peak of what this divinity has to offer by doing virtually nothing, as I handle most of the work. In a way, it's practically useless for you to labor over it, I'm far superior in that aspect. Damn, that's a lot of powers. I murmured. Then, a thought struck me. And why are you so critical of this divinity? Wait, it can't be. My lovely Raphael, why are you so defensive? Do you really think I would consider this divinity better than you, or think you are useless, maybe even try to get free because I have a new divinity? No, my dear, all my work is for you to handle. Humph, as if that divinity could replace me. It was just your imagination, I was only stating facts. I laughed. Huh, Raphael's acting Tensura, how cute. Well then, let's continue with the divinity of creation. Yes, Master. Here are some of the major abilities of the divinity of creation. Matter conjuring, the ability to manifest objects, structures, or even entire landscapes from raw cosmic energy, essentially creating tangible matter out of nothing. Blueprint manifestation, the power to perceive and design the fundamental blueprints of any object, creature, or phenomenon, then instantly bring that design into reality. Genetic fabrication, the capacity to engineer new life forms by crafting entirely novel genetic blueprints, creating organisms that have never existed before. Artificer's touch, the skill to construct divine artifacts, weapons, or tools that harness creative energy, each with unique properties defined by the Creator's vision. World shaping, the ability to sculpt entire realms, ecosystems, or environments from scratch, molding raw energy into new worlds with custom physical laws. Imagination realization, the power to turn ideas, thoughts, or fantasies directly into physical form, bridging the gap between creativity and reality. Dimensional construction, the ability to create pocket dimensions or new planes of existence tailored to specific needs, complete with their own unique rules and properties. Elemental synthesis, the skill to blend various elemental forces or energies into entirely new substances, materials, or energy forms that defy conventional nature. Cosmic crafting, the power to assemble and forge complex structures, from simple tools to elaborate technological or magical devices, directly influenced by divine inspiration. Temporal fabrication, the unique ability to recreate or reimagine moments in time, crafting alternate timelines or reconstructing past events as new, creative possibilities. Universal creation, the ability to create an entire universe, provided you possess enough energy. These powers center around the act of creation itself, enabling the God of creation to not only shape physical reality but also to invent and manifest entirely new forms of existence. So, Master, it is basically a divination that is all about creating things, and by far, your most destructive divinity. Damn, these abilities make me feel like a god. Wait, I am a god. No, these abilities make me feel like the god. When one imagines God, this is the first set of abilities which come to mind. And how exactly is this my most destructive divinity? I mean, it's basically about creation, not exactly destructive. Master, let's take an example. Your enemies will definitely not appreciate it if you create a black hole or an exploding supernova right in their face, just saying. Fuck. Underscore. Everyone please leave all your power stones and leave some reviews on the story please. At least make the number of reviews reach 10 to make the story have a proper rating. Chapter 6, Plans. Damn, my abilities are pretty broken, aren't they? Thanks to you, of course. Yes, Master, ever happy to serve you. Well, it seems I can grow pretty strong just by living long enough, but is just getting stronger what I really want? I mean, I don't think of myself as some protagonist or something, but since I've reincarnated and all that, I may very well be one. Unlike most protagonists, though, I don't seem to have a driving goal at all. Is that concerning, Raphael? I don't think so, Master. According to my analysis from your memory, most humans seem to lack a proper goal in life, so I guess it's perfectly normal. Yeah, but that's for common people, right? I am a god and a protagonist now, so I should have something to drive me forward. Besides, every good protagonist I know has a goal. Naruto wanted to become Hokage, Luffy wanted to be Pirate King, Asta wanted to become the Wizard King. You see the trope, right, Raphael? You can have the goal to become the King of Asgard. A real difficult dream, right there. I am the eldest prince and the heir. If I couldn't become the king even after that, I should consider suicide, since I'd definitely be placed among the Hall of Shame as one of the worst Isekai protagonists. Yeah, sorry about that. If you want to, I could nerf you a bit, let me give you some debuffs. No. I was just overthinking, I haven't dropped my brain somewhere. Even this baby-sized brain is enough to know that nerfs are bad, don't mention it again. Ever. I will just become the strongest and marry some beautiful women and be happy, no need for unnecessary character development arc. Hee, I was just teasing you, Master, you are so cute when you get all flustered and panicked. Arg, leave this and tell me about my divinity of life. It's my original divinity, after all. Gotta save the best for last. Yes, Master. Here are some major abilities of the divinity of life. Rapid regeneration and healing, the power to mend wounds, cure diseases, and restore damaged tissues almost instantaneously, both for oneself and others. Life force manipulation, the ability to control the essential energy that sustains life, enabling the enhancement or suppression of vitality in living beings. Adaptive resilience, an inherent capacity to adjust to any environment or circumstance, ensuring survival and growth even under extreme conditions. Accelerated evolution, the power to trigger rapid evolutionary changes, unlocking latent potentials and forging new traits in oneself or other organisms. Creation and infusion of life, the ability to generate new life forms from raw cosmic energy and imbue them with desired attributes, effectively customizing existence. Genetic transmutation, the capability to modify and perfect genetic codes, transforming organisms to enhance their strength, intelligence, or other qualities. Biodiversity mastery, the control to nurture ecosystems, promoting harmonious growth and balance within nature. Vital energy amplification, the skill to enhance one's own life force or that of others, boosting physical and metaphysical abilities beyond ordinary limits. Nature communion and control, the ability to communicate with and direct natural elements, influencing weather, plant growth, and even animal behavior. Celestial longevity, the gift of extended life or immortality, achieved through the continual infusion of life energy. As you can see, Master, the divinity of life can be said to be the ultimate biological hack with some additional abilities, if utilized properly, can make you the ultimate biological being. And Master, your divinities are well suited to my presence. Sadly, I can only assist you and not make you stronger directly. However, your divinity helps me with that aspect. I can calculate and create blueprints for creation, though I lack the ability to actually create anything. But now, due to your divinity of creation, I can create whatever I have theorized, and with divinity of life, I can create customized living organisms. Just tell me what you want, and I can calculate and create. That's pretty neat. Let's think of some races then. How about Viltrumites? Can you replicate their genes? It will take a long time, but yes, it can be done. I see. Then what about Kryptonians? Longer, but still, yes. Then can you replace the requirement of sunlight for Kryptonians, replace it with cosmic radiation or energy, remove the weaknesses, and combine them with the genes of Royal Acer? Might take a few millennia. So it means that it can be done. Yes, Master. Then start with both. First focus on Viltrumite genes, as they are more important than Kryptonian ones anyway. Master, Kryptonians are generally much stronger than Viltrumites after getting some yellow sunlight. I know, but the purpose here is not strength improvement for me. Since Asgard is mine anyway. I want to make the Acer stronger, but not too strong to directly break the balance and multiversal threats attacking us prematurely. Because, let's be real, Asgard has over 10,000 warriors, which might seem like a lot, but is actually too few when we have races which can pour even billions of warriors in the universe. We need the ultimate elite team, and Viltrumites are just capable of that. So first, create the Viltrumite genes, then create two versions, one ordinary, with just the weakness of an anti-Viltrumite virus and sensitive ears removed, for the common Acer, and the other a special version. Enhance the Viltrumite genes and combine them with Acer royal blood to the best of your ability, all weaknesses removed and abilities enhanced. These will be for my family. I will also require your help to enhance their divinity and all, but not as much as me, slightly lower. This will be a good plan, Master, since Viltrumite warriors are generally stronger than ordinary Acer warriors. This move will strengthen Asgard several times over. With my complete enhancement, I can transform the Viltrumite gene into a much more powerful version with the divinity of life, which will also help your family grow in strength. But wouldn't making the Acer too strong result in seeds of rebellion? I mean, I know that they can still be managed with ease, but it will definitely be troublesome. Now comes the next part, implant a hidden controller on all Asgardians except my family when we implant them with Viltrumite genes. I want to be able to influence them. They shouldn't be turned into puppets, but the control should be strong enough that dissent never arises, and if it does, it can be managed with a single command. Oh, and make sure this controller is untraceable by any means, and only I can control them. That's good, but I don't think every Asgardian would take the enhancement, and those unenhanced ones might try to resist. So what? Just eradicate them, they will be too weak anyway, just send a few enhanced warriors and they are finished. Huh, now we are talking. Any more enhancements needed, Master? Nope, no more physical enhancements, only magical enhancements later, making the Aesir more compatible with magic. Then we deal with technology. We've got to be the first in the universe at everything, including technology. Now, start, dear Raphael. Already on it, Master. Chapter 7, 7 Future. Well, that takes care of it, but what should I do now? Got any ideas, Raphael? The best option would be to sleep while I once again nourish your body with life energy. Since you cannot access any magic or training at this stage, it's better for you to grow normally for a while, enjoy the time, bond with your family, mother and sister, and learn the basics of magic from your mom. Leave the rest to me. Indeed, that's probably the only thing I can do right now. But there are some more things I need you to take care of for me. Yes, Master. Just tell me, and I will give my all. You know those cultivation novels from my memories? Yes, Master. Do you want to start cultivating and making pills now? Yeah, that was a sarcastic question. Of course not. What I mean is that soul-body harmony stuff from those novels, I have been improved genetically, and this life energy nourishment is making my body stronger, but what about my soul? Although I don't know much about magic, I think it should be somewhat related to the soul. So, try to create and implement ways of making souls stronger. That is an unexpectedly good idea from you, Master. I had not thought of it before, but your divinity does help in making your soul stronger, especially the divinity of wisdom. We can try from there. I will start detailed research on the subject. Anything else, Master? Hey, what do you mean by saying it like that? I am a fountain of good ideas. I have some even better ideas for you to work on, so get ready. Oh, really? Pray tell then, Master. First off, start research into the creation of energy sources, like Tony Stark's arc reactor. But that alone won't cut it. I want an energy model capable of drawing energy from the quantum realm, and other sources, giving Asgard virtually infinite energy. That's the first step for proper technological advancement. After that, look for methods to convert this energy into one suitable for magic. I personally believe that this scientific energy can be converted into mystical energy. Yeah, I was a nerd, but now I can utilize my nerd dreams and ideas, so it turned out well, I guess. Kamar Taj relies on borrowing energy from cosmic entities like dimensional lords, but since they borrow, they have to pay it back, which comes at a cost. If I can manage to convert normal energy into mystical energy, then I can not only arm all of Asgard with magic but also grant magic to others. I could borrow mystical energy to the likes of Kamar Taj, along with Vishanti or replacing them, gaining another powerful force and control over Earth. We can also create long-range weapons of mass destruction with energy, like the Bifrost. More firepower is always better. I don't feel safe until I have enough methods to destroy every civilization's headquarters without even moving a finger. And more than that, we need a separate branch of technology, something that could define Asgard. My answer is, runes. Yes, we will study runes, simplify them, and circulate them. We will make runes something unique to Asgard, and implementing runes into technology is much easier. Rune tech or magic tech, whichever you want to call it, would define Asgard's military and civilizational prowess. We will enchant everything we make just for the sake of it. Asgardian goods shall have its unique flavor. I am not going to lie, but you have outdone yourself, Master. I will start whatever I can right now, but since I don't have any information regarding it, we will have to wait. So, Master, what made you take these decisions? I'm not questioning your interest in increasing the military capacity of Asgard, I'm just curious why, since getting stronger and conquering yourself is a much easier option for you, considering that if you play your cards right, you can easily become one of the strongest in the universe. There are a lot of reasons, Raph, a lot. Rewatch the Thor movies first. Did it, Master? Did you notice how insufferably weak the Asgardians were? Without Odin, they are too weak, so weak that they can't even be considered a noteworthy race without their gods. In Thor 2, a bunch of dark elf grunts took out Asgardian warriors so easily that it wasn't even funny, and in Thor 3, it took Hela seconds to annihilate the Aesir. Asgardians possess both magic and technology, yet they disregard it, considering it childish or merely the actions of normal men. But I want a strong military because I desire it, especially since I will be the one controlling it. It's like admiring fighter jets or tanks, but here, the entire arsenal is mine. Of course, my interest has grown exponentially. Heck, I'm even planning to improve and create a destroyer mass production line in the future, and, of course, spaceships. Even if we have the Bifrost, it doesn't matter, we need the best spaceships in the universe, and they should look the best. We also need to tweak the aesthetics a bit to make everything even better. Well, the reason was just as I had expected. So, anything more you would like to add, Master? Or is that it? Yeah, there are some more. Ragnarok. We need to stop that, or at least ensure that even if it does happen, Asgard does not turn into a village. We would create new habitats and bases for ourselves, spread the Aesir further, and increase their population too. Should we include the Vanir as well? Let's wait until I get to know them better, their information is quite limited in both comics and movies. But for starters, we can begin with energy and technology, enough to ensure that even if all gods disappear, the tech is still sufficient to place Asgard among the strongest in the future. We also need careful planning. I can't let Hela be sealed while Asgard completely denounces war. I need to keep it regulated, ensuring that the military is always a priority. Master, just say that you don't want your father to stop you from collecting your toys. Humph, it's for the greater good. And also, just because I like it, we have to make a name for myself in the universe, at least enough so that I won't have to introduce myself anywhere. Your wishes are my commands, and I wish you all the best, and you also have my support, Master, but for now, it's time for you to sleep. Chapter 8, 8 Magic. And so, after doing, not much, I finally reached the age of 5. Yeah, according to my previous plan, I let my body grow naturally, assisted by life energy, while enjoying this god-level luxury, the perfect prince lifestyle. I haven't trained in anything yet, and I'm not about to go asking my parents for magic books before they decide to introduce me to it themselves. During this time, I've heard about many ongoing wars, which keep my father busy most of the time. But as the prince, such things don't affect me at all. Instead, I spend my time basking in the loving care of my mother and my adorable little sister. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but unlike what most of you might assume, Hela is actually quite adorable. It was probably the constant wars and endless killing that ruined her in the original timeline. But honestly, I think I can fix her. Okay, that was a joke. But still, I really believe I can stop her from going completely off the rails. At the very least, I can turn her into a closet psychopath instead of an uncontrollable one. Hela, fighting is good, but we can't just fight all the time. Every time you fight, calculate the benefits that come from it. If the benefits outweigh the costs, then go all out, fight however you want, kill as many as you want. But if there are no real gains, show restraint. No matter what happens, always remember this, I said gently, patting her head. Ugh, stop patting my head. I'm not a child. And what are you talking about? Fighting is fun. What's all this about benefits and costs? Did you hit your head and go crazy? Let's go get Mom to check you out, Hela replied, crossing her arms. Ah, right. I forgot, she's just 5 years old. My bad. You could have used examples or something simpler to explain it, master. I guess your teaching abilities suck. Anyway, I wanted to remind you of something. Your mother is planning to visit Vanaheim to meet her brother, King Jord of the Vanir. She intends to take you and Hela along with her. Yeah, I already know, Raph. Hela probably won't be interested in going, she'd rather stay behind and challenge the guards to fights. But I want to visit other worlds, so I'll be tagging along. What were you saying about the trip? Well, not exactly about the trip itself, Master. Since you'll be going to Vanaheim, this is the perfect opportunity to ask your mother about the Vanir, and, more importantly, about magic. This will serve as a seamless excuse for your sudden passion for magic. Once you start, why stop? Just let your curiosity lead you to the Royal Library of Asgard. As the Crown Prince, hardly anything will be kept from you, giving you the perfect chance to study and master Asgardian magic. And once I have access to all that knowledge, I can optimize this magic system to its fullest potential. Also, I'd recommend learning about runes from your father. That will bring us one step closer to your plans. So from now on, act like a curious genius, Master. A solid plan, my dear Raph. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. Just leave it to me, and I'll convince Mom. Okay Master, wish you all the best. Since I was born naturally to my parents and didn't just replace an original character, I genuinely see them as my family. Even considering my past life, my parents are thousands of years old, so calling them Mom and Dad doesn't feel strange at all. Hela, you should study whatever Mom teaches us carefully. How can you be so stupid? You don't even know half the words I used earlier. Let's go to Mom, my dear sister, you need to learn more, I said with a very kind smile. Humph. I'm not stupid, you are. You just made those words up. Huh, so the little goddess of death has Tsundra potential. Interesting. Still, despite her protests, I dragged her along as we went to visit our mother. I had already informed a servant to let her know we were coming. Honestly, this palace is way too big, I've gotten lost more times than I can count. Raphael probably has an exact number, but I'm not about to ask her. Mom. When are we going to Vanaheim? I asked excitedly. Oh. Is my little Magnar interested in traveling with Mommy? My mother, the Queen of Asgard, Frigga, asked with a warm smile, ruffling my hair. Meanwhile, Hela continued to protest about not wanting to go before running off to watch the fights in the royal training grounds. That battle junkie. Mom, what's the difference between the Vanir and the Aesir? I asked curiously, resting my head on her lap as she gently caressed my hair. The Aesir are warrior gods, while the Vanir are the wise gods of the old. The Vanir specialize in magic, using it not only for combat but also for many other aspects of life. Unlike the Aesir, we are much more connected to nature and prefer peace over war. This difference was one of the reasons why the Vanir made peace with the Aesir through my marriage to your father. And you, my dear son, along with your sister, are the greatest symbols of unity between our two peoples, she explained softly. What is magic, Mom? Do you know how to use it? I asked with genuine curiosity. This would be my first real introduction to magic, and with Raphael at my side, I already knew it would be one of my greatest strengths in the future. Magic. She paused for a moment before smiling. Magic is the ability to harness mystical energies and turn your wishes into reality. And yes, my dear, I am one of the strongest magic users in all the realms. I nodded, but to be honest, this was all common knowledge. I needed deeper insights. Mom, teach me magic, I said with conviction. With Hela already setting the precedent as a battle junkie, I could take the opposite path and become addicted to magic. Once I gained access to the royal libraries, I'd emerge as one of Asgard's most powerful figures in no time. My mother looked at me warmly, then nodded. Of course, my dear. Then let's start with the basics. She turned serious, and I could tell, my lessons were about to begin. Chapter 9, 9, Vanaheim and her. Son, your talent in magic is the greatest I have ever seen. Even the basic spells you've learned have already surpassed my own capabilities. If you keep learning, you'll soon be far stronger than I am, my mother said happily, patting my head. She seemed really excited about my talent in magic. And truth be told, I was taught 5 basic spells by my mom, 3 illusions, 1 fireball, and 1 thunder spell for attacking. Just after understanding how mystical energies worked, Raphael went into full motion, utilizing it like crazy. Master, complete analysis of mystical energy has been finalized. Proper optimization has been done, and the efficiency of mystical energy control has increased by 300%. So it's finally done. Good. Now start researching the conversion of common energy into mystical energy. Then, we can look into Asgard's technology later and create magi technology. Also, something new just popped into my mind. What if we create a new form of energy and base Asgard's tech entirely on it? That way, no one can copy our technology. Yes, Master. Starting research on conversion of common energy into mystical energy, studying both energies in more detail, attempting the formation of a new form of energy. Proceeding with micro-hit and trial simulations. Remaining time cannot be calculated since this may or may not achieve results. And Master, although this method ensures that our tech cannot be easily copied, it also creates a risk. If we lose the energy source, all of our technology becomes redundant. We need to ensure that does not happen. Yeah, you're right, Raph. We also have to ensure that no one else can steal the energy sources from us. Yes, Master. Do you want to start anything else? Nope, not now. We're going to Vanaheim tomorrow. How do you think that world would be? I've heard that compared to Asgard's grandeur, Vanaheim is much more nature-oriented. Is it because they're broke? Could be, Master. They did lose the war to the Aesir, after all. Well, let's not badmouth them. After all, I'm also half Vanir, and I absolutely love my mother. Yes, Master. Good night. Rest for now, since you have to leave early tomorrow. Yeah. Not like I need to sleep anymore, but whatever you say, Raph. And I went to sleep. You know what's the best part about long-lived species? For someone lazy like me, it's a dream. If you say, I'll do something later, you can actually do it later. Because for them, later, can mean decades. There's no rush at all. I'm not saying this is a good thing. From a civilization's point of view, it's stagnation. But from an individual's perspective, they live much better lives than humans. Though, maybe this slow growth rate is why elves as a race often end up as slaves to humans. Could that happen to us as guardians too? Anyway, let's not think about that. Actually, we have elves here too. I really want to go to Alfheim. I wonder how the light elves look. Maybe I should take some of them as my maids. After all, I am the crown prince of Asgard. Wait, have we conquered Alfheim yet? I really need to start reading current affairs. Master, just stop overthinking and go to sleep. Sorry about that, Raph. Just put me in sleep mode. Thanks. And I had a good sleep. Now, time to go to Vanaheim, the world ruled by my maternal uncle. Mom, how are we going to Vanaheim? I asked curiously. Maybe we would go through the Bifrost or a spaceship. It would be my first time in either. We will take the Bifrost, dear. This will be your first time using it, so hold my hand tightly, okay? My mother said, smiling sweetly. Her smile made my impression of the Vanir rise another notch. But what really excited me was the Bifrost itself. This divine piece of magic, technology, allowed travel at speeds beyond light. Both a weapon and a transport, it was the ultimate tool of Asgard. It could be said that half of Asgard's conquests were thanks to the Bifrost. Capable of ultra-long distance attacks and deployments, the Bifrost was something unique to Asgard. If Raphael could perfect it further, it could become a true planetary annihilation weapon, able to strike and instantly take out any planet in the universe with ease. Yes, Mom. How long will it take to reach Vanaheim using the Bifrost? I asked curiously. A few seconds, I guess. No one ever measured it since it's so quick. Mom said thoughtfully. Raph, measure it when we travel. On it, Master. Soon, we reached the end of the Rainbow Bridge, preparing to leave with the Bifrost. Even Father had made time to see us off. Take care. And remember, you are the Queen of Asgard, not just Njord's sister. You must maintain Asgard's majesty. And you too, Magnar, Father said solemnly, as always. Mom simply nodded seriously, and I followed her. Heimdall, open the Bifrost. Yep, Heimdall was still the gatekeeper, and, wow, dude's over a millennia old. I always thought he was Thor's age, but nope. Heimdall placed his sword, the key to the Bifrost, into the lock, activating it. As the Bifrost shot out like a ray of light into the universe, my mother held my hand as we were sucked into it. How do I describe this feeling? Not great. It felt like riding a bus on a really bumpy road at over 100 kilometers per hour. I almost puked, but Raph stepped in, stabilizing me in milliseconds. We arrived in Vanaheim in exactly 7 seconds, according to Raphael. The first thing I saw. A castle. A castle that was partially in ruins. Compared to Asgard, well, let's not compare. I don't want to complain about the Vanir. They're good people. We entered the castle, where we were greeted by an old-looking guy whose beard was covered in barnacles. He also had a slightly fishy smell and, well, not the best looks. This was Njord, king of the Vanir. And no, I refuse to accept that this guy is my mom's brother. Just look at him. And then look at Mom. Nope. Impossible. He greeted Mom and even hugged her lightly. I turned my attention to the other people in the room. And then, I saw her. The most beautiful girl I had ever seen. It was as if my entire purpose of birth was for this moment. I had seen goddesses back on Asgard, but this girl, who was maybe just a little older than me, was the cutest and most beautiful being in existence. Raph, what the hell is happening? I am not a pedophile. Why can't I take my eyes off her? Master. It's the passive effects of divinity. Most probable guess. The divinity of love. But it shouldn't be this severe. Maybe, you have developed a crush. The hell you talking about? She's 8 or something. Master, in case you forgot, you're 5. I'm over 25. Only in soul. Now stop acting weird and introduce yourself. I activated thought acceleration to prevent you from embarrassing yourself. Alright, thanks, Raph. I approached the girl. Hello there. I am Magnar Odinson, the eldest prince of Asgard. What's your name, beautiful? You're hopeless. You were supposed to greet your uncle first. And why are you flirting? It's her damned divinity. She blushed. Hello, I am Freya, Princess of Vanaheim. Even her name was beautiful, and that blush. Sigh, I guess I'm doomed. Chapter 10, Schemes. Ha. You must be my nephew, Magnar. I've heard a lot about you, my uncle, Njord said, patting my back. It seemed he didn't mind me flirting with his daughter, or rather, he ignored it. But considering her divinity, it might just be a common occurrence for her. However, there was a strange glint in my uncle's eyes. I could instinctively tell he was scheming something, though I couldn't guess what. Maybe I was overthinking, but a scheming uncle in the family never sounds good. Better to play it safe. So, even if I couldn't tell what he was plotting, I knew someone who could. Raph, do some predictions here. He is indeed scheming something, but I guess his scheme will make you very happy. Make me happy? How? He very well might just wish to make his daughter your fiancée. What? Are you serious, Raph? Indeed. You should thank your father, I guess. All that warfare has scared even the allies, and what better way to strengthen the alliance than to marry off the princess to you, the heir? Since there's already the precedent of your father and mother's marriage, this would be very beneficial for the Vanir. Your uncle is playing the long game. I looked at Freya again and swallowed hard, thought acceleration kicking in on its own. Alright, but isn't she too young to be engaged? Then there's also the fact that we are practically cousins, isn't that bad for genetics? You are not human anymore, Master. And do you really find it strange? Zeus married his own sister, Hera. That's Zeus we're talking about. We don't take him as an example in such cases. I could marry Hela and still be better than Zeus, he didn't even leave a duck. If there's a hole, there's a possibility of Zeus fucking it. And it's not even decided yet. Why are you so certain that I would be marrying my cousin? Really, Master? You're doubting my abilities now? You can rest assured that the talks will begin before the end of this very visit. Even your mom will support it, and your father will simply agree. If it were about marrying off Hela, he would definitely not agree, but you being male comes with some benefits. Damn. I thought being a god and a prince would have some perks, but heck, getting engaged to my first crush this quickly still amazes me. Heh, so you admit you have a crush on her, right? My, didn't think you'd be so beastly, Master. I misspoke, no, misthought, no, I definitely don't have a crush on her. I would be accepting this only for the betterment of the Vanir and Aesir. My intentions are pure. It is all for Asgard. Someone has to take the hit, right? I mean, at least put some effort into your excuses. What the hell was that? Not even a child would believe it. Enough. I, the crown prince of Asgard, the god of life, wisdom, and creation, don't need to make excuses. Just admit you're in the wrong. Anyway, it's not that bad, she's technically older than you. Yeah, you're right, Raphael, but I still think her divinity is at fault. Heh, got you, ha 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 ha. Ugh. Raphael. Quit it, pedophile master. Just be quiet, go make some Zanpakuto or something for me. Heh, although I know you're just sending me away with that task, since I care for you so much, Master, I've already started researching Zanpakuto creation. I've also begun research on combining divine weapons and Zanpakuto, granting them a special ability and attaching them to the soul. When you obtain a divine weapon of your own in the future, we can bind it to your soul. I'm not in the mood, but yeah, that was neat, Raph. Alright, time to focus. Now, where were we? Your uncle just started talking to you. Right. There. Hello, King Jord. I am Magnar Odinson, Crown Prince of Asgard, I said formally. Now, don't be so stiff. We're family. Just call me uncle and consider this your home, he said cheerily. Then, pointing toward Freya and his son, he added, this is my daughter, Freya, and this is my son, Fry. Ha! There was another guy here. I hadn't noticed him at all. Yeah, strange, right? Freya, this is Magnar's first time here. Go and show him around, my uncle said, patting Freya's back. It seemed he had already started matchmaking. Raphael was right again. And my mom, as if sensing the cue, chimed in, indeed. Go and enjoy, Magnar. This is your first time leaving Asgard. And Freya, dear, thank you for showing Magnar around. Yeah. Real subtle there, Mom. Under Freya's lead, I left the hall. Soon, we came to an open area in the castle, with vines clinging to the walls and a mystical, natural feel. So, have you ever been outside Vanaheim? I asked, awkwardly trying to start a conversation. Good one, Master. Do I need to guide you on how to pick up girls now too? Can't say it doesn't hurt my feelings, but anything for you, master. Be quiet, Raph. I'm already nervous enough. And no, I'm not picking up girls. I don't need your guide. As for your feelings, you know I love you, so just let me handle this. Oh. Master loves me. I'm so happy, but Master then immediately starts picking up another girl after saying that to me. How cruel. Ha, start another project, Raph. Again inspired by the Zanpakuto, a spiritual world inside me, where I can meet you in a spiritual body, just like a Shinigami meets their Zanpakuto spirit. Do it now, and put all your energy into it. Okay, Master. As you order, hee, how should I design my looks? We'll be able to meet face to face. Surprise me, Raph. No, I have never left Vanaheim. This is also your first time leaving Asgard, right? So how is Asgard? Tell me about it, she said, continuing the conversation. I think she guessed what her father wants, so she won't reject your advances. She's quite smart. Raph, I thought you were creating a spiritual body with all your concentration. Sorry, Master. On it. Chapter 11, Engagement. Well, Asgard is quite different from Vanaheim, to say the least. Unlike here, where everything is attuned to nature, giving off a mystical and ancient vibe, Asgard is full of massive golden castles and towering spires radiating majesty. It has a royal and splendorous atmosphere. So, while both places are as different as they can be, they each have their own beauty. Vanaheim is peaceful, while Asgard is magnificent. Good one, Master. Nice way to say that Vanaheim is just a glorified jungle full of barbarians. She'll never suspect a thing. Look, she even looks impressed. Wow, Asgard sounds amazing. I would love to visit someday. Are there really castles made of gold? She asked, half curious, half in awe. And so, we talked. Before we realized it, 3 hours had passed. The conversation flowed so naturally that we completely lost track of time. By now, I was already her only friend here. Just like me, she had no friends. Makes sense, considering she's also a princess. And as we grew closer, we were happy. But there was someone even happier, my uncle. When we returned to the castle and met him again, he was practically beaming. Ha! So, you're already friends? You both look great together. It's almost as if you were made for each other. King Jord laughed. Then, turning toward my mother, he added, Frigga, my sister, how about we engage Freya and Magnar? This would deepen the alliance between Vanaheim and Asgard, and they already get along so well that it would be a crime to separate them. I mean, they're each other's only friends. Uncle, what the fuck? Freya and I have known each other for only a few hours. And what do you mean by each other's only friends? I had no friends literally this morning, and now, just as I make one, you're already planning to make her my fiancée. And aren't you moving way too fast? I knew you'd try this, but I expected you to wait a few years, not propose an engagement on the same day. Well, it's just an engagement, so it's not that strange. Even your brother Thor was engaged to Lady Sif when they were just children, and they weren't married even when he was, like, 1,500 years old. So, engagement is basically just pre-booking, and you're not forced to marry quickly. You can delay it as much as you want. Besides, there isn't even a strict monogamy system here, so you don't really lose anything. If you put it that way, it makes sense. But what about Freya's wishes? Analyzing her reactions and observations, it can be concluded that although she's a bit startled by the sudden engagement, she's not entirely against it. She was even somewhat expecting it. Her father might have instructed her beforehand. Maybe she was ordered to get close to you before you even arrived. It's unsettling that someone else is orchestrating my relationships, but let's be honest, my riz isn't good enough to bag someone as beautiful as Freya on my own. Past me had zero chance. Current me? I have everything needed, just that past me is still holding me back. Maybe I should train my charisma. Then again, with my looks, all I really need to do is embrace my prince role and keep getting stronger. Yes, master. The so-called riz you're talking about, the ability to attract the opposite gender, you already have plenty of it. I mean, you're the crown prince. Every little girl back in Asgard probably dreams of marrying you. Not that I enjoy being an idol for little girls, but it's a nice feeling. Actually, I like it. Looks like I, too, care about keeping a good image. The universe should at least know me as some untouchable badass they wouldn't dare mess with. Everyone has their own desires, master. But if you crave popularity, it's not a bad thing. Since you wish to be loved and revered, you'll naturally maintain the image of someone benevolent. And your divinities align with that goal. Who wouldn't adore the god of life, wisdom, and creation? Everyone will instinctively see you as a good guy. That's a plus, right? Anyway, about this engagement, what do you think I should do? Just agree. Why make a little girl sad? You don't want to see Freya upset, right? And let's be honest, you can't deny that you want to establish a relationship with her in the future. Yeah, you're right, Raph. Agreeing is the best course of action. Well, we'll have to talk about it with Magnar's father first, won't we? My mother smiled, this time even more radiant. As for Magnar, I think he should have no objections to this arrangement, right, dear? Mind you all, I'm doing this for my mother. The only reason I'm accepting is to keep her smiling. Yes, Mom. I don't have any problem with it, I replied, and my mother's face lit up even more. Heh, look at you, master, engaged to an 8-year-old. If this ain't pedophilia, I don't know what is. Ha 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 ha. What the fuck, Raph, you literally just told me to agree. No, I just said you wouldn't want to make her sad, right? You could have rejected it and said you'd consider it after turning 18. She wouldn't have been sad then. Ugh, why didn't I think of that? Shit, what do I do now? Heh, I'm just kidding, master. No need to get so tense. Don't do that anymore. I sighed. Aw, but it's so fun, master. I'll just ignore Raph for now. The moment I agreed, the entirety of Vanaheim buzzed into action. 3 days have passed since then, and I've spent a lot more time with Freya. Turns out, she was just as nervous as I was. She was even scared when her father told her to get close to the Prince of Asgard. No, she didn't say all that directly. Raphael pieced it together from the small things she unconsciously revealed during our conversations. And honestly, she's innocent. I even had Raphael do a detailed scan over these past few days, and not gonna lie, she would be a great partner in the future. She's the goddess of love, beauty, magic, war, even sex. Basically, the perfect match. Of course, you need the skills to be with her. Can't be like Hephaestus, getting cucked for life. Considering her domains are similar to Aphrodite's, I already know what kind of problems could arise. But I have confidence in myself, to turn her love into eternal love for me, to turn her sex into an addiction to me. Besides, knowing my hypocritical nature, anyone who tries to get close to Freya will have their entire race wiped out. Sounds extreme. Maybe. But yeah, I'd still do it. Call me possessive, insecure, or whatever, I don't care. If anyone tries anything funny, they're getting annihilated. Now, master, you don't have to worry about something so trivial. I'll make sure to destroy everyone who even dares to think of harming you, master. Always a pleasure to have you with me, Raph. Chapter 12, 12 Engaged. Son, this engagement will strengthen the alliance between the Vanir and Aesir and give you more control over the Vanir when you become king later. You are too young to understand it now, but remember one thing in your heart, and never say it to anyone, not even your mother. Remember that you are the Prince of Asgard, the scion of the Aesir. You can have as many women as you want, but they must all belong to you, not the other way around. Never let your decisions be clouded by the allure of women. Always act in the interest of Asgard and the pride of the Aesir. A true king listens to his mind first, and only follows the heart when they are certain the consequences are not worth noting. Now, when you have a father-son talk before your engagement, you expect your dad to give you some heartfelt advice. Well, he did give me advice, but it was unorthodox, to say the least. I mean, he's basically telling his 5-year-old son to see women as tools rather than completely indulging in them. Not that I'm surprised, this is the same man who used his own daughter as a tool in conquest. But damn, he is really direct about it. Though, I can sense it, and Raphael confirms it too, Dad treats me and Hela differently. At first, I was curious about it, but the conclusion became obvious: the man is just somewhat misogynistic. Yes, father, I will try to do as you say. I nodded. He isn't entirely wrong, just a bit too extreme. A king should indeed be rational and not act like a simp. That has never ended well in any story. It depends on your strength, master. The stronger you are, the more leeway you get. If you're the strongest, it doesn't actually matter how you act. Besides, I will always be there to help you out of schemes. So just act however you want, master, and let me handle the consequences. Ah. Raphael. Yes, son, I will officially confirm Njord's daughter, Freya, as your fiancée. She will not come to live in Asgard just yet, but you may visit Vanaheim whenever you wish, or she may visit Asgard. I will order Heimdall to use the Bifrost for your travels, my father said. Having a god king as a father is really something. I can just casually travel between worlds using one of the greatest technologies in the universe, for personal reasons. I don't know if the Bifrost costs anything to use, but it can't be free. Getting to use it just because my fiancé or I miss each other is absolutely wild. Oh, and we also received an intergalactic connector, basically a space phone that works across realms. Yeah, Asgard had that tech, but they were never shown using it in the movies. Probably because Thor spent most of his screen time fighting. Either that, or he just didn't carry it on him. And considering Heimdall can see almost everything, there wasn't much point in calling home. After our little father-son talk, we headed to Mother and Hela. The announcements were about to be made, and that meant one thing: celebrations. The Aesir might be warriors, but if they do anything better than fighting, it's throwing a banquet. With how great this new life of mine is, my old life as an ordinary human may just remain a dark history I don't want to remember. But I'm definitely not satisfied with just letting things be. When Ragnarok comes, Asgard is going to be thoroughly fucked. Even if I survive, I don't want to go from God King of Asgard to Village Chief of New Asgard. Considering your lifespan, you may very well forget about your life on Earth. After all, you were a human for only 30 years. 3,000 years from now, it'll be surprising if you even think about it. Well, considering your divinity of wisdom, you won't forget it, but you'll definitely ignore it. And greed is good, master. Ambition is necessary. Changing the fate of Ragnarok is easy for us. This is just the MCU. Fate isn't omnipotent here. Surtur is strong, but if you far surpass him in strength, he won't be able to do anything. The Viltrumite gene project is already under research. Once completed, you can boost the strength of all Asgardians. An army of 10,000 Viltrumites, armed with the strongest tech and magic, would be enough to scare off any enemy. Even Thanos would be nothing more than a roadside thug. You speak wise words, Raph. I'm leaving it to you to make me the strongest then. Of course, Master. Brother, are you getting married? Are you going to live in the jungle now? Hela asked. Hela. I am not a woman. I will live in Asgard. Freya will come live with us later. And what do you mean, jungle? Vanaheim is just, more attuned to nature. Hela, I also think the same, but you are not supposed to say that shit out loud, especially when we are here in Vanaheim. Anyway, the engagement was announced, and the parties began. But there was a problem: Aesir parties are drowned in ale. And even though I was the prince and the man of the engagement, they didn't let 5-year-olds drink. So, I just had to sit and watch while everyone drank themselves stupid. At least Hela and Freya were in the same condition as me. Oh, and Fry too. Man just exists in the background. Congratulations on your engagement, Your Highness, came about the 1000th wish of the day. I turned to see who it was, Heimdall. And unlike the movies, this guy had the palest skin I had ever seen. Which bothered me a little. This world was supposed to be the same as the movies, but there were some differences. What's next? Mutants? Anyway, I thanked Heimdall, my future personal driver. Then, just as I was about to die of boredom, salvation arrived. Magnar, you seem really bored, do you want to come with me to the library? You were talking about Vanir magic earlier. You can check out some books if you want. My savior and fiancée, Freya, had thrown me a lifeline, just engaged and she already understands me so well. Simp. I ignored Rapha's jab and followed Freya, and I dragged Hela along too, before she got too excited and joined a drunken brawl. Magic was a far better way to pass time than watching some drunk guys embarrass themselves. I would join them when I can drink myself. And with Raphael, learning spells had become one of my favorite hobbies. Stacking more magic can never go wrong, and Raphael was also working on creating new magic spells. But I had an idea, one that could revolutionize Asgard. A new magic system, relying on magic circles and calculations. With Raphael, I could use it to a cheat level, and magic circles were more straightforward, making it more systematic and easy to teach. I envisioned 3 core magic routes for Asgard. The existing Aesir and Vanir magic. The magic circle system which I, Raphael, would create. Rune enchantments, simplified and integrated into Asgardian society. I have a dream: I wanted runes to become so common that even Asgard's toilets would have cleaning runes embedded in them. Chapter 13, Library. The Royal Library of Vanaheim was unexpected. Given the Vanir's love for nature, I half expected something more mystical, maybe massive trees with glowing runes for bookshelves or floating tomes orbiting like enchanted fireflies. Something elf-like from the stories. Instead, it was just an ordinary, extraordinary library. Towering bookshelves stretched toward the high ceiling, filled with ancient books that exuded the scent of parchment and faint floral aromas. A subtle layer of magic thrummed in the air, probably protective spells or wards against idiots who might accidentally set fire to millennia of knowledge. The Vanir didn't mess around when it came to magic. But their weakness was just as obvious. They were as advanced as medieval Earth. They only had magic. I walked in, running my fingers along the spines of books as I took in my surroundings. I grabbed one and started reading. By reading, I mean scrolling through the pages while Raphael dumped every bit of information straight into my brain. The more I read, the more I realized. Vanir magic is mostly illusions and elemental control, while Aesir magic leans toward enhancements and enchantments. Considering how much the Aesir love to brawl, that makes perfect sense. But even though both systems are extensive and impressive, they still fall short compared to Camartage magic, which focuses heavily on space-time and soul-based techniques. That is to be expected, Master. The greatest difference between an Aesir mage and a Camartage sorcerer lies in how they access magic. Aesir and Vanir build up their own energy and learn spells to wield it, whereas Camartage sorcerers borrow power from external sources. At first glance, this makes their magic extremely potent, but it comes with a price. Aesir and Vanir magic, however, is entirely their own, with no hidden costs. Now that you mention it, that makes sense. Even Doctor Strange had to pay for his magic with a perforated stomach. And I'm pretty sure all Camartage sorcerers pay with their souls once they die. Aesir and Vanir magic is much safer in that regard. Still, could we replicate Camartage magic using our own systems? Most of it can be copied, Master. However, there are complications with spells that specifically draw energy from dimensional entities like Sidorak or the Vishanti. We can mimic the form, but our energy source would be different, making the spell weaker or functionally distinct. I see. So energy is the limiting factor. Well, once we create quantum energy breeders and figure out how to convert normal energy into mystical energy, that won't be an issue. It might not be the same, but we could cook up something just as potent. Speaking of dimensions, could we just create our own? If I had a personal dimension filled with my energy, I could act as a cosmic entity and provide free power to the Asur. Creating a stable dimension is about as difficult as developing a quantum energy breeder, but if we obtain the space stone, it will become significantly easier. But I can use trial and error method with the divinity of creation until then. So I just have to wait until Dad paves the way for me to collect all the infinity stones except the soul stone. Then, you can study them in detail. Maybe I should give him a little push, or, let's just let it be, try with creation divinity until then, if we are successful before, good. Otherwise, we will have the infinity stone eventually anyway, no rush. Just as I was deep in thought, a familiar voice pulled me back. So, Magner, why do you like magic so much? Don't you think all this reading is boring? Freya's voice was soft, but there was an undertone of uncertainty. She hesitated before adding, I love reading magic books, but Fry and almost everyone else our age hate it. Her voice trailed off, fingers tracing the edge of her book, one hand absent-mindedly twirling a strand of her golden hair. There was a dim look in her eyes, like she felt left out. She's just like Hermione, but cuter. Fanboy. Why wouldn't I like magic? It's fascinating, I said, leaning back. And as for the others, maybe they're just too stupid to appreciate it. Even Hela is the same. But don't mind them. If anything, this just means you and I have something in common. Freya blinked, then smiled softly. Yeah. I suppose we do. She absently ran her fingers over a glowing rune. Still, I can't help but wonder. You're so talented that just by growing up, you'll become one of the strong ones. And your father is Odin himself. Isn't that enough? I crossed my arms. Enough? Freya, have you ever heard of a prince who was satisfied with just being strong enough? No kingdom ever flourished because its ruler thought, I'm good enough. Besides, my dad is Odin, sure, but one day I'll have to stand on my own. I don't plan on living in his shadow forever. I want people to know Odin as Magnar's father, not the other way around. Freya seemed taken aback. Then, slowly, she nodded. I see. You don't just want to be strong, you want to be the strongest. Heh. You really do sound like a main character sometimes, Master. Shut up, Raph. You're blushing, Master. Freya giggled. Wait, did I say that out loud? Before I could clarify, a loud thud interrupted us. Ugh, this is unbearable. Hela stormed into the library like a one-woman army, arms crossed and exasperated. How long are you two going to sit here staring at books? Do you even realize how much fun you're missing out on? I sighed. What fun are you talking about? You find that drunken nonsense fun? Hela grinned. Of course not. Those warriors are way too scared to fight me when they're sober. Drunk? I get to beat them up. She cracked her knuckles, glancing between me and Freya. So? You done being nerds yet? Freya huffed. Just because you don't like reading doesn't mean it's boring. Magic is just as important as fighting. Hela rolled her eyes. Magic is just an accessory to real strength. A sword in your hand is worth more than 100 spells in your head. In battle, you don't have time to chant fancy words. I smirked. Says the one who almost got blasted by a simple wind spell the last time she challenged me. Hela's expression soured. That doesn't count. I wasn't expecting you bastard to actually use magic. It was a cheap shot. Language, Hella. I retorted. Humph, Hella snorted. Freya giggled. So magic is only cheap when it works against you? Hella crossed her arms. Whatever. Are you two coming or not? I found a few warriors still standing, and I need someone to spar with. Preferably someone who doesn't crumble after 2 punches. I shook my head. I'll pass. Unlike you, I actually enjoy books. And no, Hella, punching me won't change my mind. Hella groaned dramatically. Freya. Please tell me you're not going to sit here all night reading with my boring brother. Freya hesitated, glancing between her book and Hella. Well. I smirked. Go ahead if you want. But don't come crying to me when Hella drags you into an all-out brawl. Freya's eyes widened. She wouldn't do that, would she? I just smiled knowingly. Hella had the audacity to look innocent. Me? Drag people into fights? I would never. Freya sighed. Fine. I'll come. But only for a little while. Hella smirked. That's the spirit. Let's go. Before leaving, she grabbed Freya's wrist and yanked her out of her chair. Freya let out a startled yelp, barely managing to close her book before she was dragged out like a hostage. I leaned back, watching them go. You sure you don't want to join them, Master? Tempting, but no. You take over and read as many books as you can before they come back. We're cleaning this entire library tonight. Your wish is my command, Master. And everything went dark as Raph took control. Chapter 14, 14 Magic System. Son, I know you love magic, but staying cooped up in the library all the time isn't good. And what are these diagrams? My mother, Frigga, asked in a concerned voice. We returned to Asgard a few days after my engagement. Then, a couple of years flew by. By the way, I'm 15 now. Yeah, a time skip took place, being a child was getting quite annoying. The diagrams my mom was talking about. Magic circles. I had already established the formulas and set everything up. Asgard was about to witness its newest form of magic. And although Raphael could probably explain it better, I'm the one talking today. Using magic circles and formulas to cast spells is much simpler than the traditional system we have here. Unlike our current magic, which relies heavily on talent, imagination, and belief, magic circles function more like a math equation: apply the formula, adjust the ratios, and boom, magic happens. With this new system, everyone in Asgard could wield magic. And when I say everyone, I mean it. It's that simple. Or maybe not. It's still math, after all. Some people are good at it. Some people suck. But at its core, it's a logical form of magic: add this, mix that, and watch shit explode. Now, you might be wondering, what's in it for me? Well, let me tell you, the benefits are fucking insane. First off, I get to go down in history as the genius who created an entire fucking magic system at 15. And since this system benefits everyone in Asgard, my name's only going to get bigger. Second, even the mightiest supercomputers are like toys in front of Raphael. And since this is just basic math, let's just say, I'm going to be pulling off some crazy shit soon. I could tell you about it now, but let's wait. I'll use this magic when I go to war anyway. Oh yeah, about wars, those have been going on this whole time. When I turned 12, my father started teaching me warfare, how to lead an army, how to conquer, you know, the usual God-King parenting. Ha! Of course, you wouldn't know, peasants. This, mother, is my greatest invention yet. You came at the right time, I was just about to show it to father. Come join me. This is gonna be great. I grinned, practically vibrating with excitement. Oh, and I had built quite the reputation creating things, be it some magic spells or some gadgets, I was seen as a genius inventor. After all, for this new magic system, even though Raphael did most of the number crunching, I was the one who came up with the entire concept. Well, okay, my mother sighed. Let's go, son. But still, stop locking yourself in the library all the time. Even your father is worried about you skipping training sessions. He won't be worried after seeing this. Now, let's hurry up, I said, only half listening. I mean, come on. That's like a mom telling her son in college to eat healthily. Sure, he'll nod and agree, but we all know he's ignoring it. We reached my father's chambers soon after. He was busy analyzing a hologram, but when he noticed us, he gave a brief nod, signaling us to speak. Father, I have something to show you, I announced, unable to keep the excitement from my voice. This might just be my greatest invention yet. I've developed a new magic system, one different from our traditional methods. With this, every Asgardian will be able to wield magic, further strengthening our forces. Of course, I doubt anyone could reach my level, but this system will still massively boost their abilities. And, more importantly, it can play a vital role in the ongoing war. A new magic system? Odin mused. Is it like my runes? Magic that potent cannot be made accessible to commoners. Of course, that was his first concern. Not the potential, not the innovation, no, the very first thing on his mind was how it might affect his reign. Classic Odin. Don't worry, father, I reassured him. I won't deny that the upper limits of this magic system can rival the runes, but so can any magic, it depends on the wielder. This system simply has a much lower starting point. So low that even people with no talent at all can learn basic spells. The risk to our control over Asgard is negligible, if not non-existent. I let that sink in before smirking. Now, let me demonstrate. I flicked my wrist, summoning a few simple spells. Just the basics, floating orbs of light, a controlled burst of wind, a flickering flame. Nothing crazy. This is the most basic level of this magic system, I explained. For advanced spells, we'll need a bigger space. Luckily, I have just the spell for that. I raised my hand. Gate. A shimmering portal tore open before us. Unlike the golden-hued fiery portals of Kamartaj, this one was different, a cosmic blue with touches of violet, swirling like a rip in reality. It was rectangular instead of circular. Otherwise, it was the same. Odin's eyes narrowed, his gaze locked onto the portal. His expression remained unreadable, but I could tell he was intrigued. Slowly, he stepped forward, raising his hand toward the swirling energy. The moment his palm neared the surface, the portal rippled as if responding to his touch. Marvelous! He muttered, almost to himself. Then, his gaze flicked to me. This magic, it can be used to deploy troops in secret, bypassing enemy defenses. We could appear within their strongholds and destroy them from within. Ah, there it was. The warlord in him was already thinking about military applications. Good. That meant I had his interest. Come, father, I said, stepping through. This leads to the Ymir Mountains, far from the capital. I'll demonstrate the true potential of this magic system there. He hesitated for only a moment before following me through. We emerged onto a vast, empty plateau-like mountaintop, surrounded by towering peaks. Over 2,000 kilometers away from the capital, more than enough distance for what I was about to do. I turned to face the mountains and lifted my hand. 3 magic circles formed, stacking atop one another, glowing with raw power. Incineration ray. A blinding column of light shot forward. The temperature? Over 10,000 degrees. The impact? Mountains crumbled. Rock turned to molten slag. Entire peaks disintegrated, leaving a smoldering crater in their place. The spell obliterated everything in its path. I lowered my hand, watching the dust settle. And that, father, is what this magic system is capable of, if mastered properly. Odin stood in silence for several moments, his eyes locked on the destruction before him. His grip on his spear tightened slightly, but his expression remained composed. That was quite the spectacle, Master. Thanks, Raph. Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 15, 15 Project Godforce. This spell is strong, too strong to be in the hands of commoners, my father said thoughtfully, his gaze lingering on the aftermath. Although compared to my strength, this is nothing, but too many people casting such magic would surely cause widespread destruction. He fell silent for a moment, then added. But for you to create a magic system this powerful on your own, that is impressive. There was a trace of pride in his voice. On our next conquest, you will be the general of the army. I expect great things from you, my heir. A smirk tugged at my lips. Yes, father, I will definitely bring glory to Asgard. Welp, dictatorship is great, I casually became the general of the army. Continuing, I explained, don't worry, father. Hardly anyone can reach this level. Even though this system allows everyone to use magic, talent is still necessary. It just relies on intelligence instead, a kind of talent that most lack. And then there's the issue of energy reserves. They simply don't have enough magic power to unleash anything like this. I let the words settle before finishing, so, in that sense, it's safe to distribute among the populace. They won't be able to reach the level we could. And I would never reveal all of its secrets to them, just enough to make them strong, but still under our control. That made my father smile, even more than the magic itself. Ha 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 ha. Good, good. Now you are thinking like a prince, my son. His laughter carried satisfaction. We don't need an uncontrollably strong population. They should be powerful, but never beyond our grasp. Remember son, a kingdom without control is a kingdom lost. His expression shifted slightly. Just enough to put me on edge. But even if they master this magic system, he mused, they have no hope of threatening us. He raised his spear. A strange energy, unlike anything I had encountered before, surged from him. Then, without warning, a ray of light shot out. It was just a casual strike. I was sure of that. And yet. I turned toward the mountains. Or rather, where the mountains were supposed to be. That section of the mountain range was completely gone. Not shattered. Not obliterated. Simply erased. Raphael, did you catch that? What the fuck was that? Yes, master. I analyzed it. Based on your memories and cross-referencing all possible energy signatures. A brief pause. Then. That energy is, without a doubt, the Odin force. Its extreme potency explains everything. It is the reason Odin is feared across the universe. If fully unleashed, it possesses enough power to casually eradicate entire planets. The Odin force, huh? I muttered under my breath. I hadn't expected my father to use it. Something felt off. He wouldn't just randomly demonstrate his strongest power for no reason. This was a message. A warning. A way to remind me that I was not his opponent by any stretch of the imagination. You are correct, master. Your father likely suspected that with this new magic system, you might overestimate yourself and begin to challenge him. If that were to happen and you lost, as a monarch, he would have no choice but to either kill or seal you. But as a father, he does not want that. This was likely a preemptive display to curb any thoughts of rebellion before they could even form. I exhaled slowly, my fists clenching. Well, can't say I hate him for that. Because if I were in his position, I might have done the same, or worse. At the very least, he made an effort to guide me onto the best possible path. Unless I was an idiot who wanted to break apart my own family, challenging him now would be nothing short of foolish. And I am the very god of wisdom. Maybe, this was what Hela did in the original work. She is quite foolish even now. Then I quickly schooled my expression into one of awe and excitement. Wow! What was that? I exclaimed, eyes wide in admiration. Father, how did you do that? I can tell this was just a casual strike. How did you get so strong? Please train me too, Father. I want to become as powerful as you one day. Odin studied me for a moment. Then, he chuckled. Become as strong as me? He rested Gungnir against his shoulder. Ha! You have much to learn, son. But, you will start learning soon enough. Your training begins tomorrow. Perfect. That would also give me the chance to study his runes firsthand. But before that. Raphael, it's time to get to work. Yes, Master. What are your orders? You analyzed the Odin Force, right? Start a project dedicated to replicating it. Codename it, Project God Force. I want to create a divine force similar to Odin Force, something that manifests uniquely in each god. It will be our trump card, our ultimate symbol of divinity. Understood. Defining parameters. My own will be called Magnaforce. I'll also grant it to Hela, Helaforce. Mother will have Frigiforce, and Freya will have Freyaforce. The God Force should become the definitive distinction between gods and lesser beings. A force unique to each god. A brilliant concept, Master. Beginning full analysis on how to create a divine force within one's divinity. Good. Now, another thing, I want some adjustments to my previous order regarding the Viltrumite gene research. Instead of creating a separate Viltrumite gene and fusing it with Acer DNA, I want the Viltrumite's capabilities integrated directly into the Acer genes. That way, we enhance our race while keeping our bloodline pure. Understood, Master. The Viltrumite gene research is currently 31% complete. Adjusting the methodology to integrate their abilities directly into the Acer genome. Estimated completion time, 50 years. That works. Also, apply the same principle to the Royal Acer's genes. Try incorporating life divinity's power to induce natural evolution. If we can push both the Acer and Viltrumite genes to their peak potential, then evolve them even further, we might not even need enhancements in the future. Understood, Master. Implementing evolutionary parameters. Shall I prioritize any project? Yes. Project Godforce takes top priority, followed by the Royal Acer and Viltrumite gene integration. Those two will have the biggest impact on my power, so they need the most focus. Understood. Prioritizing Project Godforce. Master. Chapter 16, Training. Magnar Odinson, you have created a magic system capable of granting the power of magic to every single Asgardian, greatly boosting our strength, which is a great merit. For your contributions, I hereby announce you as the general of the armies for the upcoming war, and the Valkyries will become a personal force under your command. Rise, son. My father's voice boomed as he announced this while sitting on his throne. Magnar. 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 Yes, this was a court progression, much like the one in Thor 1, where Thor was about to be made king. Though there were fewer people here now, and it was a bit more lackluster compared to that. I had just explained and demonstrated my new magic system, and well, here we are, with the results. And can't say that I don't love this, cheering. I guess I do love being popular. As for the Valkyries, that came as a surprise. Father told me about the general position, but the Valkyries were probably a gift from him. I guess his current thoughts are complicated. He's cautious since I'm growing stronger, but he's also very proud, since I am his heir and all. Oh well, this scenario might just continue until he mellows out. I guess I can only prepare things but not distribute them amongst Asgardians until Father turns peaceful. Otherwise, the war may just keep on going, which is not ideal for me since it will lead to complete disruption of the plot. Raphael, what is the progress on the energy systems? Master, the current energy breeders can siphon energy from the quantum realm and are much superior compared to arc reactors, but they would get unstable as time passes and would break eventually. There is also the problem of them not being able to draw a massive amount of energy at once. It hasn't reached the level of a virtually infinite energy source yet, but I believe that it will be done soon enough. Well, thanks for your hard work. Do your best, Raph. I will, Master. Anyways, all the events eventually came to an end, and here I was, standing against my father in a training ground, with a spear in my hand. Come at me with all you've got, son, my father ordered, and I did just that. I charged with all my strength. For me, a spear was my favorite weapon. It could be used to smash like a staff, pierce like a lance, or cut like a blade, a multipurpose weapon featuring both finesse and proper utilization of strength. I swung my spear straight at his head, trying to deal a heavy blow, but my father simply put Gungnir in front at a 45-degree angle, and my fierce attack simply slid off it. A few more tries, all blocked with ease. You have a lot of strength, but strength, unless overwhelming, is useless without a certain level of skill to back it up, my father said, swinging his spear. When I first saw his raw destructive power, I thought he relied on sheer strength to crush his opponents. But no, his combat experience was just as good. But he was in for a surprise. Raph, copy his fighting style, send it straight to my memory, and condition my muscles accordingly. Then, after his entire fighting style is copied, start enhancing it, further perfecting and improving it. Yes, Master. On it. The spar continued as father swung his spear in a swift motion that almost felt like flowing, and I was casually disarmed. Yeah, his skills were legendary level. On second thought, tone down the integration. Just give me 10% of his skills by the end of today's training. If I reach his level in just one day, I might very well just end up being sealed, and my only consolation would be that someday, Hela would also join me. A good idea, Master. Adjusting levels, planning sequences, starting scanning, and don't worry Master, even if you do get sealed, I can push your divinity of wisdom to a top-tier level in a few centuries, letting you break free before Hela even gets sealed. Thanks Raph, but I would rather not get sealed. Recognizing my father's fighting skills, I knew that if I reached his level in one day of training, I was definitely going to be looked at like a monster. And disarming you is that simple. In a war, such a mistake can be fatal. Although your body is unnaturally strong, without a weapon, your chances of getting injured increase, and your attack power decreases. That can have a major impact in a fight, Odin said calmly, guiding me. Yes, father, I replied, picking my spear back up and pointing it toward him. It seems you need a new weapon. You favor a spear, like I do. We will go to Nidavellir soon and get you a new weapon, one that suits your growth, he said thoughtfully. Having a rich dad is awesome. I'll soon get my own divine class weapon. But it seems this won't be my final weapon. It'll be like Mjolnir, a weapon suited for growth but not an ultimate weapon. Since I am the god of creation, I think I will create my own weapon with Raphael's help. I don't think the dwarves can even hope to match a work made by the peak capabilities of the Wisdom King and the god of creation combined. Raph, start a project called Spear of God. We are going to make the most badass weapon there is, better than even weapons like the Necrosword. Yes, Master. Project Spear of God started. Beginning the process of creating blueprints for the best raw materials required for the spear's creation. Alright, now continue assessing father's fighting style. Also, search through fictional fighting styles from my memories and use them all to try and figure out a way to further improve his fighting style. Then slowly start incorporating it into me. I should feel like a once-in-a-millennium genius but not like some outright monster. Yes, Master. Preliminary scans of your father's fighting style are already done. Incorporating his fighting style up to 10%. Completed. And then came the memories of what felt like years of fighting. Now it was acting time for me. I guess if I want to reach your level, I will have to surpass my limits, father. Ha! I screamed and charged. Like some shonen protagonist, since my improvement in skill level just now was like one. Don't blame me, this was the best cover-up I could come up with. And yes, my father seemed to attribute my newfound skills to my determined charge and sheer willpower. The spar continued for a few more hours, marking the end of my first day of training with my father. Alright, done with scanning my father's skills, Raph. All done, master. Starting enhancements. Chapter 17, Valkyries. You can all stand, I ordered, my gaze sweeping over the Valkyries kneeling before me. Around 500 of them, now officially under my command. This was our first formal meeting. I'd seen them plenty of times in Asgard, but never like this, assembled, awaiting my orders. Oh, and they had cool Pegasus-like horses. That was a nice touch. Also, they were all stupidly beautiful. An all-blonde, elite warrior unit. Aesthetically pleasing? Absolutely. Strategically viable? Questionable. I had a feeling they'd mostly end up as an elite decoration squad, great for morale, flashy for big fights, but hardly the backbone of my forces. Obviously, that needed to change. My mind was already buzzing with ideas, enhancements, cutting-edge tech, specialized gear. Hell, even a new uniform to make them actually look like an unstoppable force instead of some glorified parade unit. And considering their ridiculous beauty, seriously, if they were on Earth, every single one of them could be a top Hollywood actress, they were perfect for aura farming. Father really did give me a great gift. Hundreds of beautiful, loyal warriors, what son wouldn't appreciate that? If he hadn't just been an asshole a few days ago, sending me a not-so-subtle warning about my place, I might have even considered nominating him for best dad ever. But anyway, jokes aside, my intentions were pure. I am not such a man. I am not such a man. I am a man with principles. I am a man with principles. Yes, keep repeating that, master, maybe someday you'll actually believe it. You hurt my feelings, Raph. Do you really think I'd sleep around with the Valkyries? The probability of that happening is 99.98%. Hey, I already have a fiancé. Why would you even think that? You know what, I think you've done too much math lately and gone crazy. Take a break, Raph. Suspend all projects for a few days and clear your mind. 'Cause you're talking bullshit. Humph. Now, don't be mad. Just enjoy the break. Okay, stop ignoring me. Hey. Turn the thinking acceleration on again. Ha. Women. I shifted my focus back to the assembled Valkyries. Time to get this over with. Although you all already know who I am, for formality's sake, I began, my voice carrying through the air, I am Magnar Odinson, Crown Prince of Asgard and your new leader. Since my father, God King Odin, has gifted you to me as my personal force, I will be assigning you into separate units. First, the leader of the Valkyries, step forward and give me a total head count. That, gifted to me part. Very intentional. Their previous master saw them as something he could just hand over like an object. Their new master, me, was treating them far better, despite them being nothing more than a gift. They needed to understand that, embrace it, and follow me wholeheartedly. Was I being a toxic, manipulative red flag gaslighter? Maybe. Okay, definitely. But did I regret it? Never. Because in real life, you're either the one playing the game, or the one getting played. And as the god of wisdom, being an idiot was not an option. A woman stepped forward, her posture rigid, her expression carefully neutral. Your Highness, she said, bowing. I am Brynhild, leader of the Valkyries. There are a total of 506 Valkyries, including myself. What are your orders, master? Her voice was stiff, emotionless. I didn't need to be a mind reader to know why. Being treated as a gift had messed with them. But, honestly, that worked in my favor. A group of broken, discarded warriors with no sense of belonging. Easy to mold into something new. Something better. At least this was better than the fate they would have met if they were sent to die sealing Hela. Yeah, now that I thought about it, Dad really was an insensitive asshole sometimes. The fact that he also possessed the divinity of wisdom just made me appreciate Raph even more. Flattery won't get you anywhere. Still mad? Humph. I sighed. Whatever. Alright, Brynhild, I said, eyeing her. From today onwards, you are my personal assistant. Since there are 506 of you, divide into 5 units, 100 per unit. Select the 5 strongest members, aside from yourself, to act as unit leaders. They will answer to you, and you will answer to me. She bowed again. Understood, Master. Good. First step done. Now, time to really get to work. Raph, start designing a new armor model for them, golden bronze in color. Throw in a cape too. Focus on the looks for now, we'll make up for functionality when I learn runes later. I should probably ask Father about runes soon. Not knowing them is hindering too many of my plans. Once I master them, I can start mass production, or maybe not. Should we orchestrate Father's redemption arc to make him peaceful earlier than in the original timeline, Raph? That would not be a good idea. It's better to wait until he naturally becomes peace-loving, then start acting on Asgard, rather than plotting against him now. I have started designing the armor. I have created them based on your imagination, memories, and desires. They are designed to please you, and you will definitely like them, Master. Oh. And how can you be so sure I'd like it? Please, at this point, I know you better than you know yourself, Master. Fair point. Brynhild spoke up again. Your Highness, for the unit leaders, I would recommend Hilda, Sigrun, Hurst, Skadi, and Hervair. They are the strongest Valkyries beside me and would be ideal for leadership positions. That same emotionless tone. Alright, that was getting annoying. Well, whatever. She'd recover eventually. No need to force a fix for something time could heal naturally. Very well, I'll go with your recommendations. However, if other Valkyries prove themselves more capable, they may replace them. And of course, if one of them outperforms you, Brynhild. I let my words trail off. A flicker of something crossed her face, gone in an instant. Now, Hilda, Sigrun, Hurst, Skadi, and Hervair, step forward, I commanded. My deep voice carried authority, the kind that made people obey before their minds even caught up. I appointed them, let them select their own subordinates, and with that, my work here was done. You can all disperse for now. Except for you, Brynhild. You're coming with me. I walked back to my living quarters, my new assistant following behind. Finally reaching my room, I turned to her. So, Brynhild, do you know what your job as my assistant entails? No, Your Highness. I am sorry. Ha. Expected. No problem. You'll learn. There's not much need for you to fight anymore, so let's start by changing your attire. I flashed a gentle, evil smile. A moment later, I conjured a new outfit, a maid uniform. Leaning slightly toward the sexier side, but still decent. For now, wear this. We can make adjustments later. Her expression finally cracked. But in the end, she still took the uniform. Yes, Your Highness. I will go and change now, she said through gritted teeth. Ah. There it is. Now, I'm not saying I'm evil. But seeing a strong, proud warrior so defenseless definitely brings out my sadistic side. Still believing what you said earlier, Master. Chapter 18, 18 Blessing. I have got to say, you look beautiful dressed like a maid. I said, complimenting Brynhild as she stood before me, my compliment saddening her even further, but she just stood silently. I am quite bored, why don't you tell me your story? The story to become the leader of the Valkyries, one of Asgard's elite forces, must be quite interesting. I asked her to tell me her story. After all, this was all essential, I have to break her a bit emotionally to heal her again, turning her into my shape. And although she was reluctant, she still started saying her story, after the boring details of her childhood, and how she came to join the army, starts the real part of the story. When I joined the army, I had to start from the bottom ranks, mostly limited to logistics, but in one war against the frost giants of Jotunheim, I was in charge of water transportation. Suddenly the water in the bucket I was carrying froze, which should not have been possible normally. Just by relying on pure instinct, I drew the dagger I was carrying on me, and swung it back with all the force I could muster, and cold blue sprayed on my face. It was Frost Giant, one who had somehow managed to sneak into our camp, albeit a weak one. My earlier slash had already put a cut in his, private area, so he was wailing loudly, attracting everyone. He looked at me with fury. I was scared, but in my fear, it was as if something took over me. I slit his throat, finishing him in one clean strike, with just a dagger. Soon, along with the guards, God King Odin arrived at the place. Everyone was shocked seeing a young woman kill a frost giant. The God King himself praised me, and I was trained to become a warrior. From that moment on, year after year, wars after wars, I fought countless times, winning most of them, defeats only making me stronger. And when I heard that a new elite unit consisting of only women is about to be formed, I joined, and in the Valkyries, I slowly rose to the rank of the leader. Fulfilling my childhood dream of leading an army into victory, and be under the praises of the people, then, I along with the other Valkyries, joined your command on the orders of the God King. She said, her face fell once more at the end part, while mentioning about the Valkyries being gifted to me. Now you may think why I asked her that question. It was to bring her nostalgia, bring her story. Only when you recount how great your past was, would you feel how much injustice are you facing in the present. Tell me Brynhild, do you think being under my command is an insult to you? I asked, but unlike my previous attitude, this time, I flared my powers to the fullest. My eyes started glowing, and strong winds spread in all directions starting from me. Yes, I was trying to scare her. And considering my strength, although I am not even close to my father's level, if anyone else in Asgard think they can beat me then they are dreaming. The sheer pressure unleashed upon her, which through the help of Raphael, was concentrated on Brynhild, caused her to bow a bit. I unleashed some more force, and she was down on her knees. Perfect. I walked towards her, raised my hand, caressed her cheek, and asked, you haven't answered me yet, do you consider following me as an insult to you? This time my tone was soft. No. No, master, I am sorry. She said, with a lot of internal conflicts going on. Dear Brynhild, you realize that you were abandoned by my father, simply because even after all your work, your strength simply isn't enough, and you are much better as a decorative gift. Even I think that you are too weak, hence the maid dress instead of a warrior's. Tell me Brynhild, what do you desire, to be a warrior, or a servant? I asked, in that same soft tone, still caressing her face, which, at this point, I was simply doing because it was enjoyable, but I controlled myself, and removed my hand, waiting for her to speak. I wish to be a warrior, the greatest warrior, she said, looking a bit lost. But, as I said, you are too weak right now. How can you dream of becoming the greatest warrior with such weak strength? I asked, putting her in self-doubt. I will train more, I will train the hardest. She stammered. You think simply training hard enough can make you the strongest? I asked while laughing a bit. Her answer was quite cute to be honest. She's over 1,000 years old yet she has such naive dreams. She fell silent, but that silence was louder than any words ever could be. Simply relying on training, she had no hope of being the greatest warrior. Hell, for the present her training bore almost negligible results. You know, getting stronger isn't impossible, but why would I want to needlessly make my maid stronger? I said, presenting the carrot after all that stick. It was as if my words awoke some sort of hope within her. I I will follow you with all my heart and lead all your battles for you. Please, make me stronger, strong enough to not be discarded, she pleaded. Oh, do you wish to serve me now? I asked. Yes, master, she said, putting on a resolute face. I see, but how can I trust you? For all I know, you just want to increase your strength then plot to rebel. I said with a smirk, it was all coming to place. Impossible, I swear with all my dignity, I will serve under you, until you chose to discard me, she said with a resolute face, but her pain while saying the last part was still visible. Very well then. I again raised hand, and caressed her cheek, while Raph, enhance her, and bless her too, with my life divinity. Yes master, I am doubling her potential, and considering her case, granting her, some abilities of adaptation, evolution, and healing would be best for her. Golden light enveloped my hand, as it touched her face, then went within her body, changing her, on a cellular level, enhancing her. And as the light faded, in front of me was a slightly panting Brynhild. Thank you, master. She said, with some tears in her eyes. Yes, this was it, this was what I was looking for. Now, warriors don't cry. Even if you are not dressed as a warrior right now, it does not suit the future's greatest warrior to cry. I said, consoling her. She nodded, proceeding to wipe her tears. I once again used my divinity of creation, this time to create a brand new armor, much better than Brynhild's last one, but nothing too special. Here, put this on, after all you are a warrior again, the dress of a servant doesn't suit you. I said handing her the armor set. Thank you, master. No need for that, after all, you belong to me. Chapter 19 date. With Brynhild under my control, the rest of the Valkyries soon followed without resistance. It seemed my gamble, breaking and rebuilding Brynhild, had paid off. This was a unique experience, to be honest. I'd never thought of myself as a good person. But I also didn't believe I was outright evil. Maybe it was hypocritical, but if something benefited me, I had no issue taking drastic measures. At least, what I did to Brynhild didn't weigh on my conscience. On a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 was pure goodness and 10 was absolute evil, I'd probably rate myself around a solid 7. Not entirely heartless, but certainly not a saint. These thoughts circled in my head as I left the palace, taking a casual stroll through the golden streets of Asgard. No matter how many times I saw this realm, it never failed to amaze me. The grandeur, the beauty, this was the best place I had ever lived in, across both my lives. And the fact that all of it would one day be mine. That thought alone put a smile on my face. The living standards here were among the highest in the universe. Even commoners lived like nobles compared to Earth's standards. That prosperity was what made Asgard unique. Despite its small population and size, its name carried weight across the cosmos. The only problem? Most of that reputation belonged to Odin, not Asgard itself. If Asgard was to truly become the greatest force in the 9 realms, then its people, not just its king, needed to be recognized. As I walked, people bowed in respect. It was the usual sight, yet today, I found myself paying more attention to it. Their reverence wasn't just for me, it was for what I represented. I had work to do. But for now. This is getting boring, I muttered, stretching my arms. I don't know what to do. What I wouldn't give to binge-watch some reels right now. I could create some reels for you if you wish. Let it be, I sighed, suppressing the urge. No need to fall into that time-wasting pit again. Instead, I had a better idea. I've decided. I'm going to visit my lovely fiancée. She must be missing me, I announced to no one in particular. With that, I turned to the nearest soldier. You there? Go inform my father that I will be heading to Vanaheim to visit Freya. Yes, your highness. The warrior shouted before sprinting off. That was that. Now for transportation. I raised my hand. Gate. A shimmering portal appeared before me, revealing the path to Heimdall's observatory. Brynhild, standing by my side, remained silent. Brynhild, come with me. We're going to Vanaheim, I ordered. She bowed slightly. As you command, master. I stepped through the portal and onto the Bifrost, the brilliant rainbow bridge stretching across the cosmos. Heimdall stood at his usual post, his golden eyes watching everything as always. Hey yo, Heimdall, what's up? I greeted, flashing a lazy wave. He exhaled sharply. A pleasure to see you as well, Your Highness, he responded in his usual serious tone. Send us to Vanaheim, I commanded. Without hesitation, Heimdall raised his sword and plunged it into the control mechanism. With a blinding flash, the Bifrost activated, and the next moment, we were gone, hurtling toward the lush, peaceful lands of Vanaheim. The colorful glow of the Bifrost faded, leaving us standing amidst the vibrant beauty of Vanaheim. Unlike Asgard's structured grandeur, Vanaheim felt wild and untamed, which always brought me some sort of peaceful joy, now that may be biased due to Freya, but it is what it is. Towering trees with golden leaves stretched into the sky, their thick branches forming a natural canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patches on the ground. The air was rich with the scent of fresh earth, blooming flowers, and faint traces of ambient magic. This was Freya's home. And also the perfect setting for a romantic getaway. The Vanir warriors stationed nearby noticed our arrival and bowed respectfully. Compared to Asgard's rigid, disciplined soldiers, these men and women carried themselves with a more relaxed confidence, less focused on war, more in tune with nature. Welcome, Your Highness, one of them greeted. Yeah, where's my fiancée? I asked, scanning the area. She is sitting by the lake, writing a song, Raphael replied before they could. Of course, she was. That was the kind of poetic, romantic thing she'd do. Never mind, found her. I said, ignoring them. I turned to Brynhild. You can take it easy for now. Feel free to explore. Just try not to scare the locals. I had only brought her along since I needed to bring along a guard at the very least. So her being here anymore would only disturb us. She nodded. Understood, master. Satisfied, I started walking toward the lake, my pace quickening slightly with excitement. I called it the Freya effect. The lake was just as stunning as I remembered, crystal clear waters reflecting the sky, surrounded by soft grass and blooming flowers. And sitting at the edge, dipping her feet into the water, was Freya. Her long golden hair cascaded down her back, shimmering under the sunlight. She was wearing a flowing white dress, simple yet elegant, and as I approached, she absent-mindedly traced some words on the paper. She turned at the sound of my footsteps, a smirk already forming on her lips. Well, the great prince of Asgard finally graces me with his presence, she teased. Should I kneel? You should, I said, smirking right back. But only if you're planning to propose first. She rolled her eyes. Still as insufferable as ever. And yet, you love me. She scoffed but didn't deny it. I sat beside her, letting the cool water lap at my boots. Did you miss me? Maybe, she said playfully. But there was a softness in her voice, one that gave her away. You don't have to act tough, I teased. It's okay to admit you were waiting for me. She shot me a look. And let your ego inflate even more. No thanks. I chuckled, leaning back on my elbows. Fair enough. A comfortable silence settled between us. The gentle rippling of the lake, the distant chirping of birds, and the warm sunlight created a peaceful atmosphere. Then, Freya broke the silence. Magnar, she murmured, her gaze fixed on the water. Do you ever think about the kind of ruler you'll be? That was an unexpected question. Of course, I admitted. And? I smirked. I've decided to be whatever Asgard needs me to be. She studied me for a moment, her expression unreadable. Then, she smiled, a soft, genuine smile. "You always make things sound so simple," she said. "Because they are," I replied. "Overthinking ruins the fun." She sighed, shaking her head. "You really are impossible." "I try my best." She nudged me with her shoulder. "So, is this just a casual visit, or do you actually have something planned?" I grinned. "Oh, I definitely have something planned." Her eyebrow arched. "Oh." I stood up, offering her my hand. "Come with me. I have a surprise." She hesitated for a second before taking it. "This better not be another one of your pranks." "Would I ever do that?" "Yes." "Okay, fair. But don't worry, I promise that this will be good." I said and raised my hand, performing a spell. "Gate. May I have your hand, my lady?" I asked, in a gentlemanlike tone. She giggled a bit, and put her hands into mine. With her hand in mine, I led her into the gate, toward a secluded cliffside overlooking the entire realm. A place perfect for a date. Chapter 20, 20 to War. This cliffside scene was something I had found only a short time ago, or rather, it would be more accurate to say that I had planned a date like this before, but right now, I just suddenly decided to get it done. My relationship with Freya had come a long way since we met, and got engaged. For that, I had to thank Njord. He made it easy. I mean, she's happy, I'm happy, so it's all good, right? During this time, we became something akin to best friends. Since we were already a couple, I didn't force the relationship but instead focused on getting to know her better. And honestly, at this point, I can say that Freya knows me better than anyone in this world. Even some of my darker sides. To everyone else, I'm the genius prince, a kind person who cares for his people, doing all he can to help them. But only a few know my true nature. And Freya? She just happens to be one of them. The fact that she's still the same, even after knowing all that about me, just makes me fall for her even harder. It's beautiful. How did you even find this place? You're hardly in Vanaheim, and even I haven't seen this spot before, Freya muttered, mesmerized by the scenery. I'm sorry, milady, but you need to drag your lazy, introverted ass outside your home if you want to find places like this, I said. This was a bad habit I had developed recently, roasting her. Maybe making fun of her was my love language. I just couldn't bring myself to talk romantically all the time like some romance novel protagonist. Hey, you bastard, you ruined the entire mood. How can you say such things to such a beautiful lady, she huffed, dramatically tossing her hair. Yeah. I think I'm bad company. Even she started cursing now. Now, I arranged the whole thing, right? Just let some jokes slide. Anyway, enough of that. Let's get started with my real plan, I said, completely ignoring her protests. What? You're here with a plan? Freya asked, looking shocked. Yes. Her reaction confused me. Oh no. What am I supposed to do? I'm all alone with an evil and strong prince who's here with some nefarious plan. There's not even a single soul around to save me. What will happen to me? She shouted in mock terror. My mouth twitched. I'm the one ruining the mood. Your ass is mine, Freya. She giggled and immediately took off running, still spouting nonsense as she ran. Of course, I gave chase. After a short sprint, we reached the cliffside. I finally caught up to her, and caught her. And now that she was in my hands, I started tickling her. Yes, you heard me right. The mighty goddess of love, beauty, and magic is ticklish. Her laughter rang through the air as she tried to fight me off, but she had no chance. After a short but brutal tickle attack, I stopped and gently cupped her face. Our eyes met. The laughter faded. It was silent. As if time itself had stopped. I didn't know how long we just stood there, staring at each other. Then, I lunged, kissing her fiercely. Our first kiss. I had wanted to do this for a while, but there was never a good moment. Even now, it wasn't a picture-perfect moment. But I guess this is life, not a story. Sometimes, you just have to make your own moments. When we finally pulled away, after a long time, not gonna quantify it, don't ask, she let out a soft breath. That was good. She murmured. Of course it was. You're kissing the mighty prince of Asgard, living the dream of every Aesir girl. You just earned some serious bragging rights, I said, smirking. Oh really? But since when did my prince start planning actual dates? I never knew you even had that skill. Always thought you were just some dumb guy who had no clue what a lady wants. And considering how long you took, it's kinda true. She said, tapping her chin in mock thought as she rested her head on my lap. Hey, I was waiting for the perfect moment. Look at your surroundings, could it have been better than this? And anyway, it's a long story. I defended myself. Oh, a long story. Well, it just so happens that I have plenty of free time, she said, clearly waiting for me to spill it. Well. I sighed. I'm leaving for the battlefield in a few days. Father ordered me to lead the armies. My first thought was that once I returned from war, I'd finally share our first kiss. And then ask you to come with me to Asgard. But then I thought. Shit, I'm raising some serious flags here. So here we are. First kiss. Done. Next step. Kidnap you back to Asgard and keep you with me forever. Oh no. The evil villain is kidnapping the princess. Maybe he'll lock me up in a tower. Who will save me now? She gasped dramatically. I smirked. Do you really want to be saved? She blinked, then grinned. Shit. Maybe I fell under that Stockholm syndrome you told me about. Because I fell in love with my captor. Though, to be honest, he's kinda hot. Yep. That's my Freya. Anyway, with all that done, the romance arc was officially over. Back to war. Now I could fight with peace of mind. After spending some time together, I returned to Asgard, with Freya. At this point, she was more of a daughter to my mother than Hela was. Poor Hela. That's what you get for being a battle junkie. Son, are you ready for war? My father asked. Although the Kamitar people are weak in strength, their technology is decent. We must crush their rulers and make their entire planet submit to us. Ensure that there is no chance of rebellion in the near future. I nodded. Yes, father. I'll handle everything properly. The pride of Asgard rests upon your shoulders. Bring us glory, my heir. With his hand on my shoulder, Odin gave me one final nod. Underscore 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 underscore. Hello everyone. I hope you're enjoying the story. I need your help with something, I just can't seem to find a good enough cover picture for the FIC. If you have any suggestions, please let me know. As for the story, I've always felt that my writing leans toward being engaging and natural, with a focus on planning. But I think this romance arc turned out pretty well. Maybe I should add a romance tag too. Anyway, don't forget to leave some reviews and power stones. Your support means a lot. Chapter 21, K.O. Flawless Victory. Warriors of Asgard. I am Magnar Odinson, Prince of Asgard. Although this is my first time leading a battle, I believe I will lead you to victory. After all, there is a first time for everything. And today will be the day I command the Aesir to triumph for the first time. I shouted, standing in front of the Asgardian army. After all, this was my first time leading them, I needed to give a good speech to rile up their enthusiasm. And it would seem that I was successful, at least they are more enthusiastic than before. For this battle, I had been granted 8,000 men, 300 warships, several artillery guns, and much more. We were fully prepared for war, and I had no doubt about our victory. "Master, are you sure you don't want my help?" "No, Raph. A man's gotta do some things on his own. If I can't even lead an army, what am I even a king for? Besides, I'm sure we'll win, the Kamitar are too weak. I just need to ensure our losses are minimal." I spoke with confidence. Leading an army into battle was like a dream come true, and as an avid fan of combat strategy games, I couldn't let Raph take this moment away from me. It felt like I had waited for this moment for 2 whole lives. "Heimdall! Send us to the Kamitar!" The Bifrost roared to life. The rainbow bridge of destruction, the symbol of Asgard's might, descended upon X-Tree, the planet ruled by the Kamitar. As we descended, in front of our eyes came the military camp of the Kamitar, just a quick scan, and I shouted the orders. "Warriors! Take positions! Warships, open fire! Artillery, begin carpet bombing!" The Kamitar forces had planned to use this base to launch a preemptive strike, a desperate attempt to keep the battle away from their home world. Which was a good decision on their part. But unfortunately for them, they hadn't accounted for the power of Asgard's Bifrost, which allowed us to strike straight into their camp. Gates. With a flick of my hand, portals opened across the battlefield, allowing our warships and warriors to spread out, encircling the enemy from all sides. "All forces! Enter through the gates and fire from all directions!" I shouted my orders. My part was done. This should be enough, this was just too easy. Kamitar War Camp. General Kareem, commander of X-Tree's forces, looked at the battlefield reports with rising panic. The Asur's attack was too sudden. They had been completely unprepared, and the brutal bombardment had thrown their army into chaos. "All units, regroup at the center of the camp. Raise the turtle shield. We will shoot from the inside and make them bleed to death. No filthy Asur is leaving X-Tree today." Under his command, the remaining 100,000 Kamitar soldiers gathered at the camp center. A blue dome-like shield began forming, sealing them inside. Yes, even after all the bombardment, they still outnumbered the Asur by over 12 times, and they intended to utilize that. From within the dome, their artillery and plasma cannons were raised, ready to turn this into a battle of attrition. With their massive numbers, if this really does turn into a long war, victory is almost guaranteed for them. Back to Magnar. As I watched their formation shift, a grin spread across my face. These Kamitar insects really thought they were onto something. They don't realize how fucked they are right now. "Everyone! Raise your defenses. Draw your swords and prepare to attack." The Asur warriors obeyed instantly, but unease was clear in their expressions. Charging at the dome now would be the stupidest move possible, and they could only hope I wouldn't make such a decision. But since it was my first time leading them, they could only silently pray that I had some brains. I pointed at the massive shield. "You see that? Those filthy Kamitar think they can trap us in a war of attrition. That by hiding inside a shell, they can outlast us. Defeat us. I let my words sink in. But we are the warriors of Asgard. Do they really think huddling together will save them?" I paused for a bit, let my words sink in, then continued. "We will make them realize that they have just committed the worst mistake of their life." My soldiers braced themselves, groaning internally, expecting the next command to be "charge." But as the god of wisdom, did they really think I'd make such a rookie mistake? I raised my hand. "Heimdall! Unleash the Bifrost. Strike them. Eradicate those motherfuckers." And soon, a pillar of light roared from the sky. The Bifrost descended, tearing through the heart of their formation like the wrath of the gods. Their defensive dome crumbled like paper, not even lasting a second. And what happened next was obvious: annihilation. The Kamitar were done for. They weren't coming back from this. My strategy had been simple: surround them, force them into a defensive shell, gathering together, and then wipe them out all at once before they could fight back. No brute strength, no unnecessary risks, just pure tactical genius. And the best part? We had suffered almost zero losses. But there was one thing left to handle: the Aesir warriors. If they didn't get to fight, their frustration would skyrocket. So I continued ordering. Charge. Finish off the survivors. Take prisoners if needed, but leave no enemy standing. With a battle cry, the Aesir forces surged forward. The odd few thousand remaining Kamitar never stood a chance. It was a genocide. A flawless victory. They had been smart. Keeping the war away from their home planet was a good plan. The Turtle Dome was also a solid strategy. But they had made one mistake, underestimating the attack power of the Bifrost. And for that, they had paid the price. As for me, I just led a 3-star attack. Now, I was about to send the battle recording back to my clan to flex. Hela would surely be jealous. It's a COC reference, in case you didn't get it. Chapter 22, 22 Post-War. Destroying the armies of the Kamitar, we proceeded to raid their cities, forcing them into surrender. For this, I didn't need to take any action. Our army was more than enough, but the process still took quite some time. It took a total of 9 months to fully establish rule over Extree. I made sure to crush every uprising along the way, though we didn't exploit them too much. Administration at this level was a chore, something I had no interest in dealing with. So, I left it to Raphael to ensure the planet was fully under Aesir control, eliminating any chance of rebellion. As expected, she handled it flawlessly. It seems I can trust Raphael to handle the process of completely subduing every planet we conquer. Anyway, they're not like Asgard. I don't need to care for them. Heimdall. Bring us back. I shouted. The Bifrost descended, pulling us up, and after exactly 4.7 seconds, I finally arrived back home, Asgard. Finally. Home. I stretched my arms, letting out a yawn. There's just a comfort in your home that you can't find anywhere else. Being the one commanding an army was thrilling at first, but the aftermath of war. That was just boring. Still, now that I was back, there would surely be grand banquets, and best of all, I could finally drink. Son, your strategy in this war was impressive. You have displayed your wisdom to Asgard, but this battle didn't showcase your strength at all. Father patted my shoulder as he spoke. Remember, strength is the foundation of our rule. Without strength, no matter how intelligent we are, we can never rule for long. In the next war, you will personally take the lead in annihilating the enemy forces. But let's leave that discussion for later. For now, you have done well. So enjoy the banquet. The God King himself had congratulated me, though his words also carried advice. So, in the next war, I'd have to showcase my strength. I went back to my room, had some maids help me bathe and relax, and then got dressed before heading to visit my mother. She was in the garden within her palace quarters. Conveniently, Freya was also there. Good to see you, Mother, and Freya. I've missed you. I spoke with emotion. Mother approached me, gently patting my head while checking for scars, even though that wasn't possible with my healing capabilities. Still, a mother is a mother, I suppose. Some things never change. After talking with her for a while, I winked at Freya before heading back to my room. And soon enough, Freya was there. There are just some things you don't feel comfortable doing in front of your mother. I stepped toward Freya, pulling her into a hug before capturing her lips in a long kiss. Did you miss me? She asked, snuggling into my embrace. I did. This is the longest we've been apart since we met, right? Even though I already knew the answer, maybe it was moments like these that made men appreciate the beauty of peace, outside of the thrill of war. So, how was your first time leading an army? You know, the usual. The battle itself was fun. The aftermath? That took the soul out of me. And I missed home too. You wouldn't believe how relaxed I felt after stepping back onto Asgard. I said, giving her a head pat. Oh. So what did your father say after your victory? She asked curiously. After all, I had spent some time alone speaking with him after coming back, which was rare, hence her curiosity. Nothing much. This war was too easy, I didn't need to do anything. My strategy secured victory before I could even lift a finger. So while he praised my tactics, he also told me that I need to showcase my strength in the next war. Since Asgard's rule is built on strength, if we appear weak, no amount of strategy will prevent rebellion. Maybe he had a point. Instead of using Bifrost to destroy them outright, I should have used an incineration ray or another spell, something to show off. Well, no problem. This was my first time. Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is learning from them and making sure they never happen again. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll handle it just fine. Freya smiled. Though. I also think it would be better if you performed some fancy spells to showcase your power. At least the visuals should be there. But don't go putting yourself in danger. Your safety is much more important to me. Her sincerity was clear. Yeah, I'll make sure to put on the biggest show they've ever seen. I chuckled. I'll rain down destruction just to make sure they know not to mess with me. And as for putting myself in danger, I smirked. With such a beautiful girl waiting for me at home, how could I even think of doing that? Besides, no one can put me in danger if I'm the strongest. Anyway, let's go to the banquet together, I invited. Oh my. Are you asking me on a date? Freya teased exaggeratedly. Yes, milady. Now, if you would please. I extended my hand. At the banquet. Everything was going great. I was with my fiancée, enjoying life, when suddenly, a grumpy-looking man stepped in front of me. Prince Magnar. I heard you hid behind your soldiers while they did all the work. As the heir of Asgard, how could you do such a disgraceful thing? Yeah, this guy was Tyr, a general of Asgard, also known as the god of war. And, of course, this dumbass thought that by opposing me at every turn, he could become the next god king. Tyr. I could explain it all to you, but talking to idiots gives me a headache, and I'm no masochist. I replied with clear annoyance. You have nothing to say except admitting your cowardice, Prince Magnar. Tyr sneered. The fuck was this? Does this guy think he's in a Chinese cultivation novel? Because for one, I can say with absolute certainty that he's courting death right now. Well. I was looking for a way to bolster my reputation anyway. And here comes a stepping stone. I glanced toward my father. He looked back at me. No words were exchanged, but I understood. He approved. I grinned. Are you looking for a fight, Tyr? Chapter 23, Lifrienser. Why? Are you scared, Prince Magnar? Tyr tried to provoke me into fighting. His plan was simple. After my first victory, my popularity had surged all across Asgard. If Tyr challenged and defeated me now, it would definitely leave a stain on my reputation. But did he really think he could beat me? My current strength should be the second highest in Asgard, only below God King Odin himself, who was far stronger than me. Scared? Of whom? You. Ha 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 ha. I laughed loudly, mocking him. Are you sure you're the god of war and not the god of jokes? Because I really think that title suits you better. Now that I had decided to beat the shit out of him, there was no need to hold back. I started roasting him. At least I'm not some coward who hides in the face of enemies, Tyr grumbled, his brain clearly too small to cook up a proper response. Ha! Tyr, we both know where this is going. So let's stop this back and forth and have a fight. You've been insufferable for long enough, and I thoroughly wish to beat you up. I said, cutting to the chase. Humph. You think you can defeat me? Tyr growled, clearly angered by my words. After all, he is a warrior who has fought in countless wars and built his reputation on sheer skill. If I were watching this scene from a neutral perspective, I might support Tyr. He's the hard-working one, while I earned my position through birthright. But I wasn't neutral. Tyr was in my way, and he needed to be culled. Very well then. I'll assume you've accepted the fight. Father, please permit me to host a battle in the arena. Since I'm the one fighting, why not make it a spectacle? We can summon the people of Asgard and let them witness it firsthand. After all, a battle between two gods is bound to be entertaining. I asked to arrange the venue and call in the crowd. Both I and Father already knew how this would end, so this was a perfect opportunity to further boost my reputation. The better the beatdown I gave Tyr, the more reverence I'd gain from the populace. Sorry, Tyr. If you were smart enough to understand what was happening, you'd surely be offended. No, if you were smart enough to understand, this situation wouldn't have happened in the first place. You are permitted to use the arena, no need to bother with the preparations, you both can go and get ready for the fight, I will send someone to notify you when the preparations are completed. Father said, then ordered one of his adjutants to get the arena ready for a battle between two gods, and also start inviting the people to spectate. I await a great battle then, Prince Magnar, Tyr said with a crazed, bloodthirsty grin on his face, hearing the approval for the battle. Poor Tyr, might just be his last grin. Tyr had the divine sword turfing on him. A regular spear wouldn't be worthy for this battle. Imagine my opponent shows up with a fancy weapon, and I, the Prince of Asgard, have to fight with a regular spear. That would be a shameful matter for the royal family, so I needed a weapon good enough for this fight. Should I ask Father? No. Raphael, design a weapon for me, something fit for this battle. Yes, maybe I should use my divinity of creation to create a divine weapon for me, it would only take some of my energy, and considering my massive reserves and regeneration speed, spending some energy now should not be of any problem. Yes, Master. Designing of the spear initiated. Previous work on the subject has already been done. Time required shortened greatly. Simulating the intensity of the battle, adjustments made. Designing a spear surpassing the divine sword turfing, completed. Good, surpassing that bastard sword. Transfer the data directly to my brain. Transferring data, completed. Looks like I overestimated myself. What the fuck is this? I can't create this with my current level of control over my divinity, it would just end up as a powerless imitation of the designed weapon. Raphael, help me out. With your powers, we should be able to make this spear. This shit was simply beyond my capabilities, it was like you started learning mathematics, and just as you completed division, someone gave you some integration problems to solve. Yes, Master. Alright then. I started unleashing my divine energy from my hand, and Raph, create the spear for me. You can use the power of the divinity of creation and life as you wish. Yes, Master. Starting the process of creating a divine spear. Creation of materials, completed. Constructed the structure of the spear. Since no runes are available to enchant it, replacing enchantments by imbuing divinity aspects directly into the weapon. Adding the concepts of death, decay, aging, and sickness from the divinity of life. Final enhancements underway, completed. Creation of the divine spear surpassing turfing completed. Please assign a name, Master. Shit. I feel drained, how much of my divine energy did that take? Approximately 72%, Master. It will take you around 2 hours to fully regain that energy. Damn, with just 2 hours worth of divine energy, a divine weapon was created. Maybe I can take some notes from Gilgamesh, a gate of Babylon. No, gates of Asgard sound real cool. As for its name, since it's imbued with the anti-elements of life, let's name it Lifriancer, the Life Purger. A fitting name, Master. However, I recommend you rest now. You've expended a significant amount of energy, and you still have to fight Tyr today. Don't worry. Setting up the arena for such a grand spectacle and inviting so many Asgardians is going to take a few hours. I'll have enough time to rest. Yes, Master. You should have around 8 hours before the fight, based on my calculations. 8 hours? With Asgard's level of technology, shouldn't it take much less? I was expecting maybe 3 to 4 hours max. Why so long? Master, due to their longevity, Asgardians generally do not possess a strong sense of urgency. Most tasks are approached with leisure. So even with such advanced technology, the expected time remains valid. Well, I can't argue with that. Don't know if I'll ever turn out like that myself. Anyways, I will think about that later. I have to get some rest for now, then I have to teach a lesson to an ignorant god who doesn't know his place. But, since I am merciful, if he cuts off both his arms then destroys his cultivation, and becomes my slave for his next 10 lives, I might forgive him. Might. Chapter 24, A Guide on How to Beat the Shit Out of a God of War. I wish you the best of luck, Tyr, I said with a smile as I looked at my opponent in front of me. As Raph had predicted, the battle did start around 8 hours later. Right now, we were in the royal arena of Asgard. There was a golden barrier covering the battle area, mainly made to protect both the arena and the spectators, since a fight between two gods could be quite destructive. You seem awfully lax, Prince. Do you not even take a fight seriously as an Aesir? Or do you not care even a bit about what would happen to your reputation after your defeat? Tyr asked me with a smug face. Tyr, do you know why I wished you luck the first thing after we entered this arena? It was because you would be needing that. You don't quite understand how awfully fucked you are. Anyways, you're too blockhead to understand, so let's just start the fight. I sighed. The crowd was full of cheers, ignoring our conversation. Most of the people were cheering for me. It seems they are quite smart. Very well then, Prince Magnar. Since you are the younger one, you strike the first blow, Tyr said with provocation. Hearing his proclamation, I simply smirked, raised Lifrienser, and proceeded to smack it forward with all my force. My speed was not something Tyr could avoid, but he was a warrior who had fought battles for several millennia. In terms of pure fighting skills, he surpasses even father. No, his strength is nowhere near him, but my father's strength lies not in his skill but in his raw strength and magic, along with the Odin force. As for Tyr, his divinity and fighting skill were all he had. And his divinity was not one he was born with, so unlike me, Hela, or Thor, he could never develop it to an extreme level. He was granted his divinity by God King Odin for his merits as a mighty warrior. But it seems all that glory really got to his brain. Tyr noticed my strike incoming clearly. I had simply used my spear as a staff to smack him. He understood that dodging would be difficult, so he held turfing with his right hand, used the sword to cover his left hand, and proceeded to raise his hand to shield himself from the incoming attack. Boom! So, well. Tyr was sent flying and he struck the barrier pretty hard. I mean, he just took a blow from the god of life. What the fuck did he think would happen? Physically, I am the strongest in Asgard. With the genetic enhancement at the time I was born, and continuous growth in all these years, my physical strength at the moment is around 5 times that of Thor at the time of the New York War. Meaning that I am stronger than Hulk physically, and this idiot, in his pride, took a strike from me. But Tyr was the god of war indeed. Even after taking all that damage, he still stood up, barely, though. His left hand had its bones broken, and the impact from the barrier had left his entire body shaken. At this point it was only his will keeping him standing, but sadly, this was not a shonen anime. So, Tyr. Do you understand why I was wishing you luck? I asked gloatingly. Magnar. 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 The crowd had completely erupted with cheering. I had almost one-shot Tyr, the god of war. Of course, there were also many people who were booing Tyr. As for Tyr himself, he stood panting. He did not say anything, just looked at me intently, his next moves unknown. At this point, if I wanted to, I could have just knocked out Tyr and been done with it. But that would have been counterproductive for my goal. Tyr had done nothing till now in this fight, so defeating him like this would certainly not boost my prestige to its maximum point. I wanted Tyr to unleash some desperate attacks, to show his strength, to create better visuals. After all, the better Tyr appeared, the more dazzling my victory would be. So I just let him do whatever he wished to. Now there must have been several internal monologues going on inside Tyr's head, and if I had the ability to read minds, I would definitely tell you what he was thinking. Sadly, I don't. But we can infer from his next actions what he was thinking. Tyr let out a shout, gathered his divinity, and swung his sword, sending forth a massive slash, and also charged toward me, with one arm limp. Seeing the massive slash coming toward me, I covered Lifriencer with my divine power, and did one of the first things Father taught me in spear handling. I deflected the slash, but for better visuals, I ensured that the slash split the ground apart before colliding with the barrier. While this happened, Tyr was already in front of me and swung his sword, trying to flail me. But I casually parried it with my spear. Now as it happened, I was already stronger than Tyr, but now, in this severely injured form, Tyr had only relied on his will to attack. So the parries actually did cause him a lot of strain, while Lifriencer also put debuffs on him continuously. He unleashed a few more slashes, but each of them only worked as decorations, just splitting the ground. It seemed that Tyr would soon fall, but his work isn't completed yet. I once again swung my spear and threw Tyr off for quite some distance. He seemed as if he would be knocked out at any moment, so I helped him a bit. Several magic circles formed as I raised my hands, an amplified gravity shock. A sudden, instantaneous shock of 10,000x gravity was felt by Tyr, which, as you can imagine, is not one of the things you want to feel. Anyways, the guy didn't stand. His eyes turned white as he fell into the pit created by the spell, but no one cared for how bad Tyr's situation was at the moment. Because there was a wild thunderous roar from the audience, all cheering my name. A small smile formed on my face as I also saw Freya amongst the ones cheering. Girl was practically jumping without any care for her image. I think this small episode of beating up a god of war should be enough to build up my prestige. Chapter 25, Revelation. I challenge you to a fight too. The arena is already set, let's fight right now, came a loud shout from a short and dumb creature who acted like a wild animal with no civic sense. At least she did it when I returned to the viewing room to visit my family and not in front of all the Asgardians. Shut up, Hela. I sighed. Having a sister is good, but what am I supposed to do when your sister is a battle-crazy woman who challenges you to a fight every time she sees you? Which is like, 20 times a day. Humph. You're scared that you'll lose. You just beat one old guy and now you're full of attitude. Hela continued in her usual loud voice. I just looked at her with a tired expression, then raised my hand and started patting her head. What are you doing? Thinking. I'm thinking, how good it would have been if there was a brain inside here. I sighed, the thought came from the bottom of my heart, and was completely sincere. Maybe I understand why Odin threw her to fight wars at a young age in the original work. Now she comes and annoys me, but if I didn't exist, the one she annoyed would most probably be Father. And just to get some peaceful time, he sent her to the battlefield, which was probably the best solution. Since, by doing this, Odin is happy, Hela is happy, even Asgardian soldiers who were used as dummies before are happy. But problems only started when Odin decided to stop fighting wars. There was nowhere left to send Hela to. And she probably started causing chaos back at home. Still, sealing her off might have been a bit too cruel. Urgh. She let out a guttural roar like an animal and slashed her sword at me, which I blocked with Lifriencer. This seemed to sober her up, just when I thought she finally came to her senses and wouldn't fight anymore. Where did you get this spear? I've never seen this weapon in the armory. It suddenly just appeared with you today. Hela said excitedly. The reason she stopped fighting was because she was excited about my new divine weapon. Demolishing almost every positive view I had of them. I flared my divinity of life into action, raising all my senses to their maximum point, defenses at their max, and I started sensing her as she was pummeling her punches into me. Master, should I start thought acceleration and predict her movements? This bitch dared to attack you, but since it was too weak, and you ordered me not to interfere, I held back, but she has overstepped her limits, let me obliterate her, please. Sorry, not this time, Raph. A man has his pride to keep, don't worry, I would ensure she dies a painful death. Although I knew that this would have been much easier with Raph, since I had said before that I would handle the Eternals on my own, I will not go back on my words. I focused on her attacks, observing them deeply, and soon came my chance. I finally foresaw her next actions. My warrior instincts, ingrained into me by countless spars and the help of Raphael, flared into action. With a small motion, I grasped one of Makari's hands. Yes, as you might have guessed, the one attacking me was Makari, the speedster of the Eternals. I had not anticipated that quick attack. I thought that after the defeat of Ikaris, they would be wary of me and not straight up attack. But here we are. Though, since I have caught her, she is done for. Unless she cuts off her hand and runs away, this is it for her. And not giving her a chance to think, I tightened my fist, crushing her arm. Makari let out a guttural scream, which was like music to my ears. I don't like hitting women, but that does not mean that whenever I see a woman, I go crazy. No, on the contrary, except for the few that I care about, the fate of the rest doesn't bother me in the least. And Makari here was about to suffer quite a bit. After all, she even dared to punch my face, a disrespect so great I have never suffered it in both my lives combined. So, for a crime this severe, she would be judged accordingly. I could also see that the other Eternals had all arrived on the scene by now. There were even Cersei and Kingo approaching the spherical shield protecting Freya. And in the distance, a Jack was healing Ikaris. Now, surrounded by all 10 Eternals, I decided to act a bit more serious. I looked at Makari, who was in tears, with her left arm crushed. This speedster was the most troublesome. Wait, speedster. I pulled Makari and threw her up into the air, not very high, just to lift her off the ground, and caught both her legs. The other Eternals, watching this, rushed towards us, intending to save Makari, but I looked at a Jack healing Ikaris, and aimed at her. Then, I delivered a powerful kick at Makari's stomach while still catching her legs. So as you can imagine, with my strength, her legs were left in my hands, and her body, from the waist above, shot like a rocket, hitting a Jack, interrupting her healing and also leaving her in a critical condition. Then, looking at the other Eternals, I smiled and said, I don't know who you people are, and I don't give a fuck about knowing it. But you shouldn't have attacked me. So, please die. Oh, sorry, well. Please try to stay alive, so that I can enjoy longer. I grinned, and as the Eternals rushed toward me with raging shouts, wanting to kill me for how I mutilated Makari, I delivered a full-powered punch to the ground. The mere shockwave sent the Eternals flying. You are far too slow, I said, and rushed towards them. First punch, Diego turned into a bloody mist. Then a back kick to Kingo. I heard a crunch and a scream, and he flew far away, so I didn't bother checking up on him. Thena, with her celestial energy weapons forming 2 swords, jumped, intending to chop off my arms. So I just stood still. Her swords fell on my shoulders, one side each, and nothing. As if an attack that weak could harm me. Even Makari was too weak to actually injure me physically. What she injured was my pride. Even after all the beatings I had received, the only thing I needed was a good bath since my body and clothes became dirty. There were no injuries at all. That's it. After all the shout and prep time, you come up with this lousy attack? I asked with a smirk. I gathered some life energy in my hands and delivered a somewhat light slap to Thena's head. She had begun remembering about her past in the original work, so I just helped her do the same, a bit early. She fell unconscious. Yes, I was showing favoritism. Cersei, Thena and Mac Carey were my favorite Eternals. If Mac Carey hadn't pissed me off so much and was there just on the sidelines, I would have left her be. But I am not some foolish fanboy. If she fucks around, she would find out exactly why that is bad. I looked at the remaining Eternals, who looked at me with wariness, ready to attack, but fear evident in them, keeping them away. So, what should I do with you now? I said, with a smile, of course. From the side of my vision, inside the spherical shield, I could see Freya shouting and banging her fists on the walls, with some tears in her eyes, looking eager to come out. Raph, this shield was soundproof too. Maybe just an additional effect, Master, I should note it down for future references. Chapter 31, 31 Lore. I looked at Freya first, then at the surrounding Eternals. Making a quick decision, I raised my hand and... Exploding fireball. I unleashed an area effect spell towards them. Now, since I like keeping simple names for my spells, and they do literally what their name says, they often get underestimated in terms of potency. This exploding fireball used my divinity of creation to form a super small supernova, launched it like a projectile, and then exploded. To a layman, it would indeed look like a fireball, but they'd be in for a surprise when the explosion occurred. Anyway, there was a large crater where the forest had previously been, and the Eternals were nowhere to be seen. Maybe they survived, maybe they didn't. Don't know, don't care. Oh. Thena's left behind here. I thought, looking at the unconscious Thena who had been exempted from the spell. I cancelled the shield spell, and a golden streak, faster than Mac Carey, jumped at me. Freya gave me the tightest hug ever. It was as if she had poured all her strength into it, and she was crying too, badly. I'm sorry for being so weak. You had to ensure my safety first, it even put you in a bad situation. I hated that feeling, staying inside the shield while you were being attacked by enemies. Never have I hated myself so much. I was simply being a burden on you. Freya muttered between sobs. I patted her back and head, and delivered a soft kiss on her forehead. You were not being a burden, Freya. It was my mistake, being too overconfident, underestimating them too much. As for ensuring your safety first, can't say anything about that. Even if you were just as strong as me, my first thought while being ambushed would be to check whether you're safe. Maybe this is what love is. So don't be too hard on yourself. I said, comforting her. But I never want a situation like this to happen again. Please start teaching me from today itself. I'll work my hardest. Should we leave this vacation and go back to Asgard? Freya said. Maybe the attack spooked her a bit, after all, this was her first encounter with a fight. No need. This was just a minor episode. I'll ensure nothing like this happens again, so let's continue our journey. I said thoughtfully. I had been too arrogant, and this is what happened. So, from now on, I'll exercise some caution. But there is a difference between being cautious and being a coward. If I go back to Asgard just because of this attack, then it would be cowardice. Caution is simply asking Raph to anticipate and warn me about such attacks beforehand. I then looked at Thena on the ground again. What should I do with her? My eyes fell on Freya, still within my arms. Making a quick decision about who's more important, I decided to deal with Thena later. Being with Freya was more important now. Still, to ensure she doesn't slip away. Heimdall. Take this Eternal back to Asgard and place her in the prison. Wait till I return, and tell my father he doesn't need to bother himself with it. I'll handle it myself. I said, looking upwards. What came was not a verbal reply, the Bifrost fell on Thena, and she disappeared, leaving runic symbols on the ground. Let's go back to the castle and have some rest. Then we'll continue with our journey. I said firmly, patting Freya. Freya nodded. I conjured a gate leading back to the castle I had just created and rested there for some time with Freya. Then. Freya, I'll be leaving for a while. Don't leave the castle, okay? I said calmly, but my tone was firm, leaving no room for rejection. She understood that, so she nodded and promised me she would do as I said. I left the castle and cast a dome shield over it. Raph, design a golem to protect the castle. Arm it with the best of what we can do now, I ordered. Yes, master, starting blueprint creation. Creation completed. And it was done. The information on how to create the golem was sent to my mind directly. I then flared my divinity of creation into action and created the golem. Since it was a mindless creature, it could only be given simple commands, which was to protect the castle. As a general characteristic, whenever someone crosses a certain strength threshold and is not an Acer, the golem will attack them. Well, that took far less energy than I had anticipated. I can create a few more. I thought, and created 11 more golems, forming a total of 12 golems. That was easy. I thought, seeing the golems moving and surrounding the castle from all sides. The reason I was out here now was to check up on the Eternals. So, are you sure they're all alive, Raph? Yes, master. But not all of them. Jack used some drastic measure, bringing Ikari's back to health. He rushed into action, saving the others, but he could not save everyone, and he himself was injured too. Oh, so it was Ikari's. Well, from what I remember about the Eternals movie, they should try to get back to their ship right now. Since that's the place where they could heal most efficiently. So for me to find them, it's as simple as finding their spaceship and just going there. Whoever's alive should be there. No, I don't intend to kill them all, but confronting them is still necessary. Though I might kill Ikari's too. After all, he was the first to attack. I looked toward Babylon, which was unusually empty today, but my ears could hear loud prayers from every temple and home. The humans must have witnessed the battle from the town. And frankly, just seeing the aftermath should be enough to scare the shit out of them. Yes, master. According to them, this was probably a battle between gods and demons. I see. I'll deal with the Eternals later. First, let's guide these humans to the right path. I am the god here, the Eternals are the bad guys. Oh, and also get a guy to inscribe the lore in a stone or something. Yes, master. Formulating the easiest plan to do so. Yup, after all, this will be my first lore on Earth. Chapter 32, 32 Act. Alright Raph, it's time to act. Yes master, just say the word. Alright, so my plan is to introduce myself as a god to the people here. So, the best way to do that would be, I descend from the sky, with a golden light, and cast a healing spell covering the entire town, healing them all, while also using the divinity of life to make this entire place into a paradise of nature. Great plan master, beginning to create the best possible plot to influence the people. Master, for extra effects, you can also create some golems, making them look like the Eternals, hiding amongst humans. When you appear, they start killing people. Then, under your divine aura, they are forced to shed their human skin and take on a horrendous devil-like form, which you proceed to slay. As for the people killed, cover them with your life divinity beforehand to ensure they are not completely dead even if they look like they died, then you can heal them back to perfect condition, making it look like you resurrected them. Well. Damn. Here I thought that I already had a good enough plan. Raph, you're on. Let's do this. Alright master, first let's create the golems. I have already analyzed celestial energy during your fight with the Eternals. Therefore, for a deeper act, we can also give them celestial energy. Very well, create a blueprint first. Do the most believable one you can, make it so good that even an Eternal can't tell one apart. Yes, master. Starting the body formation matching exact proportions. Analyzing Eternal's behavior relying on master's memories and encounter with the Eternals. Replication of powers underway. Error. Replication of the power of the Eternal Circe cannot be completed since it wasn't analyzed and cannot be done with current data. Replication of powers of other Eternals completed. Golem brain with acting commands completed. Checking for any complications. None found. Master, except for Circe, powers of every other Eternal have been copied. Except Circe, huh? Well, her power is quite interesting. When we find the Eternals, we can analyze her powers then. Yes, master, I will analyze her powers as soon as she uses them. Okay, can I also copy the powers of the Eternals for myself? Master, the powers of the Eternals come from celestial energy, which I wouldn't advise you to possess, since it can warn the Celestials and they can monitor you through it. Instead, I would advise converting the powers into divine powers first, then possessing them. But this process will take some time. I see. How much? Around 95 days. Very well. Start doing it. Already started, master. Good. Now, time to put on a show. Yes, master. Then, I proceeded to order the Golem Eternals to enter the town of Babylon and wait there. When I order you to, start to act. On my orders, the 7 eternal golems disappeared to mix within Babylon. I had not created golems of Thena, Circe, and Ajak. Since I couldn't in case of Circe, Thena was my prisoner already, and maybe she could turn to my side, no need to defame her uselessly, and there was no use for someone with healing powers in what was about to come. Alright Raph, time to mark everyone to ensure that no one dies. Yes, master. Then, I proceeded to use a spell, one which was made for a wide area healing effect, which would have been useful when I was leading armies, considering that Raph could help differentiate our soldiers from enemy ones, and my side would have a permanent healing buff. This time, instead of using it for healing, I combined the divinity of life to create a flame of life within their souls, which would ensure that they do not pass to Lady Death, considering that they are not dead. If I go on resurrecting dead people, that is, considering I could do it right now, Lady Death would definitely be after my ass. But here, they are all alive people, whom I am just healing. Alright Raph, the entirety of Babylon is covered by the spell. Mark every human there. Done, master. Alright, let's give the golems the order to start massacring them. Yes, master, I will relay the message now. Any particular specifications? Yes, tell them to not outright start bursting people. Do it slowly, so that they are more afraid, and pray more. Then you tell me when their emotional fluctuation is the highest, when they are at the brink of despair, then I would appear. Alright master, great plan. I have conveyed the orders, and the massacre begins, now. As the golems were ordered, they started to destroy everything around them. Golem Ikari's flying and shooting golden lasers from his eyes, incinerating everything. The speedster Mac-Carry blitz killing people, then stopping to show her face, and again blitzing to kill the next one. Kingo shooting golden shots from his fingers. Druig was the scariest, controlling people and making them kill each other. Sprite's illusions were somewhat lackluster, but considering that Fastos had teamed up with her and was shooting people with an actual gun, made them a fearsome duo. The people of Babylon fled in despair, but at the city gates stood Gilgamesh, who smashed them to death with his fists. There was despair everywhere. People fell to their knees. The cries of men, women, and children echoed. And when Mac-Carry started running across at her full speed, forming a golden ring, encasing the people, and the other Eternals arrived, surrounding them. The people of Babylon finally broke. Most of them fell to their knees, praying for someone to save them. Some of the brave ones charged at the Eternals, hoping to sacrifice themselves just to save their families behind them. But it was all for naught. It was a hell-like scene, one without hope. Everything was about to end. Until, he appeared. Chapter 33, 33 God descends. The world was filled with warm golden light, one so soothing that it washed away all their despair. Wherever the light fell, life bloomed. Every wound, every sickness, every weakness, tiredness, all was washed away, as if it never existed in the first place. It was peaceful, much warmer than what the people of Babylon had ever felt. The cries and shouts all stopped. The crowd was filled with shock, relief, and ecstasy as they looked up. There was a man, no, a God. Yes, it can only be God, no man is capable of such deeds. He had both his arms raised, in a T-shaped pose, looking majestic. The golden light was radiating from him, and under the light, the previous bloodshed was all gone. Instead, there were flowers and beautiful plants growing everywhere, creating a scene more beautiful than anything they had ever seen. But not everyone was happy under the divine might of the God. The demons, who were slaughtering them just now, were screeching in agony as the light fell upon them. Their previous human-like skin burned, and soon they took on a hideous form, their faces almost similar to what they were before, but now they had red skin, and horns too, they looked as if they were the very definition of evil. But there was nothing to fear now. If it had been before, they might have been afraid, but now. Now God is on their side, and there is nothing those puny demons of evil could do, except wait to be judged by God, punished for the sins and atrocities they had committed upon the people of Babylon. Servants of the celestial demons, you dare to sneak into this world and commit such heinous acts, you need to be purged, eradicated, for the sins you have committed. I said, in a deep voice, as if seething in anger. I, Magner, the God of life, creation, and wisdom, banish you from existence itself. I shouted, with the best act I could pull off, and raised a hand, in divine judgment. From the sky fell golden beams, which landed accurately on each eternal golem, and before they could say anything, they were obliterated. Erased. There wasn't even a corpse left. The only remembrance of those demons was the people they had slaughtered and the unending holes in the earth, caused by the mighty attack of God. The people of Babylon watched this scene with palpable shock. They had just witnessed the might of God. The demons, who could so effortlessly kill every Babylonian, were obliterated by God with a single attack. Magner, what a holy name, the name of God. Everyone, even the children, had remembered this name deep within their hearts. How could they not? This was their Savior, their God, their Creator. The very God of creation and life itself. Even the wisdom they were so proud of, which differed them from lowly animals, came from their God, Magner. They all kneeled, prostrated, praying with their utmost sincerity. With the demons gone, there was no need to be afraid anymore. As for the dead left behind, well, let's first focus on God. The dead weren't going anywhere anyway. Magner, who was still in the sky, then turned his attention toward the people who were prostrating before him, a small smile forming on his lips as he looked at them, their devotion palpable. Oh mighty God! Please! Please save my son, he isn't breathing anymore, those demons, they hurt him, please, God, please, said a woman, shouting, clutching a dead child in her arms. Those around her tried to stop her, fearing that she might end up offending Magner, but she still persisted and continued to sob and shout. Maybe we overdid it a bit, right, Raph? I questioned as I looked at this scene. My eyes surveyed around, and I also saw the corpses of other Babylonians, numbering in the thousands, killed by the golems. Well, how to say it? I was having a guilt trip. Master, a firm determination is necessary to accomplish anything you desire. A weak will would only lead to indecisiveness and ultimately weakness. Therefore, you have to stand firm in whatever you decide. But if you feel guilty and want to make up for them somehow, then what about after bringing them back, you can offer them some gifts, which you think are enough for removing your guilt for this transgression. Indeed, maybe I should reward them something, but what would be a proper gift? Considering that after I bring them back to life in peak health, their only problem would be a traumatic experience, so which gift will be enough to offset a trauma? I suggest you think of it yourself. That way, you can feel most satisfied with your gift. Yeah, you're right, Raph, gifts are about thoughtfulness. Anyways, let's decide about that later. For now, let's continue with the acting. I slowly descended toward the wailing woman and looked at the dead, not actually, since he is still alive technically, and looked at him with sadness. Well, at least the sadness was genuine. I raised my hand and stroked the child's head, a golden light emitting from it. And soon, the child moved. He was back to full health. Now, as you can imagine, this scene caused the intended effect. The woman started crying and thanking me over and over. The rest of the people started begging me to resurrect their family members too. I listened to all their qualms, and then. People of Babylon, you have suffered. If I had come a bit earlier, maybe I could have saved more of you. But I was far too busy stopping the celestial demon, that I did not notice a few of his servants sneaking. Although death is the final destination of life, you do not deserve such a cruel death. I said calmly. As I spoke, there was pin-drop silence around. People were even holding their breath, just to ensure that they did not miss a single word. Therefore, I have decided to grant you life. I would bring everyone who has died today due to the actions of those demons back to life. And cheers erupted. Chapter 34, Resurrection. As I said my words, as you can imagine, the people of Babylon were excited beyond anything. They never doubted whether I could resurrect them or not. After all, to them, I am the Almighty God, and I can do anything. After a whole lot of chaos and trouble, I levitated again and once again started emitting golden light, lifting both my hands, and Raph, let's do it. Heal every one of them, make them come back in their peak condition. As a bonus, also clear any disease or ailment they possess in their body, making them quite literally their perfect form. Yes, Master. Scanning the entire Babylon for the dead. A total of 17,573 dead people found. 9,788 people have slightly damaged bodies, 7,677 people have severely damaged bodies, and 108 people have their bodies blown into bits. Maybe we really did overdo it. Master, just stop acting and think like your normal self would. Say, it's all for the greater good, and move on. Yeah, it really isn't like me to think like this. When did I start counting corpses? In the battle against the Kamitar, I had many more people slaughtered, so this is comparatively milder. Is it because this time, they are civilians, and not militants? Based on my speculations, you being human until not so long ago, you have more affection for humans compared to other species. Previously, when you killed the Kamitar, you were almost as neutral as humans are when they slaughter chickens or goats. But with humans, you don't really want them dead. Hence the difference in thought. Nah, that's not it. I don't care about humans now. I have left my previous identity behind. I like my new one much more. I thought. Okay, this can be answered simply if you answer one question of mine. Imagine suddenly a war starts, let's say, between humans and the Chitauri. Who do you wish should come out victorious? Well, humans. Why would I support the Chitauri? Exactly. It is also because of this subconscious bias that you are treating humans differently. I see. Okay, that's for later. We should resurrect them first. Yes, Master. Okay, scan and create bodies for everyone. Let's start. Wait, let's make them a bit stronger. I said, pondering, thinking what would happen if I infused some life energy into every human while resurrecting them. Yes, Master. Starting. Wait. I suddenly thought of something. Scan every human's genetics here. Check if there is X gene present within them, even in dormant stage. Suddenly, in my mind came mutants. The X gene present within humans was an interesting concept, one which I intended to utilize. Therefore, I was planning to do extensive research on the X gene. The goal was to study it, improve it, and control it. Although it may not be useful for me now, when I start enhancing the people of Asgard, I will use the X gene as a method of rewarding the generals of Asgard. They can also become something akin to false gods then, better than the current tier, but worse than the royals of then, who would all have their own god force. Of course, I would only create powerful abilities, like Omega and Alpha class ones, and keep it quite regulated. But I would also let Raphael run enough tests on it to ensure its weaknesses are minimal. Yes, Master. Scanning the humans. Traces of what you refer to as the X gene are found in most humans, but it is far too dormant and would probably never awaken. Good, so they exist. Create recordings of every X gene within everyone, just to broaden our research database. Then we can go extensive on it. Yes, Master. Scanning every X gene present within every human. Recording in detail. Alright, now where were we? Oh yeah, spell. Raph, do it. This was something which I could do if I tried sincerely enough, but as it happens, I was not interested in doing it. First was because it was simply too tedious, and second was because there was no way in hell I could treat them all at once. So let's leave this to Raph, she's practically a professional in everything now. Alright, Master. Starting the spell. Blessing of the God of Life. With a loud voice, I announced, and the entire Babylon was filled with light. Then, soon enough, the people lying on the ground started to wake up, missing body parts started regrowing, and those that were blown to bits also started to form back. It was a miracle, and the Babylonians who were seeing this were filled with awe. Well, I guess I won't have to do anything special to make them loyal to me. And in a few moments, every Babylonian was back together, hugging each other and crying. It was a touching scene, and just the fact that I got to see such a scene makes the previous efforts worth it. Ha, such a kind person I am. I staged all of this just to bring some smiles to the faces of the people. Have you ever seen someone more generous than me? And I can say one thing for sure, that from today, interpersonal relationships of Babylonians would become much better than they were previously, since they experience the pain of losing others so vividly right now, that they will cherish them more. God, no, me. I sound like a villain from the Naruto verse right now, with that kind of thinking in my mind. But I have no interest in becoming a pain in the ass. As the resurrected people began gathering together with the previous crowd, standing before me were over 50,000 people, all full of devotion toward me. I could feel their frustration and anger even from here. Leaders really are power-hungry it seems, they even dare to resent God. But sorry, buddy, nothing you can do about it. These people, of course, were the leaders of Babylon. They feared that I might give the position of leader to someone randomly, and they wouldn't be able to do anything, hence their frustration. Anyways, what they think has nothing to do with me. Let's turn this group of humans into my followers first. Chapter 35, 35 Aftermath. Turning the Babylonians into my followers was quite simple. As I looked towards the crowd which hadn't died at all, I had already made up a plan before all this started. Yes, I had intentionally ordered the golems not to kill the ruling class. Since the people had noticed that the golems only attacked them and not the nobles, they must have been frustrated, but my arrival had suppressed that emotion. People of Babylon. I started, and once again the entire populace turned silent to listen to me. Although this time the servants of the celestial demons sneaked in, there were also some humans assisting them from within. Such a sin is intolerable, betrayal of your very own people, such filthy people don't deserve second chances. I said, loudly, attracting the attention of the commoners. They had suspected that the nobles had colluded with the attackers, and me saying this was the final nail. No matter what the nobles say now, or no matter what proof they give, they are going to get mauled by the angry mob. To sacrifice your own people for the false promises made by the servants of the celestial demon, is your greed really worth more than the lives of your people? Or did you never consider their lives important in the first place? I asked loudly, igniting the fury amongst the populace even more. I didn't notice who made the first shout, but soon, everyone was shouting and cursing at the nobles, who seemed to try to defend themselves in a panic, but someone just threw the first stone, and soon it started raining upon them. "Wait!" I said loudly, causing everyone to stop. The nobles looked at me with hope, thinking that I had stopped the commoners to save them. They started begging me, claiming that they did no such thing, and for me to save them. Well, they were actually innocent, but they needed to go. People in power cannot be truly subservient, they are far too corrupted by it to change, and if I want to bring drastic changes to Babylon, I will need to bring about a change in leadership. And what better way to do that than to create a blessing? Only one blessed and judged worthy by my blessing can become the king, and he can also grant some powers to others through it. Of course, there would be a catch. The very same blessing which would be an identifier of their king would also be a controller placed amongst them. If I control their leader, and the leader grants some powers to the nobility, then I would have effectively controlled the entire nobility for generations to come. No need to worry about anything then, since, for humans of the current time, once you rule the ruling class, you rule over everyone. Their crimes are grave, grave enough to be personally judged by me, but not all of them are convicted. Some are innocent. Search and bring every member of the nobility in Babylon here. I will personally judge the ones in the wrong, and no innocent shall be harmed. Hearing my words, the people were once again impressed by my kindness. After all, even when they all jumped to make decisions themselves, I ensured to think of a way which satisfied everyone. Now, the people of Babylon are getting their revenge. The nobility are in doubt, and each of them thinks that they are the innocent one here, and some of the others have really colluded with the demons. They think they can be saved now. Truly, everyone was happy with my decision, except perhaps maybe the mob who wanted some action. "Lord, we have brought each and every noble here, without missing a single one," someone came and told me excitedly, and yes, the nobles were all here now. "Raph, judge which amongst these should be kept alive, and then we can bless them." I ordered Raph to discover which amongst them should continue to live. "Yes, Master." Making preliminary judgment based on whatever information can be collected. Judgment complete. And? I asked impatiently. Most of them are better off disposed, and the ones innocent are mostly children, so we can leave most of them. And since children are easier to train, they are actually a much better option than adults in this aspect. Their only con might be that they take too long to become of proper use. Okay, then just mark whoever needs to be kept alive. Okay, Master. And as Raphael did her job, in my vision, the nobles turned into red and green colored people in my eyes. Green for friends and red for enemies. I, looking at them, decided to stop my purge. And 5 minutes later, there were almost no nobles left alive. And those that were alive were traumatized for their lives, probably. Anyways, since the nobles were clear, it was time for me to deliver another speech. Babylonians, with the traitors gone, you can create a new start. So, how do you want your new government to be? I asked, loudly. Lord Magnar, should we really keep them alive? Isn't it better to off them? Asked someone, stating their concerns about the remaining nobles. They were innocent, even if their family all drifted towards the celestial demon, they resisted and stood firm on the path of goodness. I praised them out loud. So, you haven't told me. How would you create your new government? I asked once again, this time expecting the answer. And after much deliberation, they once again came up with the same leader form of government. Elections took place again, in which only the elites appeared to vote, and soon a leader was decided, who, hoping to impress me, kneeled before me the first thing after being selected as the leader. For your new life, Babylonians. I have decided to grant you all, my blessings. I shouted, changing the mood entirely. Chapter 36, 36 The Force of the Chosen King. I, Magnar Odinson, God of Life, grant the people of Babylon strong bodies and longevity, living twice as long, I declared, and a golden light shone, covering everyone. As the light subsided, the people came out looking much cleaner and healthier. Actually, I did not do much for them. I just gave them better immunity and stronger bodies. They can maybe live up to 100, which isn't all that much, but if you think about the current time, such a long-lived human would practically be considered some kind of immortal. Since people live to be around 30 on average, a guy being 100 has lived more than 3 generations of others. Anyways, I was getting bored of keeping up the act. So, I hastened things up a bit. After the celebrations, they collectively decided on a king. I decided to grant the chosen king a power. This power was a unique one I thought of. I decided to give a small fraction of the power to each of the populace of Babylon. Of course, they can't use this power, it just exists within everyone, and when they vote, this power will be transferred from them to the one they selected as the king for a time period of 10 years. Only the king can use the power. Oh, and he can also grant his powers to the nobles too, since the king, under no circumstance, can utilize over 50% of the power's full strength. Let's name this power the force of the chosen king. No, it is not like Odin force, and no, I have not succeeded in copying it yet, or rather, Raph needs more time. Anyways, comparing this force with Odin force is crazy, their battle would be like, atomic bomb versus coughing baby. This force was mostly symbolic and would make you a decently strong member of Avengers, nothing more. But, through this, I have effectively created democracy in the human world. People can elect their new king, and this election will be fair too. Yeah, I have also given the force basic consciousness to ensure fair elections, which will be somewhat rigged towards my bias, and whenever someone stands for an election, the force within them would automatically activate to receive votes, from others. People can vote with just their wishes, they just need to think, and the force within them would transfer to the one they select. After the elections are over, the one who has the largest amount of the force within them would receive the entirety of the force. And, after a period of 10 years, the force would once again return to the people, ready for the next election. Of course, there was another countermeasure. If the chosen king displeases over 60% of the populace, he can have his force taken away forcibly, to be returned back to the people, ready to choose a new and better king. After being satisfied with this system, I explained about it to the Babylonians and implemented it, and I also told the people of Babylon about my temple on the nearby mountain. Yeah, I turned my castle into a temple. Then, I got the best stonemason in town to write about the entire ordeal that happened today on a stone. I even created the stone specifically so it would last a long time. Then I went back to my palace, temple, once again met with Freya, and explained the entire thing to her. What? Freya shouted loudly at me. Hey! I know what I did to the Babylonians was bad, but I gave them that blessing afterwards, right? It would completely make up for it, probably. I said, trying to explain myself. It really wasn't my fault. I really thought it was the best idea. It was a great idea, right, Raph? I asked Raph for assurance. Absolutely, Master. The plan was flawless, and you made no mistakes at all. Be confident. You are not in the wrong. Of course you would say that. It was your fucking idea. Hee hee. Not that, you bastard. You forgot to include me. You did all that and didn't even bother to tell me about it. I wanted to join too. You get an epic about yourself, and I am not even mentioned in it. Tell me, did you tell them about me? Freya shouted. I was here to take you there so that I could introduce you, believe me. I explained. Now it was Freya's turn to make a blank face. Seriously? You expect me to believe that? Freya asked with a deadpan face. Yes. That's why I said it. Have you hit your head, Freya? I asked her jokingly, then went and hugged her. I am sorry I shouldn't have left my Freya back here alone. Look, she can't even take proper care of herself, she hit her head and became even dumber. I sighed and patted her back with love and care. But this world is cruel, and the people, crueler. Freya did not appreciate my affection and landed a punch right on my nose, as I had bent down to hug her. It was one of the greatest betrayals I had ever experienced. Ah, my nose. No. I am turning into Voldemort. I shouted, exaggerating and trying to act funny. And guess what? It worked. She started giggling, before saying, "Shut up. What's a Voldemort?" Ha. I would love to explain, dear, sadly, you are too stupid to understand it. I sighed and her giggle turned into a dark, small smile. Now, as the god of wisdom, I will give you a piece of advice: if she is smiling while being angry, you are not safe. Run away. Hit my head. No, my dear. Of course it was you who got hit, right? Surely you don't mean to say that you were in your right mind and forgot about your lovely fiancé, right? The sly witch has spoken. Dad was right about women, they are far too dangerous. Oh, and remember my words, run away before she gets you. Humans evolved the ability to run for long distances without getting tired so that they can run far away from their angry wives. Utilize that. Don't let the efforts of your ancestors go to waste. So, what excuse should I give now? Let's see if this works. Haha. It was that black woman's fault. I was a bit muddle-headed due to all those punches in my head, but don't worry, I have already destroyed her, so you don't have to take revenge for me. And my healing ability is very strong. I am already clear-headed. Let's go visit Babylon. I am about to make every human burn in envy by showing off my girl. Every human. Does that count the women too? How are you going to make them envious? Freya smirked. She dares to debate with the god of wisdom, she clearly doesn't see Mount Tai. Of course, because they would burn in envy since they would come to understand that they got zero chances to be with me, since I already have a fiancé so beautiful. How can you be so dumb, my dear? It must be the blonde hair. I sighed, holding my head, while Freya just acted more and more barbaric, unreasonable woman. Chapter 37, 37 About to hunt. After living for a few days in Babylon, well, we mostly lived in our temple, but since it's so close to Babylon, it's the same, right? I also created a proper pathway to the castle and installed large statues of myself and Freya. There were also several inscriptions written in the temple. Now the people of Babylon can come up here to worship us. And for the inscriptions, of course, it was mentioned that this temple was built by the efforts of humans from all over the world, and also the help of God. Saranadani, the new king of Babylon, personally attended to us with a large number of servants during our stay here. No, this was not his original name. When he became king, he took on this new name, which literally meant king chosen by God. I really wanted to tell him that he was chosen by the people of Babylon and not me, but sure, whatever works for them. We are finally leaving here. I was starting to get bored. Where do we go next? Freya asked me curiously. We are going hunting, I replied, with a smile. Hunting? What are we gonna hunt? Freya asked, clearly not very interested in hunting animals. Remember those guys who attacked me a few days ago? I asked. Of course, those bastards. They dared to attack you. How can I forget them? Freya replied, her face taking on an angry look just thinking about the Eternals. Well, I figured out that they might have escaped last time. I got some clues as to where they might be, but I forgot to check up on them, so now we're going to hunt them. Sounds like a plan. I asked with a smile. Freya looked surprisingly excited hearing that. Of course. I would kill them all. I thought you had already finished them off, but since they're alive, I'll destroy them myself, she shouted, raring to go. Hang on, girl, what are you getting riled up for? You're definitely getting your ass handed to you if you go there alone, I scolded her. And her face fell hearing that. Hey, why are you mocking me? I will train hard. And I like magic too. Just you wait, I'm going to surpass you in magic. Then you'll have to come begging me to learn new and more powerful spells, Freya said with an arrogant face. Freya, did you eat some strange-colored mushrooms today? I asked. Ha. No. What are you talking about? She replied, confused. No. I thought you did eat something. 'Cause you really are living in delusions, or as I like to call it, delulu. Surpassing me in magic, becoming stronger than me, making me beg you to learn spells from you. If this ain't delusional, then I don't know what is. I mocked her. Did this girl seriously think that? Humph. Just you wait. Let's go hunt them first. For now, you can kill them. Next time we go hunting, I'll do it myself, she said with a pouting, angry face. Ha, no need to get that sad. Here, take this, I said, handing her a weapon, a bow. A bow? What is this for? Where are the arrows? Freya asked. Humph, this is not just an ordinary bow. It's a divine weapon created by me. Even a weakling like you can use it and do a lot of destruction, I explained with a smile. This bow was something I had prepared for Freya carefully. It was based on my research of Thena and Kingo's celestial powers. There was no need for any arrows, this bow could naturally absorb your energy and create arrows with utmost efficiency. And the arrows were completely made of divine energy instead of celestial energy. Furthermore, they were far more destructive in nature and perfectly suited for long-distance bombardment. I even added some anti-creation properties from my divinity of creation into the arrows, which would ensure utmost attack power. Freya, although weak, had quite high raw strength. She had a lot of divine power, almost on Hellas level, but she hadn't properly trained in utilizing it yet. Archery was a basic skill she was good at, and combining it with this divine weapon, she would become someone not to be easily messed with. Oh my, is it a gift for me? She asked with a sweet smile, genuinely happy with the gift. Now, at this point, I might have roasted her again, but looking at that smile, that damned smile. I just couldn't. Back to your simping ways, master. Hey, it's not simping if that's my own fiancée, right? I mean, she is my future wife. This is showing affection, not simping. Says every simp ever. I'll ignore you. Of course. I put a lot of thought into creating this. With it, you just have to stretch the string, aim, and shoot. It also has single target and area effect mode, which can change according to your desires. It is highly energy efficient, so until you run out of divine energy, you can just keep on shooting. Nice, right? I said with a smile, patting her head. Yes, I love it. Let's go and try this on those bastards. Now I can hunt them too, you can stand in the front as my shield, she said with an innocent smile. I just looked at her with a deadpan face. Want me to act as your shield? Not impossible, but very expensive. You think you can afford it? I said with a smirk. You insolent fool. You're talking to the princess of the Vanir, the daughter-in-law of God King Odin, the fiancée of the great warrior Prince Magnar Odinson. You think I can't afford it? Name your price, she said, with an arrogant face, one worthy of the princess of the gods. Name my price. I smirked, went forward, and grabbed her chin. Are you certain? Any price? Of course. Are you too dumb to understand it at once? Freya said haughtily. Well. I will take you up on that offer. Though, I'll name my price later. Don't back off then, I said with a laugh. I, Freya Njordsdottir, princess of the Vanir, goddess of love, beauty, magic, and war, never back off from anything I have promised, she declared loudly. Ha ha ha, what's with the declaration? I couldn't stop my laugh at her antics. Though that determined declaration made her look really cool. The declaration? Oh, it was nothing. Just the bad influence of being close to an idiot who likes doing this all the time. Some time ago, he was even shouting this continuously in front of the entire town. Can you imagine it? Sounds cringy, right? She said with a smirk. Now it was my turn to remain silent. I should think of a proper response for that one. She got me good there. Was it really that cringy though? It was clearly cool, right? Underscore 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 underscore. Hello everyone. This is board underscore NPC underscore 22, your favorite author. I hope you enjoyed this chapter, but I am here to inform you that things will pace up a bit from here on, so expect some time skips soon. Oh, and I am suffering from severe power stone. Chapter 38, 38 Astskelfer. Didn't you say you already knew where they are? Why are we simply flying around for hours? Freya asked me with frustration. I had cast a spell which had enabled us to fly. Freya was quite thrilled about it at the start, but after a few hours, she was back to her grumpy barbarian form. I said that I got clues about them. They should be inside a spaceship docked somewhere, but I don't know where the spaceship is, so we are finding that now, I explained myself. How the fuck am I supposed to know where the spaceship is docked? Raph, you got any clues? I thought searching from the sky would work, but apparently it ain't that simple. Humph. What? You ignore me the entire time, and only remember me now when you fail, Master. Here are the speculated positions of the Eternals, bad Master. And a surge of information came into my brain, and the approximate location of the Eternals was now in my mind. As for it being wrong? Impossible. This is Raphael we're talking about, she is the best. Flattery won't get you anywhere, Master. Really? I can feel you blushing though. It's just your imagination. Alright, found them, I said to Freya and took her hand, flying towards the Eternals. And soon, we were in front of, well, nothing. This is just plains, so if they are here, they gotta be underground. Yes, Master, they are underground. Wait, I am finding and sending you their exact location. And Raph strikes once again, keeping her status as the best assistant imaginable. Ha, you are so good, Raph. I wish I had you even in my past life, how easier would life have been. I would have become the richest guy in the world, found a way to extend my life, then indulge in luxury all the time. Best life I can imagine. Hee hee, but you can do all that now too, Master. I know, but things are different now. The factor of strength has entered, and since I can become stronger, then why not become the very strongest? Maybe it's just my greed acting up. Although I want to live with sloth and luxury, my greed just leaves me wanting more. Then I would try my best to make all your current goals come true, Master. Thanks, Raph. Love you. Was that a glitch? Well, she'd recover. Until then, I turned towards Freya. Dear, why don't you take out your bow, I said, and she extended her hand, and a bow appeared in her hand. Yes, this was like Mjolnir, but instead of traveling, it teleported to the user. Why don't we give this beauty a test run? Though you should give it a name first, then we can use it, I said, telling her to name the bow. A name? That's a tough one. I was hoping you'd eventually give it a name yourself so that I don't have to do it, but you just had to mention it. Freya said, as if blaming me. Well, I gifted you the bow, so naming it is all on you. And my naming senses aren't exactly the best. I sighed. Well. Lefrencer wasn't that bad a name. Freya mumbled. I just smiled, not replying, letting her think. Yes, I have decided. Astskelfer. How is it? Love and terror, it symbolizes that this bow was given to me by my love, to unleash terror upon my enemies. Freya. Well, that's a good name. Even I could only name something like that only. I praised her. You just said that your naming senses are bad, and now you're comparing my naming sense to yours. Are you saying that I have bad naming skills? Yeah, she definitely just wants to fight. Look, Freya, we both know that you just want to fight, and thankfully we have an enemy right in front of us, so no need to fight me. Take up Astskelfer and unleash some mass destruction mode arrows, right there, I said, pointing towards the exact spot the Eternals were. You want me to shoot at the ground? There's no one there. And what do you mean by that? Do I always just want to fight? Freya complained. They are underground, you're shooting to bring them up. There's an entire spaceship buried here. So shut up and shoot, or I'll give that same bow to Brynhild and ask her to shoot, I threatened her with a smirk, but of course, she understood that I was just teasing her. Humph, I am shooting, she said, and aimed her shot, then rapidly unleashed 4 arrows. The arrows flew like missiles, and upon impact, did about the same damage, well, somewhat more, since they had extra mythical and divine properties which the missiles lacked. But considering that Freya can unleash like 1,000 such shots, it makes her terrifying. I mean, if she had some brains and properly utilized a shield spell, then with just the shield and Astskelfer, she could pose a massive challenge to even the modern American army. And considering that with her divine power recovery rate, she can possibly unleash enough attacks to level a few states in a matter of hours. And with the destruction brought about by the arrows, the ship came into view. It was also slightly damaged, but Freya once again drew her bow and unleashed another arrow, punching a hole through the entire spaceship. Yes, she had used single-target mode right now, and then she unleashed a few more arrows, this time, again, shots of mass destruction. Well, this is addictive. I can see why you enjoy talking about weapons of mass destruction. Freya said, her face full of excitement and awe. You can enjoy it too, as long as you don't go around bombarding Asgard. You can shoot as many arrows as you want. I said, bringing a chuckle from her. And then, she continued to shoot at the spaceship, from which, soon, a man in blue came out, literally tearing the walls. This was Ikaris. As he hovered in the sky and scanned his surroundings, he felt the attackers might be above. Just as he turned his face upwards, a golden streak of light fell straight on his chest, drilling a completely see-through hole. You should have gone for the head, Freya. I sighed from the side. Chapter 39, Talking to the Eternals. Eternals weren't that weak, to be honest. Even with a see-through hole the diameter of a hot dog, Ikaris wasn't entirely knocked out. He looked up at us, saw me, and acted as if he was seething in rage, then flew towards me with all the speed he could muster. Sadly, he was stupid. Charging at your enemies foolishly isn't the best decision. He received another arrow straight to his face. It exploded with such potency that, well, I don't think Ikaris has a face anymore. Anyway, we could spot someone falling to the ground lifelessly, and that was definitely Ikaris. Now, the commendable thing is that he wasn't dead, literally a cockroach. I mean, he is always alive even after all the beating he gets, and I think he would be up and kicking again once a Jack comes and treats him. Well, no problem. If he lives, he lives. I can just come and beat him up every few centuries. More fun that way. Anyway, he makes a fabulous punching bag. Now, which Eternals are left? Master, currently, excluding Ikaris and Thena, 5 Eternals should still be alive, Ajak, Circe, Gilgamesh, Sprite, and Phastos. Ajak is a healer, Circe isn't war-oriented, Gilgamesh only has superhuman strength and can't fight aerial battles, Sprite is weak, and Phastos is an inventor, not a warrior. So pretty much everyone who could fight well among them is gone. And you were correct about Ikaris surviving. Unless you kill Ajak, he will live. So basically they can't fight anymore. Should I let Ikaris live then? They still have to hunt the deviants. Ikaris is their greatest slayer, so just letting him live is enough to ensure that he would eventually eradicate the deviants. Yes, Master. With just Ikaris and the remaining Eternals, although it would take much longer, they would still manage to wipe out the deviants. What if we take Circe out of the equation too? A bit longer, but the result remains unchanged. I see. Well look, they're out. I should go and talk to them. Dear, the rest of them are out too. Should I shoot at them as well? Freya asked, aiming at the rest of the Eternals. No, let them be. I want to talk and find out why they attacked me in the first place. You stay here, I'll be back in a while, I said, and floated down toward the Eternals. Seeing me, they were half scared, and half ready for action, but before they could start another mindless squabble, I began by asking. So, who are you people? Although I already know that, let's start talking formally, I said, with the warmest smile I could muster. Hearing my question, they seemed a bit surprised that I was willing to talk instead. They looked at each other, and finally, Ajak was the one to answer. Greetings, Royal Aesir. I am Ajak, the leader of the Eternals. We were created by the celestial Erishem, to guide and protect humans. They are Gilgamesh, Circe, Phastos, and Sprite. Ajak introduced, well, at least no lies there. They said what they knew, though Ajak did lie a bit, since she knew the exact details, but since even the other Eternals only know that much, let's forgive her for that. I see, there were some lies. But nothing significant. So let's move to the next question, why did you lot decide to attack me? I asked again. Attacking you, it was a mistake on our part. It was clearly not our mission, but since you Aesir have enmity with the Celestials, and you are definitely a royal, we figured we should attack and eliminate you while you were here without any guards. Ajak continued explaining. I see, so it was stupidity that caused you to attack me, ha 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 ha. Did you really think you could win against me? Wait, did you even bother to try and find out who I even was? I asked, holding back my laughter. You were a royal of the Aesir, and she, a royal of the Vanir, Ajak said, pointing at Freya in the sky. We were certain about that, but we did not know your exact identity. I see. I am the heir to the throne of Asgard, Crown Prince, and the only son of Odin, Magnar Odinson. So, how did you come to think that you might stand a chance against me? I asked again. Hearing my identity, Ajak was shocked, even took a step back in fear, but soon, she composed herself, and continued, we did not know that, but since we did not know you, we figured you weren't that famous, and according to Aesir customs, everyone strong is famous. So you should have been weak, considering you weren't famous. Ouch, that hurts. I would rather be dragged through the ground by Mac Carey again than hear this. Don't bother. You are just 16. Do you still wish to be famous at such a young age? Just wait for a few centuries, and your name is sure to resound in the universe. Even your current strength is more than enough for that. Sadly, you have almost 0 feats, except for defeating Tyr. The Kamitar people had no reputation, which you could carry for destroying them, so yeah, you are basically featless but strong enough. Well, that's good to hear. I see, so, although we are enemies, you can help the humans here, which aligns with my plans, so there is no need to kill you all, but there must be a price. I smirked. A price? We Eternals have nothing of value worthy of being provided to the Crown Prince of Asgard. Ajak said gloomily. Alright, drop the sentimental stuff. Look, here's the deal, I started, catching the attention of every Eternal. I will spare your lives, I said, causing them to sigh in relief. But, and they were gloomy again. See that flying guy over there? I asked, pointing at Ikaris. You can save him, if you're willing to hand her over to me, I said, pointing at Circe, who looked utterly baffled at how things were turning out. Or, I kill him and be done with it. The rest of you can then live, I smiled, giving off an evil face. Now, Ajak may be stupid, but not entirely. She understood the assignment and declared, we will save Ikaris. He is the strongest of us all. You can have Circe. Well done. Now it's much easier to brainwash Cersei. What are you waiting for? Go on, save him. Except you, Cersei, you wait here, I ordered. Chapter 40, Cersei. Well. I have to say that amongst you Eternals, it is only your power which interested me. But sadly, you are too weak and can't compare to that flying laser guy there. I mean, I think their decision is stupid. I would never exchange you for someone like him. But I can't lie, it was funny how quickly they abandoned you. Yeah, I was gaslighting her. I was the reason Ajak decided to abandon her so quickly. She understood that if she didn't do that, I wouldn't just kill Ikaris, I would kill each of them. So, the decision can be said to be a wise one on her part. As for Cersei, sadly she's an emotional one, the type that's easy to manipulate. It's not like I would let Cersei and Ajak interact with each other anymore. Just spending a few thousand years apart, and everything would be better. No need to clear the misunderstanding between them. I mean, I know that I kind of acted like the bad guy here, but hey, if the victim does not know that they are the victim because of me, and blames someone else, then it's completely fine, right? And it's not like God would punish me for my evil deeds, 'cause you know, I am a god. And those things come after we die, and I don't plan on dying again, like, ever. It was because you forced them. Cersei muttered, her face wet with tears. Did I? I clearly gave them a choice. Perfectly fine Cersei, or a critically injured guy, and they chose him instead of you. It's as simple as that. If they wanted you, they just had to say the word. Not like I was planning on hunting down each of you. Those who had angered me the most are already dead, oh, and please do tell his name, it's getting annoying to communicate this way. I explained and gaslight her even further. It was fun doing so, I mean, I quite enjoyed it. No, I was not like this back when I was human. Or maybe it can be said that I was incapable of stuff like this. Now, as I am getting stronger and have passed the limit of mortals, my desires are getting more uncontrollable and unbounded. I no longer like to hold myself back and just tend to do whatever I wish to do. Of course, I have some moral limits, but now, I have come to understand why gods like Zeus did what they did. I have actually come to suspect that the Olympians were ordinary humans suddenly granted godlike powers, because the way they act is quite similar. Even in the Isekai novels and fics I read before, the protagonist, after getting overpowered, would either go live an ordinary life or tend to live the most lavish and enjoyable life they could. It's just that when we were humans, our desires tended to be controlled by our limits, which slowly fade away when we get stronger. It would also define my current self. If the human me saw the current me, he would never come to believe that he could act so villain-like. But here we are. So if you think I am some evil, villainous bastard, you are both right and wrong. Since that is true, but if you were in my place, there are high chances you would turn out the same. So blaming me is bad. Anyways, where was I? Yes, gaslighting the beautiful Asian woman. Yeah, she fell silent after hearing my words. All my internal monologues were during the time she was silent, that's to show that she had been quiet for a while now. Are you just gonna be quiet now? Do you think I am the evil one here? After all, you guys were the ones who attacked me. I sighed. It was Ajak's orders. I did not wish to attack you. Cersei said in a very small voice, likely choked up a bit on her tears. Ajak again? So she was the one who ordered the attack which led to half of you dying, and now, she decided to trade you off without even batting an eye. She does seem like the evil one here. She probably never cared about you guys. I said, shifting the blame to Ajak, which kind of wasn't entirely false. She was the one who put them into this mess. If this was a few thousand years later, the Eternals wouldn't have attacked me, since doing so would put humans at risk. But the current Eternals care far more for the Celestials than the humans. So Ajak ignored the well-being of humans and targeted me. Ajak wouldn't do that, she is so kind. Cersei muttered again, lying to herself, thinking about Ajax's kindness. But those were all false. But worry not, I am here to guide her to the right path. You know, saying that won't change the truth. If it was as you said, why did she order you all to launch an attack at me, knowing that I am a royal Aesir? The very same Aesir who were even able to contend against the Celestials. She still ordered you to attack. What was it if not a suicide mission? I persuaded her further. She fell silent again. Okay, it was getting boring now. Expressive her was a delight, the silent her, not so much. Where's the fun in gaslighting when you can't even see them react? Okay, enough talk. You belong to me now. That is certain. So, I said impatiently, and cast a spell. Infinity prison. And trapped Circe. Yes, it was overdoing it, but I was just showing off. By the way, if you are wondering, then yes, this infinity prison takes inspiration from the very same skill which had trapped the storm dragon Veldora for over 3 centuries. So yeah, Circe can't break free. Then, ignoring her, I moved toward the other Eternals. Well, since you are quite polite now, and I don't feel like killing you anymore. I said, with pauses. Feel grateful. The God of Life has decided to grant you life. You said your mission here was to protect humans, right? You can continue doing that, but don't try to ruin what I have done. Or I will find you, and kill you. Or if I am too busy myself, I would just order to drop the Bifrost on you. So you get the drill, right? Act in line, or die. Simple as that. It surely wasn't a pleasure to meet you. And hopefully for you, we may never meet again. I said all of this with the brightest and warmest smile I could pull off. Then, without waiting for a response, I turned back and flew towards Freya. Oh, and I also levitated Circe, who was imprisoned, with me. Underscore. Hello everyone. As you might have noticed, I failed to upload a chapter yesterday. Sadly, my end-term exams start soon, and the deadline for every single fucking assignment is here. So, you know, I was busy writing a practical manual, which was completely new, by the way. I ignored it so well the entire semester that I forgot I even needed to write one. I cursed the past me. Bro left me all this mess. Anyways, after a marvelous deal with a friend, she agreed to write it for me if I created all her presentations, PPTs, for her, which would take like, an hour. So here I am, back again, uploading chapters as usual. Please donate some power stones. Thank you. Yours truly, board_NPC_22. Chapter 41, Harappan Civilization. You brought one of them along. No, firstly, you're letting them live. Freya asked, her tone laced with annoyance. Apparently, she was more inclined toward killing them off. Well, letting them stay alive is actually a good idea. Midgard is one of the realms under Asgard, and protecting the humans here falls under our duties. I spoke calmly. And they are called the Eternals. The reason they attacked us is because they serve Erishem, the Celestial. Father has some enmity with him. They're here to protect and help humans grow, which, to some extent, aligns with our wishes. So letting them stay here, protecting humans and killing deviants, is much better. But, they attacked you, Freya protested. Those that attacked me are already dead, I replied, shrugging. They were insignificantly weak. And if we kill them all, I'd have to launch a military operation here to kill off every last deviant, which would be much more troublesome. That still doesn't explain why you brought one of them along, Freya said, folding her arms, finally revealing her real concern. She has interesting abilities. And I was just asking for her. They betrayed her without a second thought. So, she's coming with us from now on. I kept my face blank, revealing no emotion. Okay, fine, maybe I liked Circe a bit. But that was mostly because I'd seen her in the movies and comics. This was only my second time meeting her here. So having her come with me because I liked her abilities wasn't entirely a lie. Her being a beauty. Just a plus. Interesting abilities. Like what? Freya asked, genuinely curious. She knew me well enough to figure out that if some ability caught my attention, it had to be something awesome. Meanwhile, Cersei simply stood silently to the side, looking a little depressed. We'll check it out later. Let's go first, I said, opening a gate spell and stepping into a desolate area. Then, I placed my hand on Cersei's head. She flinched, startled, but before she could react. Raph, do it. Yes, Master. Scanning complete. Celestial control and influence eliminated completely. Scanning transmutation celestial powers. Scanning complete. All procedures complete. Done, Master. Good job, Raph, I praised. This was necessary. I couldn't have Cersei joining me while still being under the Celestial's thumb. I'd do the same for Thena later too. As I lifted my hand, Cersei snapped back to full consciousness, looking utterly confused. What did you do to me? She demanded. I hissed, putting a finger to my lips, signaling her to be quiet. Now, we're heading to our next destination, I said, opening another gate spell with a casual wave of my hand. This time, we were headed far east, to one of the earliest civilizations, the Indus Valley, also known as the Harappan civilization. This is the Harappa you mentioned? Freya asked, gazing down at the town thousands of meters below us. Unlike Babylon, Harappa was much more systematic, almost like it had been built from reddish-brown Lego blocks. It had some differences, but overall, it was similar. Oh, and they had already built a large temple here. Just, not for me. Yeah. Most human civilizations look like this. But hey, at least they have those giant baths. We can enjoy them if you want, I said casually. You want to use public baths now? Freya asked, one eyebrow raised. On second thought, let's skip that. I muttered. It wasn't that I thought it was disgusting, but after getting used to the Grand Asgardian royal baths, this was just, hard to settle for. Thought so, Freya said smugly. She wasn't wrong. So, what are you planning here? Same act as before, she continued. Of course not. How unoriginal would that be? I said. I'm going to bless them instead. They follow early Hinduism here. I can easily become one of their highest gods and casually gain 1 billion followers over time. Oh. So what exactly are your plans? And don't forget to include me this time, Freya said, smirking. Of course. I'm just going to build a few temples across the civilization, hand out a few blessings, and then we can move on. I want to head to Egypt next, there's something I need there. So let's finish this quickly, I said. All right. But how long are we staying in Midgard? Freya asked. Good question. I'd have to go back soon. Father mentioned we were preparing for another war. But first, Egypt. I needed mutant genes, especially Apocalypse's. Once I collected them, I could create my own secret civilization, maybe hidden in Australia, Norway, or maybe I'd just create a whole new island. Still undecided. Anyway, my schedule was getting tight. The next war would require me to be at the forefront, showcasing my power. I doubted it would end quickly, especially with Father getting more excited about it lately. I had a feeling this war would stretch over multiple planets, probably years. Which meant, this little vacation might be my last for a while. A month, give or take a few days, I finally answered thoughtfully. Raph, plan some temple designs for here. They should be different from the ones in Babylon. Yes, Master. Starting the planning. We should use Hindu-style architecture, it will fit the region and era. It would also boost your image as one of the oldest and most important gods. Great idea. Do it. After lots of planning and execution, we finally completed our plans in Harappa. I blessed the people, around the same level as Babylon, and soon enough, I was the most important god across their cities. This time though, I wasn't alone. Freya also had her legend created, the goddess of love and war, becoming one of the most revered goddesses. A good start, honestly. Circe didn't get a legend of her own, but she was becoming much more sociable with us. It seemed she was starting to forget about the other Eternals. She rarely spoke of them anymore. If this journey continued, Freya and I would soon be among the few gods worshipped across every religion. And what would I gain from it? Apparently, nothing. Except shits and giggles. Anyway, on to Egypt. I needed those mutant genes. The plan was simple: copy them, have Raph modify them into a pseudo-divinity, and then use that to create more minor gods in Asgard. The main and important gods, essentially my family, would all possess the god force, the ultimate symbol of supreme godhood. Then, the minor gods, my loyal subordinates, would be rewarded with divinity. Basically mutant abilities, but upgraded Asgardian style. Chapter 42, 42 and Sabah-Nur. Egypt, one of the oldest civilizations in the world, the place that gave birth to Apocalypse, the first mutant. Now, when I arrived here, I very much expected this place to be ruled by Apocalypse, but... what the fuck? Where is Apocalypse? How come no one knows about him? Are we too early? Indeed, Master. There was no exact time specified. I think Apocalypse, or Sabah-Nur, might just be with the desert nomads who adopted him, or maybe he isn't even born yet. It would suck if he isn't even born. Well, if he is with the nomads, then we are looking in the wrong place. Instead of the largest settlement in Egypt, we should start with Aqaba, where he was born. We should also look for nomadic raider groups. We can try to gather information about Ball of the Crimson Sand, who adopted him. Once we find them, it would be easy to identify Sabah-Nur by his distinct appearance. If I remember correctly, he even encountered Kong the Conqueror, whom I definitely don't want to meet yet. We need to act with caution. Let's have Freya and Circe wait here while we search for Apocalypse as fast as possible. I don't want to interact with him, just collect some of his blood samples from afar and then leave. Since he would establish himself as a god here, no need to turn the Egyptians into my believers. Apocalypse would most likely ban any other religion. Yes, Master. You are correct. Turning the Egyptians into your followers would indeed be a waste of time. You could much rather start your hidden civilization project sooner than waste time here. Alright then. Ladies, change of plans. We are not gonna stay here in Egypt, I said, turning to Freya and Circe. Good. I did not like the desert anyway. It's too hot here. I prefer cold climates more. I don't understand why these humans would want to build a nation here. The climate is really not suitable for living. Alright, I agree it's much hotter than what we are used to, but she's a goddess, this much heat is like nothing at all. Okay. You guys can stay here for a while. I have something important to do, so I'll make a comfortable resting place for you both. It'll take me less than a day, so wait here, okay? I asked them, but I wasn't about to take no for an answer. I raised my hand and created a small but cozy Lego block-looking structure, well furnished and comfortable from the inside, for Freya and Circe to rest in. Okay, you can rest here until then. I'm putting up a shield across to protect you both, I said, creating a shield covering the house. Now I could search for Sabah-Nur peacefully. First, I went into Marimd Beni Salama, the largest settlement of Egypt, and headed to the most prominent merchant there. Since I didn't want to waste time, I put everyone around me into an illusion, approached the merchant, and placed my hand on his head. Raph, search his memories. Check if we can find anything about Aqaba or Ball of the Crimson Sand. Yes, Master. Starting detailed search. Search complete. Details about the settlement of Aqaba found. However, the merchant has only heard the name of Ball of the Crimson Sand and knows nothing substantial. Results about him are purely speculative, judged on his perceived area of action. Alright, never mind. We'll first leave for Akaba. We can find out more about Ball if needed. Yes, Master. Sending details about Akaba. Receiving the information about Akaba, I directly opened a portal there, and the next instant, I was there. Now, time to find En-Sabah-Nur. Akaba was a settlement where the tribe called the Sandstormers dwelled, the tribe from which Apocalypse originated. Again, to keep things simple, I first found out who the chief of the Sandstormers was and had Raph read all his memories. I found that Apocalypse had indeed already been born, which was good, but he had been abandoned by the Sandstormers over a year ago due to his gray-skinned appearance. Next came information about Ball, which was much more detailed compared to the merchant's knowledge, since Ball and his nomadic raiders were active around this area and had fought with the Sandstormers several times before. After learning the approximate location of Ball of the Crimson Sand, instead of opening a gate, I simply started flying toward it at full speed. Ugh, I really need flying ability. Using spells to fly isn't that good. Raph, when will the research on Ikari's ability be completed? Almost done, Master. It will be completed in just a few more days, along with the rest of the Eternal's abilities, completely turned into Acer abilities. You could even grant them to others if you wish. That's good. So, do you think getting Apocalypse's genes would be easy? As easy as it could be, Master. En-Sabah-Nur was abandoned just a year ago, meaning he's just a child now. Ball and his nomadic raiders are just ordinary humans. There is no one who can put up a fight at all. You can collect whatever samples you want. Alright. Found them. There they were, the ones I was looking for. Mists of illusory sleep. I used a spell covering the entire settlement of the nomadic raiders. This was a potent spell, mixed with my divinity of life, causing sure and certain sleep, along with a powerful illusion so no one would notice anything. The spell was strong enough to put even En-Sabah-Nur into a deep sleep. As I approached the tent of Ball, the leader of the settlement, I soon found Apocalypse, the future mutant god, now just an ugly freak adopted by the nomads, sleeping on the floor. Alright, time to take some genetic samples. Well, Apocalypse is definitely the best mutant to take genes from. If I want to replicate mutant abilities, then who better for it than En-Sabah-Nur? So Raph, I want completely detailed research, leaving nothing about him unexplored. What all samples should I take? Don't concern yourself about Apocalypse, just tell me whatever is needed that won't permanently disable him, and I'll collect them all. Well, considering your life divinity, I am pretty sure you can heal him from whatever happens to him. But as you desire, you can collect bone marrow, to unlock the regenerative blueprint. Full thickness skin, to study his durability/molecular defense, optional. Blood, to study his mutation. Neural tissue, to understand power control and mind. Organ biopsy, to study full-body superhuman traits. All these would help in a quick, complete analysis of Apocalypse. Though, honestly, just a blood sample or even an energy sample would do. Nah. Since we have him here, let's not take shortcuts. Let's take every sample we need. Anyway, it's not like he's some good guy. With these samples, how sure are you that we can create and then change mutant abilities into Acer powers? It would be far too simple, Master. Just collect the samples and leave the rest to me. Alright. Time to collect some samples then. Chapter 43, 43 Hidden Civilization. Collecting samples was quite uneventful. Unlike what I thought, this wasn't risky at all. En-Sabah-Nur didn't wake up the whole time, not like he could, with me putting him unconscious. So, I just calmly collected every sample I needed. This should be enough to research his body to the greatest result possible, right? I asked Raph, just confirming again. Yes, Master. With these materials, just give me 10 days time, and Apocalypse's genes won't have any secrets at all. I will also begin researching how to change mutant powers into Asgardian powers, and make it appear as if they're not mutant powers. Basically, no matter how hard anyone researches, they will only conclude that Acer powers and mutant powers are different from each other. Good. Also, make it so that instead of awakening random powers, I can personally create the powers, down to their smallest details, limits, and everything. I don't want anyone awakening random powers. Instead, I would assign them different god statuses and give them powers accordingly. Great idea, and simple enough. Can be done with ease. A few months should be enough, considering that I already have all the samples needed. Anything else you desire, Master? Nothing for now, Raph. Let's go back. We have a hidden civilization to create. Yes, Master. And with everything done, I headed back, leaving En Sabah Nur as he was. He would receive some damage from the sample collection, but most of it would heal soon, nothing permanent. I opened another gate and arrived at the safe house I had created for Freya and Circe. As I entered, I saw Freya and Circe talking to each other while laughing, which was strange. When did they get so close? Hello, ladies, mind if I join in? I asked with a smile, taking a seat. If they were getting along, it was good. No need to make a fuss over that. Huh, that was awfully quick. You acted as if it was gonna take some time. You're literally back within an hour, Freya nagged. I already accomplished what I was here for, so I returned. Now, we have nothing to do here, but since we are already here, let's just enjoy the scenery and act like tourists. The architecture style here is different from other places, I said, relaxed. Considering that there was no threat or anything, visiting is a good idea. Anyways, I don't intend to start a religion here, so a good place to relax, I guess. Although there were already some deserts in this part of Africa, it was not yet the Sahara it will be in the future. On the contrary, despite the terribly hot climate, the place had quite good scenery. Good architecture. How can you call human architecture good? Babylon was nothing special. Harappa was nothing but cubes everywhere, and here all the buildings are triangle, or rather, pyramid-like. Asgard is like thousands of times better than this, right? Instead, why don't we go to the oceans or something, or places we don't have back on Asgard or Vanaheim? Freya said thoughtfully. New places? Well, we lack deserts there, so that means we are staying here, I said in a sage-like voice. My reason? Impeccable. But Freya just looked at me with a deadpan expression. We are leaving here tomorrow, she ordered. All right. I have something fun in mind that I want to do. I replied thoughtfully. Perfect time to start building my hidden super-advanced civilization was here. Something fun. You're not going to destroy some civilization, are you? Freya asked, looking at me with suspicion. What the hell? Why would I do that? No. Why would you think I would do something like that? I asked back, exasperated, like, when have I ever done something like that? All these fake accusations. Did our wisdom god forget what he did back at Babylon? Freya asked, her eyebrows raised, and smile playful. I healed everyone back though. I argued. Sadly, property damage is a thing. I blessed them, that should compensate for it. I debated further. Wasn't that the compensation for you nearly killing them off? Damn, when did she get so smart? I left them with a building so cool and beautiful, they can't make something like that in thousands of years, that compensates for the property damage. I brought out my trump card. So your idea of compensation for destroying their homes is to build a temple of yourself, where they can go and thank you for destroying their homes? Alright, enough. I plan to create a hidden technologically advanced civilization here on Midgard. Yes, the debate can't continue. I was losing. My wisdom was telling me that furthering that topic would yield no benefits. Well, it was kind of your fault. If you insist on compensating, then do it for everything, or else just leave it altogether. I genuinely didn't think of it. And isn't it kind of like your thing to remind me wherever I fumble up? You did not think of it either, did you, Raph? Thought so. Why technologically advanced? Where's the fun in that? Why not magical? Freya asked. She seemed interested, so that's good, but that doesn't mean I was asking for her opinion. Super advanced technological civilization seems more fun, I argued back. Aren't magical civilizations rarer? Freya asked, a genuine question. It seems you have been in good company lately. You're getting smarter and raising valid points, but you are not yet at my level. I mean, why bicker and choose? Let's just do both. I smiled. Narcissistic fool, but yes, we can do both. Both will be hidden. Freya asked, and I ignored the first comment. No time to hear her lies, got a civilization to build. Obviously. Hidden is much better. I smiled. I was about to pull off a Harry Potter with my magical civilization, because, why not? They are not very strong, have a lot of issues going on, have a good drama happening like every few decades, and are pretty fun too. Of course, the wizards might complain that having a new Dark Lord every few decades isn't fun, but hey, I am not taking reviews here. I might just even orchestrate them to build a Hogwarts, but that would be it. I don't want an exact copy of Harry Potter, I have read it, watched it, binge-watched it again and again, so yeah, already know everything about that. I need new drama, and Freya's idea of a magical world fits just that. So how do we let humans gain magic without drawing it from other dimensions, Raph? No need to worry, already prepared, Master. Chapter 44, 44 Magic Civilization 1. For human magic we are going to take inspiration from the magic of the Vanir. They are naturally attuned to magic, so we can replicate it for the humans. They could draw free magic energy from the cosmos for their use. But due to the limitations of humans, their limit would be much lower than Vanir's. Still, with this method, they won't have to pay a price to utilize magic, albeit being weaker. So it has both benefits and losses. Good enough. Not like I wanted them overpowered. They're mostly there for entertainment. Besides, being overpowered every time is not fun. I want to see how they would deal with the humans, especially the modern ones. With all their technology and military prowess, would they survive, or die out? It would be fun to watch. I am giving them a gift with almost no strings attached, so the least they can do is entertain me. And if they're hunted and persecuted, then, skill issue, I guess. I did give them powers beyond humans. Yup, so which form of human magic do you want them to utilize? Good question. Both imagination-based and my math-based magic are good. But since we're doing this, let's give them a fighting chance against the humans. Grant them my math-based magic. At least with that, although they would start off weak, as their research of magic grows, they would become stronger generation by generation, relying on the work of their predecessors. Unlike the imagination-based system, where everyone starts at zero. Good choice, Master. Imagination-based magic system would almost certainly turn them into hiding sewer rats even if they managed to survive to modern times. Now, if they manage to create a proper civilization and do not let their knowledge get destroyed, they may very well be the ones dominating, even during modern times. Yes. And besides, with so many humans, with their ingenuity, going at it with magic, they are bound to create something interesting. Something worthwhile. Something we might not have thought of, which would also help us. We just need to guide them to be more ingenious than rigid. If they create a proper system, and something like them turning fanatical towards it happens, they are very much doomed. Alright Master, confirming and doing final checks on everything to ensure no mistakes. Also simulating scenarios to ensure no future threat is left unchecked. Wait, every human has some level of X gene within them, right? Yes, but most won't be able to awaken them, since the X gene within them is far too weak. Only a select few can do that. Alright, I've thought about it. I don't need mutants in my magic society, so break down those X genes within them. Or convert them into some sort of limiters, they would determine the strength of the mage. If someone were to be born with Professor X or Magneto level X gene, they can harness similar level of power through magic. This way, we can also divide them up on the basis of talent. But since I don't want them to be entirely focused on talent, leave them away. A way to grow, where the untalented can train their ass off and maybe even surpass the most talented ones. Great idea, Master. Converting X gene into mystical energy receptors and converters. This way, people with different levels of X gene would be able to convert cosmic mystical energy into their own at different efficiency rates, ultimately creating the difference in talent. But through gradual training, they can develop more complex magic formulas, which are more efficient, and also train their X gene, increasing their efficiency. With this, although it would theoretically be almost impossible for them to reach the level of the talented ones with sheer raw power, they could harness the same power by virtue of skills. Seems good enough. Do it. So are you going to hide them in some island? Freya asked curiously. Of course she was referring to the magic-wielding humans. Nope. I plan to do that with the advanced tech civilization. As for the mages, they would hide right here, amongst the humans, creating a world of their own, hidden from the eyes of the mundane. Very much like Harry Potter, except they used magic circles and calculations instead of incantations and wands. Nope, that makes them more like humans from DxD, does it not? Wouldn't it lead to wars if the humans come to know about the existence of these mages? Freya asked thoughtfully. Sometimes her brain even manages to surprise me. So she could think of that. Now don't go saying that. Yeah, anyone could think of that. Unlike you, she hasn't watched movies or anime which had the same plot. Heck, she didn't even have any reference, she basically predicted their future. Of course. I replied with a smile. Oh. Freya finally realized. Yes, I did indeed hope to find what would happen if the humans and mages here fought. So what powers are you gonna give them? Freya asked. They would have my calculation-based magic. Each would have different potential, but could grow. They would utilize the ambient cosmic energy for their magic. Oh, and I would also enhance their brain a bit. I replied thoughtfully. Everything was already planned. Cosmic energy. Can the humans even withstand that? Freya asked, a frown on her face. Yes, cosmic energy was far too violent to be used by humans, so the X gene within them would act as a converter for the energy, as I mentioned previously. I proceeded to explain everything to Freya. Meanwhile, Circe, who had been listening in all this while, finally interrupted. Wouldn't doing this cause the humans to fall into disarray? If we interfere with them too much, they won't be able to develop at all. Her voice was sad, and there seemed to be some genuine concern for the humans within it. I gave her a kind smile. Yes, I am not some grumpy edgelord who would jump at her because she, without knowing her place as a prisoner or slave, dared to interrupt me. No, I don't do such stuff. I just explained to her. Indeed, there would be some disruptions. But you don't know whether it would be for the better or for the worse. But, isn't it better to just help them a bit, and let them grow naturally? Why even take the risk? She argued further. Hearing her, instead of answering, I walked towards her, placed my hand on her chin, lifting her face a bit to ensure her eyes met mine. Dear Circe, think of it as a lesson from the God of life and wisdom. In life, if you desire to grow, you need to take risks. If you take risks, you might win, or you might lose. But if you don't try at all, fearing to take risks, you have already lost. I said in a sagely voice. What, you thought I went horny and was about to kiss her? Come on, Freya's right here beside me. Just kidding, wouldn't think of doing it even if Freya wasn't here. I may want to start a harem, since it may be one of my dreams hidden in some corner of my heart, but I certainly won't do it if it hurts Freya. You understand what I mean, right? Chapter 45, 45 Mystical Realm. Freya nodded at my words from the side and did not seem to mind me holding Circe's face, which was good. But looking at her, I can conclude that it's not that she's okay with me being with Circe, or other women in general, it means that she believes that I, her best friend and fiancé, won't betray her. This was not a sign of acceptance, but one of trust, which, to be honest, felt quite good. I then proceeded to start my plans, while Freya and Circe followed me. If I want to keep the magic society hidden, I need to create a few hidden realms first, and also teach them some basics of creating them, but the process can't be too simple. Instead, it needs to be complicated and difficult as fuck. I don't want mages to create hidden realms everywhere, that would be far too much. But if they want to hide, they need hidden places, like Hogsmeade or Hogwarts in the Harry Potter world. Since I don't plan on copying everything, I've kept some differences. Raph, create a spell to form hidden realms using the calculation-based system. Do note that it should not be a very large realm, even the largest and most complicated spell can only create a hidden realm a few square kilometers in size. Alright, Master. Starting the creation of the spell. Estimated time, 25 seconds. Alright. In the meantime, we will create a super hidden realm. This will be the largest one, for the mages. It can be considered a holy land, a place that could become the largest settlement of mages, where a proper magic civilization could develop. Good idea, Master. Where should we do it? We can use your creation divinity directly to form it, then design the inside. Let me think. I want some blank space on Earth to be the site. Alright, show me a map. Let's decide. Yes, Master. And in my mind appeared a detailed map of the Earth. I started to check every place out. Wanting to do something is easy, deciding where to do it is difficult. I had to think for quite a while before I finally came up with a decision. Yup, this is it. There could be no better place. The location is perfect. Even if this place were to disappear, there would be almost no impact on the general history of the world, and no one would even bother looking here. The region between the Caspian Sea and the Aral Sea, the plateaus of Usturt. This is where we are going to build the greatest realm of the magic users. Yup. The location is almost at the center of Eurasia, quite good geography. There are no civilizations involved at all. At most, some nomadic tribes have crossed from here. Basically zero impact on human history. It's among the best places in the world for a hidden civilization. And that's ignoring the massive area, over 200,000 square kilometers. We can also fill it with several magical creatures, making it even better. Alright, let's create the realm first then. Gate. I told the women to follow me, and soon we stepped out onto a steppe grassland. Wasn't it like a cold desert? I asked Raphael. The grassland was quite unexpected. For a moment, even the thought that I had arrived at the wrong place crossed my mind. Indeed, but that is about 7,000 years from now. This region has better conditions right now, but it will take a turn for the worse later. I see. Okay, let's do this. What are we here for? Didn't you say you were about to grant humans the power of magic? I thought you would experiment on them, but you've brought us here. Frankly, I've extended my divine sense to the highest level I can, but I sure as hell can't spot even a single human here. Freya was the first to voice her thoughts, which was kind of obvious, considering Circe's quiet nature. Yeah, but I thought it would be a good idea to create a home for them first. Then we can always create mages later, I explained. Didn't you say they'd be hidden among humans? This place looks filled with humans to you. Freya looked at me with a deadpan face. I know, woman. But I'm far too kind. I decided to grant them a hidden realm here, a secret home where they can go if all else is destroyed, where they can build a proper civilization. They'll need it. Otherwise, they would cease to exist in a little more than 7,000 years from now, I explained. I see. So what do you mean by hidden realm? And how do we create it? It's simple, it'll exist in a different space at this very location. There will be gates to the realm here, from where mages can enter and leave. This won't just be a simple realm, but one that screams magic. Yup, I even plan on adding magic beasts here. It'll be fun. Should I create Pokemon here, or just make do with magic-infused animals? Nah, Pokemon are far too good to keep here. I'll create them later. For this one, let's gamble. I'll randomly bring animals here, bless them to evolve, and infuse cosmic energy within all of them. Whatever comes out, not my problem. The mages can deal with it. With all this in mind, I finally flared my divinity of creation into action, and within moments, a realm was created. That almost sucked me dry. I sighed. Yes, Master. But this is just an empty space. We still have to create the ecosystem inside it. Damn, I really need more energy. Raph, about that infinite energy plan, how far have we reached? The research has made considerable progress, Master. I've already created a method to draw energy from the quantum realm. But that energy has some properties that make it unsuitable for direct usage. I've already started the research to convert quantum energy into mystical energy and common energy. As soon as that is completed, we'll have that power source. I would recommend creating a separate dimension to store all that energy. When the dimension is full, I can just take the excess energy and use it as latent power to upgrade the dimension, making it larger, creating virtually infinite energy. In the meantime, I will continue researching the mystical energy breeder based on the magicule breeder. Once it succeeds, all our energy issues will disappear. That's great. But still, increase the research intensity, we need energy urgently. I feel like Kakashi here. Just a bit more, Master. And you just created a dimension with your energy. Trust me, even Hashirama wouldn't be able to pull that off, let alone Kakashi. Get the joke, girl. I was simply using a metaphor. Humph. What was that even about? Sadly, no reply came. Instead. This is the mystical realm. Seems a bit bland, does it not? Freya mocked me. If you had some brains, you'd realize this isn't completed yet. But you don't. So follow my instructions. Stand there, shut up, and watch. Chapter 46, 46 Creation and Life. The process after the completion of an independent dimension was quite simple. Although my energy levels may not be enough to mass-produce something like divine weapons right now, but terraforming? I didn't even need to think of conserving anything. After all, no matter how beautiful, it's just creating dirt, stone, and water. As for the decor planning, that was all left to Raph. I mean, I imagined a scene of how I wanted this dimension to look like, and Raph went all in on the details. Soon, a beautiful landscape was formed. Of course, it needed much more work. First would be the trees, and that would be it. I would include Freya and Circe in designing magical beasts and animals for the dimension. We also need better trees here. Have the trees feature some sort of bioluminescence, that would look both aesthetic and magical. But don't overdo it. It should be at a limited level. Minimalistic style lights. Understood, Master. I will create a design which would definitely suit your aesthetics. Commencing the creation of 100,000 different species of plants, ranging from herbs and shrubs to trees, granting them all bioluminescence and some sort of magical property, ranging from poisonous to medicinal, including carnivorous plants. Good. Everything here should be special. Somewhat like the Avatar world trees, but even better. And although there would be several dangers here, not too many. This would certainly become the capital of the magical humans, the cornerstone of their civilization, the place where they could record all their knowledge, ensuring that this place becomes the key to their survival later. Understood, Master. Anything more to add? Nope. I've already given them everything they would need. I don't want to babysit them. How they live is entirely up to them. Dictating everything or providing them with everything just ruins all the fun. Then everything is done, master. All right. Let's start. And once again, I flared the divinity of creation back into action. This time, though, I also had to put the divinity of life to work. Considering trees are living, especially the magical trees I'm about to create, the life divinity was needed to make this easier. Creation could do it too, but using life was just more efficient. And, we're done, I said, turning towards the ladies. Whoa! Why are the trees glowing? Asked Freya, in a voice that almost felt childish. Magic. But is this dimension not gonna have any animals at all? Only humans. Of course, it would have animals. Magical beasts to be precise. And insects too. Microbes too. We need a functioning ecosystem. So of course, a complete food web is needed. If anything is missing, it would slowly but surely collapse, which is undesirable, I explained. I see, what do you mean by magical beasts though? Stronger and fancier animals, with some magical aspects, I suppose. Don't worry, you get to design whatever you want. Your favorite ones can even become your symbols of worship if you want to, I said with a smile. Oh. Can we have a dragon? It should be massive, capable of launching breaths like beams of destruction, like the Bifrost. Also, make its scales out of URU metal. We can use spears like Lifriancer for its claws and sharp swords like Turfing for the teeth. Also, it can heal from any damage it receives. Freya stated with literal stars in her eyes. Girl, if such a beast exists, even I'm not sure I can come out alive. And I sure as hell would not want to fight something like that, at least for now, that is, I complained. Her imagination ran far too wild. Such a dragon was scarier than the destroyer itself. Besides that, you do realize that this dimension is meant to be a safe haven for the magic humans, right? If such a dragon existed, they would simply become its snack. So, think like a normal woman would. Design some cute, huggable beasts and be done with it. The rest will be designed by me, I ordered. Freya's imagination ran far too wild, at least Circe was well behaved. What? Where's the fun in that? Just say that you're scared. Why are you blaming me? Freya shouted mockingly. All right, the limit of the strength of the magical beasts you can create is restricted to the level you can defeat, without using Askelfer. How about that? This was the best solution possible. Now she would be limited by her own strength and wouldn't bicker at me. And yes, she agreed, begrudgingly. After much deliberation, we were all done with the beasts. And yes, dragons would exist now. But unlike the monstrous version painted by Freya, these dragons would be somewhat like the ones from the Harry Potter verse, large, physically strong, great defenses, and fire-breathing capabilities. They were a bit stronger than those dragons, but nothing too outrageous. In this manner, the mages would prefer staying away from the dragons and almost never fight one-on-one. But if a situation arises, a large number of mages could band together to hunt a dragon. Maybe they could even tame one, and I'd get to watch a show about dragon riders. Let's start, Raph. Although we've completed the designing of a few popular large beasts, for the dimension to properly work, we're going to need a full ecosystem. So, you'll have to create every other creature on your own. Oh, and don't go all out in the case of microorganisms. They should just be enough to decompose and all, not give magical diseases. And in case a virus or bacteria spreads out from here to the outside world, it shouldn't bring extinction to humanity. All right, Master. That would, of course, be the optimal solution. Microbes are dangerous at varying levels. I will also create necessary insects, fungi, and everything else to ensure the dimension doesn't experience any problems. But I would suggest you go and rest for a while. Your current energy reserves are nowhere near enough to complete the creation of all the magical beasts. According to my speculations, it would take you around 2 times your current energy reserves to create all the beasts you have in mind. 2 times. That much? Heck, even creating a dimension is much cheaper than that. Yes, Master. But please understand that you are about to create sentient beings now, ones with souls within them. The amount of energy required multiplies significantly because of that. Would creating more souls somehow attract Lady Death's attention? Nope. You are not stealing souls from her. If anything, she would be happier, since more living beings mean more future deaths. Fair point. Time to rest then. Ha! I'll create the beasts later. Let's go and rest for now. I'm tired, I said, yawning as I led Freya and Circe to a makeshift villa I just created to rest in. Chapter 47, Advanced Civilization. After a good rest, the time to create magical beasts was here. I opted for the generic magical beasts for this one: dragons, phoenixes, thunderbirds, and a few more. Of course, these were rare beasts, who would probably be seen as legendary magical beings. For the rest, though, I just added some elemental or quirky powers to smaller animals. Then there were the cute ones designed by Freya and Circe, and the insects and other essentials were handled by Raph. Now it's done. So how is it? With a satisfied smile, I looked at the dimension and asked Freya. It's good, but what about the mages? Freya asked. Can you stop being so impatient? One step at a time. Now that the dimension is done, we'll get to the human part next, I explained. No, what I was asking was, where would you get the mages from? Are you going to bless the humans, or are you going to create them on your own? Create them on my own. Now that sounds like an interesting godlike idea. Raph, can it be done without any complications right now? Master, you can easily create thousands of humans with your current energy reserves. This plan seems more feasible than turning existing humans into mages, since the present number of humans is not very high. A single human now could become the ancestor of thousands in the future. Creating a large civilization would heavily alter the world's timeline and population dynamics. I will create them. Some here, and some scattered across the world. I'll also give them the basic information and knowledge they need to survive and start their civilization. I'll provide them with a basic set of magic, suitable to be perfected later on, which would be a good starting point for them. And I'll also leave them a spell to create small pocket dimensions, safe houses or communities they can form in the outside world, amongst humans, I decided and explained to Freya. Are they all going to have equal talent in magic? Freya asked. Nope, enough talk. I'm about to create them. Then we also have to create the advanced tech-based humans. I'll be leaving on an expedition soon, I said, and Raph, 20,000 humans, design them. This dimension will start with that many mages, a good enough populace, I suppose. Yes, Master. And once again, I brought my divinities into action. 10,000 males and 10,000 females were created in front of me. Now, it may just be that my artistic sense is better, but all of these humans looked good, and possessed the best genetics, even without the magical aspect. The newborn humans were already in adult form and had all the required information in their brains. Of course, seeing me, they all bowed in reverence, since they knew I was their creator. Yes, faith brings almost no benefit to us Aesir gods, but that doesn't mean I would want the humans I created myself to worship someone else. It would feel like they're cheating on me. I know it sounds childish, but it is what it is. After setting them up and introducing Freya as a major god too, we were ready to leave the dimension. Oh, Circe got some reverence as well. Anyway, I created 30,000 more magical humans, fed them the same information, gave them knowledge about their motherland, the dimension of mages, and used gate spells to scatter them across the world, forming many settlements. Now, all that was left was to watch them grow. Now we wait, but isn't it too boring? Like, we'd have to wait for millennia before there's anything interesting. Are we supposed to wait until then? Freya asked, as we floated in the sky, overlooking the mage humans building their homes in the dimension. Yes. We create them and forget about them. Same with the advanced tech ones. We'll both be busy once we get back to Asgard, so we won't miss them much anyway. A few millennia later, we can come and check their progress and stories. But on the plus side, we can have many such civilizations, which means unlimited entertainment, I explained. I see. Let's start with the advanced tech humans then. What are we going to do about them? Freya asked. Wait. Won't giving some humans advanced tech make them just superior to normal humans? They'd simply rule over the world. You're not planning to give Asgardian technology to humans, right? Cersei asked. No, I won't give them Asgardian tech. And creating advanced humans is much easier. I'll be creating a whole new island and a new type of humans. These ones won't possess magic or anything like that, but they'll simply be superior to normal humans in every aspect, including the brain, so they can create their tech on their own. Also, they'll keep themselves hidden on the island, I explained, then used a gate spell, signaling the two to follow me. The place where I decided to build this civilization was even further south of New Zealand, a place with almost zero human interference. I planned on creating an island of around 500,000 square kilometers, making it resource-rich and able to sustain a population of millions. It would ensure they could live in peace and be self-sufficient. Once again bringing my divinity of creation into action, I created the island, about twice the size of New Zealand, and began forming its flora and fauna. It took some time due to my energy reserves, but after some rest in between, it was all done. Now only the humans remained. For the advanced humans, I decided to start with 50,000. This population would ensure they don't suffer from overpopulation too quickly and at the same time prevent it from dropping too low. These new humans would be much smarter than average humans, with an average IQ over 140, and IQs over 200 not being considered strange. Just like the magical humans, they would have several controllers ingrained into their DNA. And since they could create several unexpected inventions, all their knowledge would be recorded by Raphael. Of course, they too would be my loyal believers. And with this, my time on Midgard was coming to an end. Back to war soon, I suppose. Map here. Chapter 48, Back to Asgard. The vacation on Midgard had come to an end, and now was the time to return. I sighed as I foresaw the hectic days ahead. I don't know for how many years this expedition would last, but I was sure that this time around, I would leave a name for myself in the universe. Heimdall. Take us back. I shouted loudly, looking upwards. And soon the Bifrost descended, and within seconds, we were in Asgard. Now, while Earth may have been fun, Asgard just feels better, it feels like home. I greeted Heimdall and moved towards the palace. Since I am back, I need to meet my parents. Father might be expecting me. As for Hela, she could be annoyed about us leaving her for so long. So you've returned. Took you long enough. Are you ready for the upcoming wars? Asked the All-Father, sitting on his throne, though the court was empty except for the guards. You know I am, Father. I could defeat them all myself if need be. The army is going to be just the spectators there anyways, I replied with a smile. Indeed. But you need to showcase your strength. The people of Asgard need to know the strength of their crown prince. So go and rest for now. The expedition will start in 15 days, and go meet your mother too. She has been missing you, Father said, his face forming a small smile by the end. Yes, Father. I agreed, smiled, and left the throne room. Walking through the aisles of the palace, I was suddenly attacked with a sword, which I blocked by simply raising my hand. Humph. You left me here while you ran off to have fun. You should have at least asked me to join, said the attacker with a pout on her face. This was my dearest sister, who is very gentle, kind, and well-behaved. She always acts in an elegant manner and always stays away from fights. Believe me, marry her, and take her away from me. Just kidding, anyone coming near her is getting smited. I thought you wouldn't be interested in that. Besides, if you missed your dear brother so much, then don't worry, because you are going to be my second in command in the next war, I said with a warm smile, caressing her head. Hela looked at me with a deadpan face, and I sighed, reminiscing about the times she was younger, how fun it was to tease her. I mean, I can still tease her, but her reactions are getting less fun nowadays. She's turning into a serious woman. I will be your second in command. You are taking me with you. I thought you would give that position to Freya, Hela asked with surprise, but added the last part with a smirk. Look, now she's even starting to tease me. You know, sis, we might be exact opposites, from powers to ideologies, maybe in everything, but there is one thing I can certainly say. If I am in a war and I need someone to guard my back, you would be the one I would trust the most for it. Yeah, you might not be the smartest or the strongest, but you are my dear sister, the one whom I have known for the longest time in the world. Yes, most of this was actually true. Hela and I might not exactly be as close as some real-life twins, but I still did trust her. I had long given thought on how to ensure Hela doesn't rebel, and I realized that the best way would be to simply bond with her deeply. I was not about to mind control my own sister, so this was the best option. And maybe due to some preconceived prejudices on my part, we weren't as close as I would want before, because unknowingly, I would refer to Hela as the villain of Thor, Ragnarok. But I have realized my mistakes and have tried bonding with my sister more often. But you can't blame me for this entirely, I had been a single child in my past life. My experience on how to live and bond with siblings wasn't exactly the best. Hela had a bright smile hearing all that, even the slight tease in between didn't affect her. She just laughed a bit and asked, that still does not answer my question though. I thought you would give this position to Freya. Freya would join us, but she would most definitely not be the one leading. This time around, I would put on a show of my strength, and you two would join me. Last time, beating Tyr did give me a good reputation, but I still need to wreck some enemies. So this will basically be my one-man show. In the meanwhile, you would command the soldiers. Understood? Hela did have the qualities of a general. In the original work, she led the armies of Asgard to several victories, so commanding an army in a standby is nothing difficult for her. And I could also give the task to Freya, but Odin would not like that. A Vanir princess, who isn't even married into the family yet, leading the armies of Asgard is unthinkable. Besides, maybe because we joke too much or Freya is almost never serious, I just can't see her leading an army. Anyways, she would be a queen one day. She doesn't need to know how to lead armies. Hela nodded seriously hearing my words, and this was the difference between Freya and Hela. She accepted the task and did not complain about it, and it would be a guaranteed success. Parting with Hela, I went to visit my mother, who pulled me into a hug as soon as she saw me. We talked for a few hours before I could finally leave her room. Now, let's deal with Athena, but before that, there is one more thing. I took out my communicator and contacted Brynhild. Brynhild, lead all the Valkyries and gather in my courtyard. We need to prepare for the upcoming war, I ordered. I was planning to give some blessings to the Valkyries, enhancing their strength. They also needed to put on a good show along with me, since they are under my command, that will boost my reputation as well. Yes, master, came the reply within seconds. Quite diligent. Nice. Then I went and asked Circe to join me, who was very curious as to where I was taking her alone. Where are we going, Lord Magnar? She finally couldn't contain it. To meet an old friend of yours, of course, I replied with a smile. An old friend of mine? With you? Here? Circe asked, puzzled, but soon realization dawned upon her. So, Athena is alive? She was the only one declared missing. Circe said, relief clear from her tone. Chapter 49, preparations for war. So you have finally come. Please, answer me, what are these memories? Did you plant them into my head? Asked the disheveled-looking woman inside the golden barriers of the prison cell. This was Thena. I had her imprisoned here after unlocking her memories. Unlike the original timeline, where Thena started to remember her past in glimpses, I had her entire memory unlocked at once. So, while she was disheveled and distraught, she did not look mentally ill. Implant them? Why would I? They are your memories, after all. The one you should be asking is not me, but Erishem, your creator, but most probably, he would just reset your memory once again, I explained casually, sounding uninterested in the topic. So, is this the purpose of us Eternals? To ensure a planet thrives just so its inhabitants can become food for the birth of a celestial? Thena asked, her voice shaking, a bit distraught. Days of isolation here in the prison had her thinking quite a bit. Pretty much, that is indeed what you have been doing up until now. As for why I brought you here instead, consider it a recruitment offer, join me. I stated my purpose. Unlike Circe, Thena was a proper warrior, someone worth recruiting. She could fight, and she could train others too. Do I have a choice here? Thena asked with a wry smile. You do, actually, but I would suggest you choose this, I said plainly. My instructions were clear, if she was not going to join me, she would continue to rot here in the prison. Well, then I join. It can't be worse than what I was already doing. Thena sighed and agreed. Good. Now, come here. And Circe, you too, I stated as I removed the barriers of the prison, letting Thena be free. As for why I called Circe too, remember, they are still essentially just robots, controlled by the Celestials. So, I was going to change that. I would also change their races, Aesir for Thena, and Vanir, Aesir hybrid like mine for Circe. I also plan to let them retain their powers, just change the source of their powers from celestial energy to divine energy, essentially making them both goddesses, albeit weak ones. I had already asked Raph to create and design their bodies along with their prowess, so it was already all prepared. As they both stood in front of me together, I created 2 beds and ordered, lie down here. I am giving you both a proper biological body, discarding this robotic one. So stay still, okay? They both nodded at my words and proceeded to lie down. I put my hand on their foreheads, and they went unconscious. The next task was left to Raph while I oversaw it. And within moments, both Circe and Thena had turned from measly Eternals to the superior Aesir. How do you feel? I asked with a smile. The two proceeded to check their bodies, moving their limbs. Nothing seems to have changed, Circe said thoughtfully, and Thena nodded at her words. It has, but you would need to go to the training grounds to check that out. Your strength has improved greatly from what it was before. And now, as completely biological life forms, you can grow if you train, unlike before. Your strength is no longer preset. I have also changed your special powers into divinities, so they can also grow stronger as you train them, I explained. Yes, the greatest benefit for them was that they could grow stronger now. What? You mean we can grow stronger now with training, like you Aesir gods do? Thena asked. Her tone carried both surprise and exhilaration. She was a warrior, and the amount of strength she possessed had been the same since the moment Erishem created her. Sure, she could hone her skills, but in this world, fighting skills can only do so much. Even the most insanely skilled human is nothing in front of someone like Thanos. So the prospect of being able to grow in strength was indeed great news for them. To be precise, you both are Aesir now. Thena is a pure Aesir, while Circe is a hybrid of Aesir, Vanir like me. Now, enough talk. Follow me. I have more work to do, the schedule is quite tight. I gestured for them to follow me. I was now heading to the training grounds within the palace, where I had ordered Brynhild to assemble with all the Valkyries. Since we were going to war, this was my final preparation. Along with it, I had also created several more spells of mass destruction to ensure a proper display of strength in the upcoming battles. Of course, this time the spells weren't just based on efficiency, aesthetics were also kept in mind. Whenever the spell is used, it should become a memory to remember for the warriors of Asgard. So that when we return, the talks in the banquets are all about my strength. After all, no matter where you are, looks matter, and flashy attacks do look better. Your Highness, every Valkyrie has assembled and is ready to take orders, said the kneeling Brynhild before me. Behind her were the rest of the Valkyries. Of course, all of them were kneeling. Rise, I commanded, prompting them to stand. Then I continued, as you all may already know, we are going to another war soon. And this time, all of you are going to fight under my banner. I stated loudly, surveying the Valkyries. The current you, although an elite unit of Asgard, are still too weak, not enough to represent my name on the battlefield. I continued in the same loud tone, and the face of every Valkyrie fell. They started looking downwards, in sadness and shame. So I have decided, I am going to bless all of you, making you stronger. So train well and get ready. Do not disappoint me in the upcoming war. You all will be the first to charge, led directly by me. I said, putting a small smile on my face. The Valkyries too seemed happy at this, since every Aesir is power and battle-hungry, with almost no exceptions. First off, all of you are going to receive new armors and better weapons too. I waved my hand, and a full-body armor, golden bronze in color, appeared in front of everyone. It had large metallic wings, a beautiful design, and most importantly, very strong defense. It also passively healed the wearer, increased their stamina, granted them the ability to fly, and boosted their strength. An all-purpose armor, something worthy of becoming the symbol of the Valkyries. Now, I, Magnar Odinson, God of life, wisdom, and creation, bless you all, with increased regeneration, great strength, increased reflexes, and vitality. Go, prepare yourselves, and bring me glory. _________. Chapter 50, Magnar, the Great Conqueror. Planet Clartz, in a settlement which was now in a tattered state. What the hell is happening? Didn't they say that we had just spotted the enemy? Even the entire army marched to confront them, so why are the enemies suddenly attacking us here? Asked a bloodied man in a simple army suit to the soldier who was helping him stand. They had received information about an invasion that was about to take place and had even prepared for it. The army had set off to prevent the enemies from coming close to densely populated areas. They simply did not have enough time to evacuate everyone, so only the upper class had been evacuated, while the civilians waited here in the cities, hoping for news from the army. They were facing the Aesir. They had heard rumors about them, apparently, a race full of crazy warmongers, but very strong. They were low in numbers, but each of their soldiers was strong enough to fight and kill tens of theirs. But what really made the Aesir scary was not their army, but the beings called gods who led them. How the hell am I supposed to know that? Maybe the enemy somehow sneaked up and attacked from the rear. Replied the soldier, gasping and sweating as he lifted his comrade to safety. He then proceeded to shout, "Everyone, please group together and wait for orders. Maybe the enemy is attacking us." The desperation in his voice made it clear, this wasn't an order, but a plea. Pity, few were left to hear him. Some time ago, at the boundaries of the great forest of Cladoran, a large camp of soldiers could be seen, with continuous patrolling and active war machines. Radars scanned for enemies. This was one of the large posts of the army, aiming to guard their world. They were not capable of guarding the whole world, but this was the region where the scouts of the enemies had first entered their world from. They could only hope that the attack would be from here so that they could fight back. Their enemy was unpredictable. Their methods of transportation were strange. If they had come from mighty spaceships, it would have still been better than this. At least they could see them coming and prepare against it, but with the Aesir, for all they knew, they might just appear next to their capital and slaughter everyone. Well, at least they had some luck. The Aesir were far too proud as warriors to ignore their army and just attack the defenseless ones. So yes, they were going to have a fight, and a fight they did have. A massive pillar of rainbow-colored light fell, and there they were, the Aesir. But, strangely enough, they did not attack. What a weak bunch of mongrels. Don't worry, gather your army, I would wait. Put on a good show at the very least, came a voice. It wasn't loud, but strangely, every single being at the camp heard it, even with all their alarms blaring at full capacity. The voice was full of disdain, something which enraged them. But when they looked toward the speaker, a man, tall, muscular, handsome, royal-looking, they shuddered. No, it wasn't because of his looks. It was his aura. Just looking at him made every cell in their bodies scream. It was as if they were looking at some higher life form, as if they were betraying their very own lives by even thinking about fighting against him. Magner, the god of life, creation, and wisdom. Admiral Wilklar, the commander of this large outpost, muttered. His face was solemn, cold sweat all over his body. He had recognized the speaker, a rather infamous name, especially in the past few centuries. Magner, the invincible conqueror, they said. So strong that he could crush entire worlds with just his two hands. Sure, that might have been an exaggeration, but it still conveyed the fact that there were dozens, if not 100, worlds which had been massacred and conquered by the man, no, God, in front of him. He was not like the soldiers, who did not know anything. He had many connections, and he knew about Magner. He had thought of surrendering to the Aesir but was forced to fight here by his brother, Max Klar, the commander of all armies of Klarts. They were both descended from the royal family after all, losing would affect their interests the most. Call for reinforcements, inform my brother too, we need every single soldier, every weapon, everything our world has to offer, to have a chance of even putting up a fight against that being. He sighed and said to his assistant, then fell back into his chair, hands clutching his head. This was a disaster, but backing down wasn't an option either. He was going to die either way, why not let these soldiers die before him, trying to protect him? Maybe, just maybe, he somehow gets lucky and survives. Trying doesn't hurt, right? Who cares about the lives of these low-life soldiers anyway? Back to Magner. These nobles sure are interesting, aren't they, Raph? Magner was amused as he saw through the thoughts of Wilklar, these little things had become his sources of entertainment. He considered himself as someone pragmatic. He wasn't some saint, and he certainly did not despise wars, especially when those said wars were about him conquering more worlds. But war takes its toll, on everyone, including him. He had killed many, far too many to even keep count. But he still wasn't addicted to it. He certainly wouldn't consider it a hobby or something enjoyable, but he didn't despise it either. He just found it troublesome and tiresome. Exactly 11.857 billion people have been killed by you, Master. And true, no matter the world, the stark difference between the ruling class and the ruled class is always the same. Makes you think of those people who believe everyone is equal as jokers, doesn't it? Thanks for keeping account, Raph, but don't inform it to me. I might just feel tempted to kill more people just to remove that decimal from there, and that would be unreasonable killing, and as you know, I dislike nothing more than unreasonable killing. And please, equality is a joke, you know it is. It depends on what you consider as reasonable killing, Master. Even the prospect of removing decimals from your kill count can be considered reasonable if you think about it. I like the way you're thinking, Raph. Of course you do. I am a part of your soul, after all. Well, if you insist, let's take care of this army first. Then we can always make the numbers hold here. Please, not like you weren't going to do it anyway. That's irrelevant, isn't it? Whatever you say, Master. We both shared a laugh, waiting for the enemy army to arrive. Now, I wasn't giving them a chance to survive by gathering their strength, it's just that killing them one by one is much harder than killing them all at once. Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 51, Fireball. Don't you think the reason why Father was unable to conquer much, or even create an empire like the Kree, is simply because his way of fighting is too inefficient? I mean, who the fuck sends their top commanders or leads the army themselves whenever they start a war? So you're saying the only reason you don't like wars is that your father doesn't know how to fight one? Exactly. If you want to learn the art of fighting a war, then you must consult the British, conquer a nation, make it a colony, send colonial soldiers to conquer more colonies for them. This is what we should be doing. Not leading the army of Asgard and charging every fucking time we fight. It's an interesting prospect, Master, and very probable too. Especially considering that we would conquer many planets, we can surely raise armies from the conquered planets and attack other worlds with them. This would increase the speed of conquest severely and would only benefit Asgard with almost zero losses. That's what I said. I can bless a lot of people in conquered worlds, putting them above the rest of the populace, which would consist of the entire ruling class. Of course, they would also be controlled by me, and if we rule the ruling class, we rule them all. And besides that, we can pull in the resources of several worlds together and build weapons of war which a single world simply can't hope to create. That would be easy, but there are still some complications. Of course there are, but that's where you come in. We would create an AI capable of ruling the conquered worlds in the best manner possible. Well, it won't be an AI entirely, since you would be the one controlling everything. I have no interest in ruling so many planets, just Asgard is enough. And with them being ruled by you, the Wisdom King, they are certain to grow in whatever direction I desire, with almost zero chances of rebellion. Well, that solves everything. I can handle it all easily. But when exactly do you plan to become the king? You've already surpassed your father in strength, taking the throne should be easy, right? No need to hurry. I'm only like, 500 years old. I can always become the king later, right? Though I do have a time in mind. When your father turns on Hela, right? Yeah. I did try to lecture her, and she's improved too, but my presence has skewed up some things. Like, for one, the conquest of Asgard is happening much faster than it would have happened, and father's growing more cynical with each passing moment. And you know, my divinity has been telling me that father might just seal and imprison Hela to give something akin to an ultimatum or warning to me. He's been growing wary of my strength too. Well, he's been like that forever, but it feels as if it's about to reach a breaking point soon. I mean, you've become even stronger than him. Sure, he doesn't know that, but he's right to be cautious. And he definitely won't risk a fight against you when he can use Hela as a scapegoat. And her sadistic slaughterer tendencies do make her an easy target. Most people do believe that she's a bit crazy. Nonsense. She's my cute little sister, how can she be crazy? Remember those times when she would run to me and ask for a death battle, with those cute pleading eyes? Alright, maybe she is a bit crazy, but that's not important. She's my crazy twin sister, no one messes with her, okay? Yeah. You'd even beat up your father if he tries to seal you. But we can talk about that later. Look, their army has already gathered. You should finish them first, Master. And just when we were getting to the interesting part, I sighed. Prince Magnar of Asgard. You may be one of the fiercest warriors in the universe, but you are severely outnumbered. We of Clarts do not desire war, please leave our planet, and we will ignore your invasion of our world. These idiotic words were spoken by none other than our Lord and Savior, the greatest warrior of Clarts, the one and only Max Klar, commander of all forces of Clarts. Heck, even I was dumbfounded. These mongrels think they even have a chance. Ah, Master. Runnin'. We are outnumbered. How would we ever fight them? There are millions of them. Call the Bifrost. Call the Bifrost. Came Rapha's mocking voice. She has changed a lot in the past few centuries and is very close to evolving into a Monus, a few centuries more and she would evolve into one, even without the existence of the voice of the world. Alright, stop joking, Raph. I managed to say, or think, while boisterously laughing myself. It's been a good few years since someone has talked to me like that. Usually it's like, "Ah run, it's Magner," or they just start begging for their lives. Isn't it a bit presumptuous of you to say that? I asked, raising my eyebrows, but didn't wait for an answer and continued, "Well, you are indeed correct, we are outnumbered." I need to correct that now, don't I? A dangerous smirk was forming on my face. Well, dangerous for them. I, for one, thought that I looked absolutely stunning with that smirk. Damn right you do, master. Damn right, I look good. Anyways. I cast, Fireball. And a ball of fire flew at an astounding pace toward the Clark's army. Sadly for them, I lied. That wasn't a fireball. As for what it was, well, you can imagine it by considering that the next act I did was to erect a barrier covering the army of Asgard, to save them from the explosion. And, kaboom. Whoosh. Yup, always works like a charm. No Clark's soldier left here. Anyways, that was a good old exploding supernova, in case you were wondering. It has become something of my favorite spell these days. And another thing before I forget, just kidding, I don't forget. But do you remember that last camp scene at the start of the previous chapter? I presume you do. That scene happened because of the shockwaves of my precious fireball. Yes, I did not attack them at all. They were fucked up just by the shockwaves, and they were like hundreds of miles away. So children, what do we learn from this? Well, nothing much. But you have to remember that fireball is an awesome spell. Next time someone argues with you, cast a fireball on them. It warms their heart, and ignites friendship and passion. Hail Fireball. Chapter 52, Information about the legendary coitus. Heimdall. I shouted, looking towards the sky, and the Bifrost descended. I was returning back to Asgard with my soldiers, and the Valkyries. It had been a few years since I returned. Freya could not join me on this expedition as she was busy with her magic training, and Hela was on another expedition, so I was pretty lonely out here. Well, at least Brynhild, Circe, and Thena were here to keep me company. Asgard was currently fighting a three-pronged war, or expeditions, led by myself, Hela, and Father respectively. So, safe to say that we were conquering or plundering worlds at an astonishing pace. Yes, Asgard plundered more than it conquered, as showcased by future Viking traditions. We attacked planets, looted them, and brought back all their wealth. We did conquer them sometimes, but it was rare. The Bifrost pulled us up, and mere seconds later, we were back at Asgard. Greetings, Your Highness, the ever-stoic Heimdall greeted, which I reciprocated with a smile and a nod. Returning this time was not just because the conquest was successful, there was another reason. In the last siege led by Hela, she happened to come into possession of an interesting artifact, the Time Stone. Yes, you heard that right. This was the second stone which came into our possession after the Space Stone. I was eager to study it, or well, let Raph study it. The Infinity Stones have the power to manipulate the laws of the universe, and thus, could be used to study the laws and technically derive abilities to control them. I haven't yet been able to study the Space Stone, since it was attained by Father, and he knows about Infinity Stones well, at least well enough to keep it away from me, whom he suspects and doesn't want to grow too strong. But I can always ask Hela to let me see the Time Stone, and being the adorable cutie she is, she would definitely agree. The Time Stone was essential for my future plans, especially the fact that it could be used to create time-based technology, like that of Kong the Conqueror, or possibly even more than that. I walked through the Bifrost Bridge, strolling towards the mighty palace of Asgard at a relaxed pace, deep in thought. You know what? I have been working far too hard in the past few days. I'm immortal, so having a few years of rest can't hurt, right? I would much rather spend my time in bed with Freya than lead the army. Though it's not like I don't enjoy Thena, Circe, Brynhild, and other Valkyries during wartime. Yes, I have had sex with all of them, and no, Freya did not agree to it because my stamina was simply too high. Though that is the case, since me being the god of life, I can probably go on for months straight if I really go all out, but no, that was not the reason which convinced Freya. Or rather, there was no convincing needed at all. The first time happened during an expedition when I was frustrated in my camp tent and Brynhild just came at the right time to report the situation of the war, and we did it then and there. After that, being the faithful man that I was, I went straight to Freya, and the conversation went like, yeah, so I kind of slept with Brynhild, sorry. I apologized sincerely, saying the most heartfelt words I could say, and she was like, huh? And why are you telling me about it? Wasn't she like already one of your mistresses? I mean, I did treat them well enough and was friendly with them because they were your harem, and I am not interested in your sex life with those mistresses of yours. And what was that sorry for? Freya was genuinely confused. And it was at that moment, my fake-ass wisdom divinity finally acted again, since before that, I had been kind of thinking with my dick instead of my head. I realized I was not on Earth anymore, and I was not an ordinary human anymore. I was legitimately the crown prince of a kingdom of gods, and for me to have multiple women wasn't strange. In fact, it would have been weird if I didn't have them. All sorts of rumors would be flowing around otherwise. Even father has several women as a part of his harem. Well, at least he is not like Zeus and doesn't get them pregnant. I don't quite like the idea of mass-produced half-sibling demigods. And it was at this moment another thought popped into my head. Remember that time I was out to collect the genetic samples that Apocalypse, or En-Sabah-Nur, had very kindly donated? When I returned, Freya and Circe were suddenly much friendlier than they were before. I guess Freya had accepted her somewhere around that time. I can't be sure about Brynhild though. They met ages ago back in Vanaheim, so I can't pinpoint which meeting was that exactly. Oh, and another thing, which was reminded to me by our Lord and Savior, Raphael-chan. The most probable reason that Freya can accept your harem despite such a relationship between you is probably because she, being the goddess of love, can sense your amount of love towards her and each of them, and she understands that they are simply sexual outlets for you. That's not the truth, I care about them quite a bit. You do, but consider quantifying love and measure the difference between the love of two soulmates who are both haplessly in love with each other and some side chick someone has. So, that's the difference which she can see. I see. My divinity of wisdom is truly a trash thing. Raphael solos. So, all that was required to handle the situation was a clear distinction of roles. Freya is the love of life, and she's definitely my wife. Then there are Brynhild, Thena, and Circe, they are my mistresses currently. And of course, I have had sex with many of the Valkyries too, but sadly they did not get any special title, and they understand it too. I am the future god king, not just anyone can become my mistress. And instead of what you may think, the Valkyries were not opposed to it. On the contrary, this had become some sort of status symbol within the Valkyries. Those who have slept with me are above those who haven't. And due to the peer pressure, the Valkyries leave no effort in trying to seduce me, some of the only bright spots in my otherwise boring war expeditions. Anyways, as I was saying, I need a break. So I rushed to the throne room, had a meeting with my ever grim-faced daddy dearest, and rushed straight to the library, where the most beautiful woman in the world was training her magic. And as you all may understand or know, if you don't, then worry not, you would soon, at least I wish you would, come to know that, at my age, you don't go to the library to study. There are far more important things that I have to do. ______. Leave. Chapter 53, Time Stone. I've missed you, this time I am going to join you, okay? Freya said softly as she snuggled within my arms. We were currently on the bed, finally off to rest after hours of hard work. With both of us being gods, we could continue for much longer, but sometimes, you also want that soft cuddle and rest, especially now that I was just back from war. Being with her felt like that spring of peace. No, that does not mean I have grown tired of war and would do anything for peace. It's just that even during wartime, some moments like these are needed to calm your mind. You know you are always welcome with me, right? This time too, it was your decision not to go. I replied with a chuckle. Humph, not like you didn't enjoy it, sleeping with Brynhild, Thena, and Circe the entire time, Freya grumbled in annoyance. And yet the first thing I'd do after returning is have you within my arms, making love to you. I replied with a smirk. She clearly wasn't mad, she was just teasing, so it was better to coax her by flirting with her instead. And it wasn't like I was lying, I have never seen a woman even close to Freya in terms of beauty. Humph, as if that would coax me. Freya said with a pout, but the happiness on her face was clearly visible. Yes, yes it would. I chuckled at her antics. This was also something which differentiated my relationship with Freya from the others. Yes, I also care about them, sleep with them and all, but with Freya, we both instead start to act as if we are children, which is pretty rare. I mean, at least I have never had a relationship like that before. Maybe this is what they mean when they say soulmates. You. And she resorted to violence. But I am no longer 16. After some mock fighting, the result was safely concluded with me pinning Freya, holding her wrists together, making her bend, and giving her malevolent backshots. Now that is what we call a proper conclusion to a fight. Anyway, a few days passed after that. Today, I planned to ask Hela for the time stone. So, I went to her room. Hello there, sis, how you doin'? I asked with the friendliest face I could put on. I definitely did not have any motives while coming here. My intention was purely to spend some time with my lovely sister. Put away that smile, it's irking me. What do you want? No need for acting like that, came an annoyed voice, which was, of course, Hela's. Her room gave severe edgelord vibes, like Hela's an OG goth girl who's taken it even further, to the point of maybe even being into necrophilia. Yes, that bad. There were even skulls kept here as decoration, and no, they weren't fake ones. They were actual skulls of mighty warriors whom Hela had slain herself. The dark design gave the room a funny appearance, at least for me. For most, it would be scary or something. But hey, my cute sister is the one doing it. Anyway, another reason right there as to why Odin sealed Hela. Like, imagine your daughter coming out and saying shit like, yeah, so dad, I like dead guys, and we should definitely wage more wars to kill more men to add to my collection of lovers. I can see that happening. And most probably, that would be the reason why Odin stopped fighting wars at all. Like, imagine every war you fight increases your daughter's men collection. Maybe the ceiling was grounding until she drops her kinks. Alright, enough jokes. Having Godspeed thinking has literally ruined me. If I suddenly don't have that, scenes would be something like, someone said something to me, and I'm in a straight-up blank state for the next couple minutes while giving random laughs, then finally responding to it. Can you imagine that? I guess not. You're just an ordinary plebeian anyway. Maybe if someday you get ice-guyed and possess even a fraction of my power, maybe you would understand my pain. But I really did come to see my cute little sister, and look how lovely she looks. That smile is worth dying for. I replied with a smile, pinching the cheeks of the goddess of death. No, she wasn't smiling at all. That was a glare, a death glare. Well, since she is the goddess of death, any glare is a death glare. Anyway, I ignored her glare and continued to enjoy pinching her cheeks. Annoying Hela is one of my favorite things to do. Would you stop now? Only if you give me a hug and ask politely. I continued. And no, we were still twins, not some enemies who always fought. She was not against hugging me, so she just rolled her eyes, stepped forward, and gave me a hug. "Alright, leave now." Hela snorted. "See, she can be cute too. You guys just don't see past her goddess of death persona. She's such a lovely girl otherwise." Yeah, I'm leaving. Anyway, I heard you got an infinity stone on yourself. Mind if I study it for a bit?" I asked, without sounding desperate or in need of it, posing as casually as possible. "You want to study infinity stones? You don't want them for power, you want to study them?" Hela asked with a curious face. Yeah. Why would I need an infinity stone for power? I am already strong enough. Besides, infinity stones are a treasure trove of knowledge. I wish to study them in detail, maybe I can create even more spells using it. And it would be useful in understanding time better. I replied thoughtfully. Fucking nerd. Take it. Just don't spout all that nonsensical bullshit to me, and fuck off. I don't want your nerdiness rubbing off on me, it's contagious. Hela grumbled with a snort and smirking face. I just sighed and didn't reply, and proceeded to take the time stone from her. Now that the time stone was finally in my hands. You know, Hela, it's not called being nerdy. I am literally the god of wisdom, a very powerful divinity. It helps me see the wisdom and intelligence of those around me. But you, my dear Hela, I never sense anything from you. Do you know why? I started my reply with a smirk. Time to make Hela walk into that one herself. Humph, it's obviously because I am stronger than you. You are a mere healer, and I am the goddess of death. How can you ever sense my power? Hela continued her smirk, but she was already done for. She just didn't know it. My little sister, I never said anything about power. We were talking about brains here. And you know the reason I can't sense anything from you? It's because you possess no intelligence at all. There is no brain to speak of. Your idiocity is like a black hole, draining all signs of intelligence nearby. The only reason I have been with you ever since before birth is that I possess infinite intelligence, or I would have been done for. The stone was already in my hand. No need to hold back. That's the level of stupidity you possess, my dear idiotic sister. I said, raising my hands and sighing, ignoring the fuming Hela. You bastard. Return the time stone. I am not giving it to you. Hela exclaimed and jumped at me. But silly her, I am much faster. I had already bolted away. Ha ha ha. Dream on. You should have thought that before giving it to me. I shouted as I ran towards my room. Yeah, I am over 500 years old, I should not act childish, but hey, age is just a number.